right. Let us see how the story unfolds. I am sure the ending will be engaging. So, this is the child who will save the world.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place?
It's my mom. I have to save her.
Say cheese! Bring us more!
Now leave me alone. Go!
Come on, don't go getting all soppy on me.
I'm sorry, I couldn't save her.
First, you will have to save yourself.
If I could only be with you once more and hold you tightly to my heart, we could walk this road together and never ever be apart. Your light will shine on every forest. So this is your world.
That's right. A whole nother world.
Let us see how the story unfolds. I am sure the ending will be engaging.
Hello, AJ Games. Hope you are doing well. We are back with Ni no Kuni. I am back with my controller's not working. Excuse me. Does my controller work now? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. It's like, wait a minute, my controller's not working. What the fuck? Last time I was at Alma Moon. I don't know what the fuck I was doing at Alma Moon, but I'm there at Alma Moon. But also at the same time, like, I am thinking of going back to one place real quick. My whole reason of why I wanted to go back to one place real quick is because of something. Yeah, I think I'm wanting to go back to a place for something. Diary should be under a tree near the bottom of Oat Smoke. I do not know what this one is. It's under a tree in the near Oat Smoky. I still have no idea where that is. I'm not too sure whether I could actually go there. I think I think I can go there, but I don't know just yet. But you know. But yeah, hope you are doing well. Oh god, please don't fucking lag right now. I guess initially I wanted to take a break today, but I was like, yeah, you know what? More Ni no Kuni. At least it's not something that is very strenuous for me. I've been wanting to play a lot of Ni no Kuni. I didn't want to play it off stream because, like, if I were to play it off stream, I'm just not gonna be continuing the game at all.
We're under attack.
Yeah, hope you are doing well. Uh-oh. There we go. Also getting a little bit of XP first before I, you know, before I do anything in the game so far. Well, or leveling up as well, because I didn't realize I'm gonna level up right now. With the other characters as well. I think my main mission is to actually go back to, no, go down to, the pier and then sail across like somewhere to another continent or some shit like that. I don't know how sailing to another continent would be like for this game, but we'll see how sailing to another continent will be with this game, because it sounds kind of funny to know that you're supposed to be going towards another continent by boat, and it's gonna take a fucking buttload of days. But yeah, I think I want to go back to Ding Dong Dell. And my whole reason of going back to Ding Dong Dell is because I want to see whether or not there's other missions. I know I'm gonna be wasting a little bit of my time just to go back to Ding Dong Dell, but I want to go back to Ding Dong Dell because of like seeing whether or not I can't even speak. I can't even speak from last night's fucking speedrun marathons and stuff. I gone overestimate by like 2 runs. No, like 2 runs I gone overestimate. Like, it sucks. My overestimate on Suzuki Bakahatsu was well, I blew up 3 times because 1, I made the stupid mistake of accidentally hitting the button like again. I wasn't looking, which yeah, I'm stupid. The second time was because of my my commentator, or no, my host, telling me, hey, you should cut the red wire, and yeah, it failed for some reason. Normally, it's supposed to be the red wire to be cut for that bomb, but like, at the time, like, I got bad luck. The third one, however, was that I couldn't read the Japanese text at all, and normally you're supposed to see the color from that note, and it didn't. It just, I don't know what happened.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I just didn't know what happened afterwards. It just didn't, how you say, it just didn't want to show either the red or the blue, so I was like, okay, this is new, never seen that before. So I got overestimate from that one blow up. It was a 4-minute overestimate, but whatever. The other one was not really my fault. The other one was the game's fault that actually blew my, no, that actually crashed. And I didn't know how the fuck it crashed. It was the first time in a marathon that actually crashed. I've got that crash like a few times, like maybe it's a few times. Not my fault. It's not my fault. I didn't realize it's gonna crash. I was like, uh-oh, it crashed. Why did it crash? Duo time. Oh no. How are you doing well, Tyler Ren? I didn't ruin the marathon though. I think someone else after me for Suzuki Bakahatsu went overestimate by like 6 minutes or something like that. 5-6 minutes, I think. But I'm not too sure, honestly. Kylo Ren with the 60-month resub, much appreciated. Sure, bro, Kappa? No way, man. I swear it's not my fault. I already knew that it was not my fault. I think the Suzuki Bakahatsu run was almost my fault, but I think at the time I didn't know that, you know, there was another note or another like saying off the note, so I didn't know. Do you use a PBP? What's PBP?
We're under attack! Here goes! You did it!
Pie, huh? Give you more attack. Picture by picture, capable of multiple inputs in one screen. I don't know about that. I don't think I know about that. Oh, you mean like the buttons on the screen? Or like around the screen thing? Is that what it is? Oh no, an RPG. Oh no, RPG with the same combat intro and exit animations. It sounds all over and over. Yep. How you doing, good chef? Hope you are doing well. I don't know, I feel like this game is actually really simple. And it's like very simple to me because like I'm a stupid person that doesn't like simple shit, you know? Oh no, sorry. This doesn't like what you call difficult shit. There we go. Oh yeah, simple with Alexi B. Goddamn, can't believe that's happening right now. All right, let's see whether or not there is anything in this. What is wrong with my FPS right now? Is it because of this? I'm gonna hope that it's because of this or this. I think it's either one of the two. Because I'm getting like some FPS like at the moment, which is kind of weird. I don't even know why. With Alexi B butt, yes, Alexi B's butt. Yeah, I'm just skipping up. Like my FPS is like going down a little bit, like little by little. I don't even know why. All right, let's see if opinion on the new roster. Wait, Fasher. Ooh. Oh, this is like the same bounties. Okay, these are the same bounties. Castaway Cove and Foot of Old Smoky. Yeah. Okay, so. Okay, I'll take both of them for now. But also at the same time, what's this? Notes from a volcano. Oh yeah, this is the same. Okay, this is the same errand. Okay, so basically, nothing much. Okay. If there's nothing much, I can actually quit the game and go back to my other save then. Or just right here. Cool. My opinions of the new roster is just like I think Navi is gonna have a rough time for sure. It looks like a puck team more than like an actual team. I don't know why. Yeah, it just looks like a puck team. The other one is OG. Fasher from Fnatic to... Yeah, Fasher from Fnatic to OG sounds like a downgrade. I thought Fasher is gonna be like a really good individual Navi in poverty mode. I think one of the reasons why they went into like that kind of situation was because of the Russia-Ukraine war thing, you know? The Russian-Ukraine war just so happens to make Navi like become an international team more than well, Ukrainian, yes, but also at the same time taking away the Russians in the team as well. Like they took away the Russians in the team, so they literally took away all the Russians in the team. So it kind of sucks right now. What is my bounty? I forgot, I have bounties. Okay, one's there. Is the other one at the... Okay, I guess the other one is at Old Smoky. So I guess I'm gonna go to Old Smoky real quick and then just figure out what to do with Old Smoky. But yeah, I kind of think that like... Yeah, I kind of think that... How do you say this? I kind of think that Navi is just in a pug team at the moment, which is kind of weird. I am not sure about the future of it, but I think the future of it is kind of a bit like weird but bright at the same time, because you know there's all these other teams that are like roster changing. Like even like I want to see Nip again. I want to see how Nip is like right now, because Nip actually got like three Swedish, 1 Danish, 1 Ukrainian. It was supposed to be like an international team, but because like one of the one of the players came back, it became a Swedish team again. So there's that. Other than that, I think like Cloud9's looking really solid, I would say. Electronic and Perfecto? Yeah, Electronic and Perfecto are going to Cloud9, which is really insane. I don't know who are they replacing, but I think they're replacing if I'm not mistaken. Oh, wait. If I'm not mistaken, they're replacing Shiro in Exile. I'm not too sure about that. But they're replacing, like, some people. Yeah. I'm just not sure if it's the correct people that I'm thinking of. Cloud9 is gonna be very much a question mark as well, because of the whole you know, roster shuffle. Who else as well? I don't know about OG. OG with Nexa coming back in is like kind of cope, honestly, because I don't think that Nexa as an IGL would be worth now. Because he took like a long break as well. I think he and Hampus took long breaks. Weirdly enough, like the fucking IGLs of the IGLs of both Nip and OG just took long breaks, and then it's like, yep, we're just gonna be like out of the scene for a while. So there's that. But anyways, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how it would be like. How would they perform? I just want to see good Counter-Strike again. I really just want to see good Counter-Strike again. Just don't know when that good Counter-Strike is gonna be there. Okay, I meant Old Smoky. Okay, that one's there. That means there's gonna be a tree right around here then. I hope. I'm gonna hope that this is not the tree. This is not the tree, okay. Some kind of a tree. Oh. But yeah, what I think about the roster shuffle right now is like a lot of stuff are going like pretty crazy. They're pretty crazy about the roster shuffle at the moment. God, my speech is not really that good all of a sudden. I don't even know why. Like, I've been speaking kind of in tongues lately.
Come on!
Like, I'm not really speaking that well in English lately. I don't even know why. Like, weirdly enough, I just want to go back to, like, speaking English for a while. I don't know why. It's kind of like a speech thing to me for a few days now. I don't even know why. Okay. Mademoiselle. Okay, sure. Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle. We're just gonna try to defeat her, I guess. Oh wait, wait, hold on. What's my let's see if I can actually hit her with this. Give her a smash attack, I guess. But also at the same time, I think I should actually just do this a lot more. No. Tactics. No, not tactics, sorry. Skills. On 2 Frostbite. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it does do something. Okay, cool. That means I can actually use you then. Hey, Ludwig, thank you for the. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I hope you're doing well, Ludwig. Ooh, that actually does a lot of damage. Maybe I should actually use this then. Oh wow, okay, that is very bad. Okay. I need to switch back to you. I need you to attack a lot more though. Wait, do I even have enough? I do have enough, so there. I feel like I can actually attack her a little bit, but, you know. Okay. 2 slices and you're dead. Yeah, cool. Yay, you're dead. Okay, how much XP do I get? 121, which is okay. An okay amount of XP, I would say. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Ludwig. Yeah, as you can tell, like, my speech and my thinking so far are, like, not really in sync at the moment. I don't know why. I feel like I'm thinking a lot longer lately. I'm thinking a lot longer, but also at the same time, I'm, like, I don't know. Just thinking before just not thinking before I speak, as you can tell. Like, I'm not thinking before I speak nowadays, and whenever I think before I speak, I'm just thinking about it pretty slowly now. It's really hard, and the last few speedrunning marathons got me to, like, not think a lot lately. I'm very used to having someone who is commentating on the backlines, like, whenever Yorki's commentating for, like, Incredible Crisis or Suzuki Bakahatsu, like, they commentate in the backlines of it. This time around, it's like, I want to commentate by myself to see whether or not I can actually commentate by myself, but, like, all of a sudden, like, I can't. I don't know why. Diablo 4. Oh, everything's good in your end. I'm doing alright, I'm doing fine. I'm doing alright. My problem lately has been, like, I think I feel bad for myself, or, like, I feel like I'm actually just not good enough lately. Like, even my speedrunning marathons lately, I just haven't been doing very good. With, like, you know, well, to be fair though, my Saw run yesterday it went overestimate because of a crash. If the crash didn't happen, I feel like I could have done, like, I could have gone underestimate, but because of the crash, it got me, like, overestimate by, like, I think, like, a few seconds, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember, or is it like 30 seconds? I don't know. Like, I know for Suzuki Bakahatsu, it went overestimate by 4 minutes because I kind of blew myself up 3 times. I shouldn't be blowing myself up in, like, one of those, but with the other blow up, it was kind of like, was it actually my fault? I'm not too sure. The other one was, like, because of you know, Chad's fault, because Chad tied the vote on something that I wanted to not tie, but Chad was like, yeah, we should tie it and put the blame in Jules' hands, and then luckily enough, it wasn't my fault. It was my, hold on. I'll put you on this one then. It was my, hostess fault. So there was that. I'll go with you. Okay, and then... Go you. But yeah, shit happens. It happens sometimes. I don't really mind it at all. It'd be like that. I hope it's, like, really at the foot of it. And not, like, you know, like, far away from it.
Let's go! Here goes!
Gonna leave a lurk because you're warfare drill. Alright, have a good lurk. Firefly. Motherfucker took my fucking gold. Motherfucker took my gold fucking orb. I can't believe this. They keep taking my orbs. Stop taking my orbs, man. But yeah, have a good one, Firefly.
Come on! Here goes!
I need to remember when to heal up as well, because I need to heal up sooner or later. Whoops. Alright. Cool. I still need to metamorphose, like fucking evolve one of my creatures. Because one of my creatures is not evolving yet, so there's that.
Here goes!
Give me that blue orb, thank you very much. Oh god, luckily you didn't steal that blue orb. Thank you very much. I got a lot of food items as well, which is good. Okay. Where is this fucking book? I'm at the... Okay. I feel like I'm going up a lot more. But also at the same time, I do not know if the book is like up a lot more or really at the foot of Old Smoky. I have no idea where a tree would be. Stop enlightening. Stop enlightening my dude. Okay, let me actually see this map real quick. Okay, let me see this map. I'm very confused on this. I'm very confused on what this one is all about. Okay, so it's this one. The diary should be under a tree near the bottom of Old Smoky. Look for the diary in the indicated location. The diary should be under a tree near the bottom of Old Smoky. So I'm already at Old Smoky. Does that mean it's around here? Which I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe it's around here. I just don't know whether or not it's around here. Hold on. Yeah, I kind of refuse to believe it's around here. I just don't know whether or not it's here. I'm also getting more XP as well, which is kind of weird. Okay, let me actually save here real quick. In case if I kind of fuck up, I guess. Maybe the tree's gonna be around here then. I don't know. Oh wait, can I jump across? Hold on. Yeah, that's a weird question right now. Can I even jump across on that gap? Can I jump across that gap? I can't, so I guess I had to build a bridge or something. Nothing happens? Okay. Really? Nothing happens. Okay. I guess I can go there until like I actually could get a spell or something. I don't even know.
Stay calm now.
Here goes.
Wow. Why are you missing your attacks, man?
We've won.
Yeah, I'm leveling up. See, like, weird thing about me right now is that my speech is not really that good at the moment. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just like fucking tired lately. And then my speech is just like fucking a low blow at the moment. How you doing, Ugi? Hope you're doing well. I don't even know. Like, okay. Low blow J? Yes, low blow J. I have no idea whether or not this fucking diary is here or like literally like not the place that I'm thinking of. Hey Alex. I don't know. I might just do a Google search. I would cheat or something. Cheating in an RPG game, Lamau. But I'm very confused into what that tree is. It's very confusing to know what the fucking tree is. Cause which tree are they specifying? Or which tree is he specifying? Get the fuck out of the way. I'm like so confused about that tree right now. I want to do the errands and I want to do the hunting stuff before I actually go into the ship, because I want to get more XP and getting more stamps as well. That's my thinking right now, because I really do want to get more like more XP and more leveling up in order for me to like attack more. It is what it is right now. Boom. Hey, die. Die. There we go.
Nice touch.
Alright. Yeah, I might do a Google search after this if I can't really find that one tree. Because none of these, like, represents a tree at all. Oh my god, my speech! I almost said 3. Like, my weird speech impediment, right? It's not impediment. I don't even know if it's a speech impediment.
We're under attack.
Like, the way I talk right now is just, like, literally I want to talk in Singlish. Holy shit. I just really want to talk in Singlish. Don't know why. Me every day.
Nice touch.
Me every day with my speech impediments. Trying to talk. Go then. I don't wanna. It's gonna sound all messed up and such. I don't know. You're gonna hear all of like the weird sounding words that I would be saying. You know? Okay, is this the thing that they're talking about? I'm gonna hope that they have... Okay, they have this. Okay, is there a tree around here? There's no tree. I came here for no reason. I just came into here for no reason. What the flying fuck? Unless the trees are right around the area. I don't understand. I'm just here working on my resume and preparing for a college graduation party. That's cool. I'm just here playing video games. Cool. Yeah, I have no idea because they mentioned about a tree, and I'm like, my thoughts is that these are trees, right? Yeah, these are trees. This is also a tree, but they also represent. They also said like one tree. I was like, huh? Hey Shay. Yeah, more Ni no Kuni. More 8 hours of me like playing this game for sure. I'm also gonna try to put the VODs up on YouTube as well, because I feel like this game is more of an interesting game to put it on YouTube. So I'm gonna be putting I guess a Ni no Kuni VODs on YouTube sooner or later. While we had a volcano, initially it was supposed to be because what is it again? The volcano is about to erupt, and it was supposed to erupt into El Mamoon. Oh, there you go. That's the diary. Cool. Fuck me, it's right here this whole time. Why is it right there this whole time? I went all the way up just for no reason. Whatever. Yeah, initially it was supposed the volcano was supposed to erupt, and it was supposed to erupt into El Mamoon, but because we're a wizard, so we get to save the fucking town from the eruption of the volcano, and also kill a boss there. So we killed a boss there. Isn't that fun? We kill a boss there.
Stay calm now.
By the way, question. Is Ni no Kuni 2 a continuation for Ni no Kuni 1? Or is it like a different story from Ni no Kuni 1? Oh, it's completely different! Huh. Oh, no wonder people wanted to buy Ni no Kuni 2. Oh, no wonder someone was talking to me like yesterday. They were telling me, oh, I'm gonna buy Ni no Kuni 2. And I was like, wait, is Ni no Kuni 1 and Ni no Kuni 2 like separate? Because I don't know anything about the Ni no Kuni series. Other than like, I've been wanting to play the Ni no Kuni game for a long time. It's not even a protagonist. Alright, what are these enemies? These enemies are different now. Are they different? Or are they the same from... Oh god!
Here we go.
Fucking furries. Fucking furries. We're gonna attack them. Goddamn furries. I honestly didn't know it was gonna be a standalone, honestly. Speaking of furries, yo. Yeah, I honestly didn't know about it being a standalone, actually. Can you even... No, you can't. You still can't. I don't understand why. Magical defense. You're the lowest. Wait, no, you're the lowest so far on magical defense. I'm just gonna go with you then. Yeah, but like, it's just... How do you say this? It's kind of, I would say it's kind of weird that it's a standalone and not like, you know, like an actual continuation of Ni no Kuni 2. They only made 3 Ni no Kuni games, right? If I'm not mistaken. Is it? Yeah, they only made 3 Ni no Kuni games. Two? No, the third one is on mobile or something.
We're under attack.
NFT shit. Oh. I mean, someone told me there was a Ni no Kuni 3, and I was like, wait, there was a Ni no Kuni 3? And then they told me, yeah, it's a mobile game. I was like, huh? Mobile game? It was kind of weird to me. It was a mobile game. Yeah, it was a mobile game. I don't even know how... Okay, let me actually search it on my phone real quick. Ni no Kuni... Crossworlds. Is this what it is? Ni no Kuni Crossworlds. Oh my god, it looks shit. Oh my god, it looks shit. Oh no. Hey, are they brothers and sisters? What the fuck? I don't even know. Tanked hard on the PS4 gen. Cell phone game is pretty good. It looks like shit. I don't know why. But it's not like a game that you can finish, right? I guess. I don't even know. It's more of like a fucking MMO.
Come on!
Ow, Jesus. There we go.
Nice work.
Sandwich? Oh, sandwich for myself. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go up here. and then get my ass beat by a few people right now, like this guy right here. Who are you? There we go. Motherfucker. Monolith. The monolith right here? Jesus. Ooh, you're dead. Are you dead? You are dead. Okay. Oof. I did that way too late, but whatever. Boom. Oh, smash hit. Alright. I think it's you. Yeah. I'll take on the, what was it? Godspeed. Godspeed a hit! Wait, I have cut loose. I forgot about that. I have cut loose. There we go. Cut loose does a little bit of oh god, that's a little bit of damage. What the fuck? Okay. Well, that's gonna suck ass for myself. Wow. Yeah, these guys are really tanky. I can use this. I don't want to use this yet, that's the thing. But also at the same time, like, I feel like my attacks aren't doing so well at the moment. Oh, Esther's about to die. Oh shit, Esther's about to die. Oh god, Esther's dead. Okay, I can't run away from this. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't save even! Oh no! Oh fuck! Well, I guess I'll use this on myself right now. What do I do? 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 Oh wait! Oh fuck! Did I not equip the? Oh no! Oh fuck! Okay, I had to be reminded to equip a lot of stuff as well because I'm actually dumb. This is why you don't see me play RPG games, because I'm actually dumb. I'm dumb as fuck. I need to equip the fire sword, and all I have is not a fire sword. So I guess in the meantime, I'm just gonna be running around for the time being until I could kill all of them. Okay. Go with you. Go with a spell, I guess. Or can I go with a spell? I guess I can go with a spell. Fireball on you. Okay, now you're okay. Let's go with more cut loose. Oh fuck. More cut loose. We're getting ready for all the cut loose. Is that okay? I still have more for cut loose, which is a good thing. Oh shit, what's Enlighten? Oh fuck! I didn't mean to use smash hit. Yeah, I didn't mean to use smash hit, but whatever. Okay. Dude! Dude, Esther, wake up! Esther! Wake up! What is it? Cut loose. Hey Gawain, hope you're doing well. Okay, one of them is dead. Oh fuck, really? Okay. I do need to heal. There we go. I think I need to heal another one more as well. Here we go. Go back to, think I'll be alright with attacking them right now because they're low. Should be one dead. There we go, that one's dead. A little bit more in this one, and we are good. We are good, at least. A stupid fucking fight. It was a stupid fucking fight, but sure. Cool. Let me save right now because I forgot to save even.
Sing it. Vagina.
Anonymous gifting 1 sub to Guns Monogatari.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Guns Monogatari.
Yeah, thanks to Anonymous for gifting a sub to Guns. Much appreciated. Whoever you are, thank you very much.
We're under attack.
How much health do I even have? That's the thing. Oh wait, can I go back with you again? Provisions. Tiki Mahala on you. So I forgot about this. Are you serious? I gave you the Tiki Mahala! Oh, you fucking bitch! Eat the Tiki Mahala! A Tiki Mahala! Tiki Masala! Sorry. Did you actually waste my Tikka Masala? Motherfucker, did you waste my Tikka Masala?
We did it.
I forgot to heal also a combat, yeah. Whoops. Okay, at least you didn't waste my Tiki Masala. There we go. I totally forgot that you can heal outside of the combat. This is what my brain is when I play like RPG games. It's just like, yeah, I just want to go attack. Every single time I just want to attack until like something happens. And then I forgot about shit. Are you on a shield? Get out of that shield, bitch. Okay, cool. Okay, so I had to go back to Elma Moon, and then afterwards we can go to Castaway Cove. Yeah.
Let's go. Here goes.
Oh, it's gonna be very rough. Not really that rough. My orb. Okay, where can I go from here? Oops. A lot of enemies! We're gonna be surrounded by enemies after enemies after enemies in this game right now, so... Yay! You're getting all my blob! How dare you, man? Stop taking all my blobs, man. Okay, cool. That's the RPEXP. No time to rest. I mean, sometimes there are times that I could rest. But, you know, they're just really aggressive right now. I'm like, nope. How dare you be very aggressive to me? See how spread out they are? Imagine playing RPG. I wanted to play this for a long time. If not, I'm not gonna be actually playing this, you know? How you doing, Xeon? Think about it. Okay, think about it. If I play this game off stream, do you think I can finish this game? I don't think I can finish this game because, like, I don't really care. Like, afterwards. So that's why, like, if I start playing the games that I want to play on stream, I could finish them and then not worry about not finishing them, I would say. You know? There are games out there that I want to play, but I never finish them because when I play them off stream, I just forgot about them or I just don't care about them afterwards. Alright. Fish burger. So he won't finish. No, I will finish this on stream. I just can't finish it off stream. You know? Parasite Eve 1. Parasite Eve, I already said 400 subs and I get Parasite Eve 1. You know? It's still there at the bottom of my stream. It's still there. It's just dog shit. Well, I'll play it for 400 subs. Like, I'll still play it for 400 subs. I'll play for money. All right, I won't play it for free. I don't think I would want to play it for free. I'll play it for like the monies. So I guess we are at like, you know, if I were to bring this up real quick, here we're at 126 out of 400. There. See, told you. First playthrough of Parasite Eve 1 is gonna be right here anyway. So there. It's big enough. See? I'll do it for monies. What are you talking about? Who asked? Well, Xeon was like asking about Parasite Eve 1. I was like, yeah, sure. I'll play Parasite Eve 1. Only for monies. Duh. You may like it. I don't think so. No, he wasn't. Well, I said like, if I played a game off stream, do you think I would finish it? And then he said Parasite Eve 1. And then I mentioned saying Parasite Eve 1 is a game that I would play, but like if no, I reached 400. It's still something that I'm gonna say because like, you know, it's Parasite Eve 1 and I've already talked about Parasite Eve 1. You know? If he didn't ask, I'm gonna say it anyways. Because people were asking me about Parasite Eve 1 and I'm gonna repeat myself for Parasite Eve 1 is that if I reach 400 subs, I'm gonna play Parasite Eve 1. I don't care. But I'm not gonna play it off stream. Who asked? Still, I think a lot of people would ask me like, why am I not playing Parasite Eve 1? Oh, why don't I play Parasite Eve 1? Hey, Erna. What about Cockhead? No. I think I need to save up my cards. I think so. Yeah, I need to save up my cards. Okay, what do I have at the moment that I can actually use? I have this one. Fiery attacks. You know, you take this then. Yeah, you take this. Yeah. You get exchange for this. You take this. You take this. The what now? The Cockhead. Cockhead is a game that I got gifted. I downloaded it. You know, it's on my fucking, okay. I'm gonna show you this. It's literally on my it's in my library. Like, it's legitimately in my library, but I never even touched it. See? See, it's right here. I never touched it. See, this is what happens when I get the game and I don't play it at all. I was like, oh yeah, I'll play it off stream, but I never play it at all because, like, I just don't. There are some games I still want to play, but I don't play at all. That's it. You're still missing a slot after all this time? What's a slot? Oh. I don't really care about a slot right now because it doesn't really matter right now for play it on kick. No. I don't want to play it on kick. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean by a slot? I was like, oh yeah, I remember. Okay, I know what you mean by a slot then. Give me a sec while I actually do something real quick. Oh, okay. I see. Cool. Put some random motherfucker in. I mean, we still have Osama and whoever the other dude is. Oh wait, what do I even have as well? I got fish burgers. I got curse lifting. I got flame robes. Wait, hold on. I have flame robes. Can I use the... Okay, you have the rope. Cloud cover. Ooh, okay, I can use that. I think I'm gonna use. Oh wait, there's no item for me to use. I'm surprised you continue to play Slay the Spire. So Slay the Spire was something that I'm okay with, but like I just want to just see whether or not I could actually finish it. It took me like 19 hours just to finish it. Or, like it took me 19 hours just to actually complete an ascension. I think that's what it is. Is it? No, complete a run, I would say. You know. No, I didn't do that. I didn't bang Esther. What's this? Hollowed habits. What is this? Confused searching. Oh, it's just confusion. Okay. You don't just finish playing Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire was like one of those games that I'm like, oh, I'm okay with it, but also at the same time, I just wanted to see whether or not I can actually like complete like an ascension. Hey, Guns. You know. I think I'm okay with this, but also at the same time, I need to sell shit right now. One in the bag. Equip one, bag one. So you. I'll sell you. Okay, all these are equipped. I still have all of these, I don't know why. But yeah, I just finished like one ascension and that's about it. I mean, my... How do you say this? Hold on. Let me show you guys my stats, because I actually showed someone my stats like yesterday. Because I finished, like I was like playing fucking Slay the Spire like yesterday, and then I beat it yesterday. Well, I got one victory yesterday. There you go. As you can tell, I took 15 hours. Like literally, I took 15 hours. As you can tell, and I only got one victory out of it. That's how long it took for me to actually play Ironclad. It was very hard. It's hard. I don't know. Like, how do people actually finish? Like, how do people actually like play Ironclad and actually get a lot of victories? You know, I'll show you like my friends' stats. This is my friend's stats, as you can tell. Like, they played 14 hours in, and they got 8 victories out of it. 14 hours, 8 victories. I played for 15 hours, and I only got 1 victory. You know? You beat it once you beat the game. I guess so. Ironclad as well as unlockable good cards. Yeah, they play like a lot. I don't know how. I have 1 out of 20. Yeah, but like, look, they played so, like, they play for less hours than me. The only reason why I play a lot, like, longer is because I need to think a lot. Like, I need to think hard. I think it took like 1 hour plus for me to like legitimately think over every single fucking, you know, strats and stuff. They don't stop and read the card for 30 minutes. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you would do that. I literally like read the cards. I need to read the cards. I can't like skip them and not know what to do. I don't know how the fuck someone would do that, honestly. Hey, you win one, you lose some? Yeah. How you doing, Echo? Hope you're doing well. I'm still gonna get the bone. No, I'm still gonna be using the bone sword anyway. So there's that. Why is this mist rope? Hold on. I guess if you're used to card games, it's easier. I guess so. But like, holy shit. I just, you know, I couldn't fucking, like, I can't fathom, like, people actually doing all of those quickly, you know, because, like, a lot of people would do them quickly. And it surprises me, I would say. Who has the... Oh, you have the snakes. Okay. You know what? Whatever. Because I don't think... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Do I not have the mist rope on someone? Oh, I don't have the mist rope on someone. Oh! Oh, is that... Oh, that's why. Okay. I guess I can sell the mist rope then. I don't need the mist rope. There we go. I still need to buy... give me 10, I would say. Cool. Being used to RPGs also just helps. I like your desire to overthink moves, because that's how you learn strategy games. Still will troll you for it. I guess my my field of expertise is actually just in FPS, because in FPS I think like it's more easier for me to just like do the stuff quicker than a lot of the fucking, you know, a lot of the stuff. I played Borderlands. I actually played it with someone like a while ago. We stopped playing Borderlands because they're busy. I haven't played like Borderlands 3 in a while, so there's that. Although I really want to go back to Borderlands 3. Which one needs more attack though? You need more attack. Yeah, the third one. I also did buy the Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Well, I played the second one with another friend of mine, and then I think I skipped the first one because I didn't know anything about the first one at all. I played the second one, and I played the third one. I didn't play, I didn't play one or, and pre-sequel. A prequel, sorry, prequel. I was obsessed with the first game for many years, slowly moving on from it though. Yeah, my only reason why I didn't really get used to the first one was because, like, the first one didn't really seem like... I don't know why. The first one didn't really seem cool to me, I would say. The second one seemed so cool with Handsome Jack on it. That's why I played the second one. Almost everyone's used the first one. Yeah, fortunately. You punch Handsome Jack in the first one, but you kill Handsome Jack in the next one. Everything's all up. What do you mean lies? You kill Handsome Jack in the second one, right? Do you not kill Handsome Jack in the second one? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Phew! Okay, phew! I was like, wait a minute. Am I thinking of it wrong? Okay, so Alex is the liar then. Fucking Alex. Stupid ass liar. Which one should I give more accuracy to? I'll give you more accuracy then. Wait, no, you know what? I'll give you more accuracy then. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're full. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that. You are full. I guess I'll give you more accuracy. I'm not on prequel. It reviews that at the first game. Okay. Okay, that's prequel, though. So I've never played the first one and the prequel. But I've been wanting to play Tiny Tina's Wonderland, though. But, I don't know with who. I do not want to play it, like, on stream, but I want to play it off stream with someone. Just because. I give you... I don't have more... I don't have any more attack, though. You get more magical defense, then. But yeah, like... Honestly, with me... On Borderlands, I really do like Borderlands a lot. But I'm actually really stupid. Like, I'm legitimately stupid. I'ma just say this. The only reason why I say I'm stupid is because, like, I usually go by, like, the numbers. Like, I don't really care about the stats. I usually go by the numbers. Like, if it's a big number... if it's a big number, I just go for the number... Like, the big number that's the gun's on, or something like that, you know? Like, if the gun has a higher number, I just go for it. I don't really care about what the stat is. I don't really care what the gun of the... like, the manufacturer is for the gun. I just go for, like... whatever the highest number is. They're gonna get diabetes. Well, too bad. They're gonna get diabetes. I'm not gonna do anything. They're gonna get them diabetes. Eat up, you fools. That way of choosing guns triggers me. See, this is why, like, I don't really know what to do sometimes, you know? There's a lot of stuff that I do not know what to do. And I just do them. Not for the fun of it, it's because, like, I just don't care about reading. Because if I were to read something, it's gonna take a long time for me to, like, literally take it into my head, you know? But because it's easy to know the story and has some cool mods. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I can feed you with everything else that I have. I guess so. Yeah, I can feed you with everything that I have right now. Wait, is my evasion just high? My evasion is just high. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't realize that. It's not even going up at all. I think it's just staying there. Like, lol. I think I should be alright with the stats that I have. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, safe. There we go. Where am I supposed to go? Here. But yeah, it's like, I just don't care about reading sometimes. You know, like the saying, like, one ear in, one ear out? This is like me. Anything that, like, is, like, processed information, or anyone's just talking to me, I just literally, like, just want to do something else. I think it's, like, OC... No, it's not OC. Sorry. Is it, Wait, is it OCD? No, it's not OCD. Fuck, what is that? What is it called? ADHD. There we go. It's ADHD. Like, I always fidget a lot. And I always like to do, like, other stuff as well. You just need to know what spells do what and how to use them. Just go for the highest stats. Don't worry about it, as you can tell. As you can tell, like I don't really know what to do with my stats. I'm just going for high stats. Whatever makes me feel happy. High stats. That's about it. If you end up trying the first one, hit me up. I see. You come backseat game. True. But that's because RPG games requires you a lot of to read a lot, and I really just don't care about reading. That's why that's why for me I always go to RPG. Not RPG. Sorry. That's why I always go to FPS games, because FPS games actually requires you to not read and just shoot people in the head, and that's about it. You know, why the fuck would I wanna read something when I can just shoot people in the head?
Let's do it.
And then people who can't play FPS are the people who can read, and that's about it. You haven't seen an RPG with actual reading? I mean, there's games I don't know, what, Chrono Cross? What's that game called that someone has been asking me to play? Suikoden? Or Suidoken? Suidoken? Suikoden? I don't even know.
Watch this. Here goes.
And you have fucking, I don't know, other games like Diablo or something, or even you know, games that their UI are just fucking atrocious, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I do not like. A lot of stuff that's going on, you know.
Nice one.
Pathfinder games, I don't even know. I really don't know. I don't know any RPG games that are text heavy, honestly. I just know the ones that I know of. Explain my favorite game, Saw. Did he complete the whatever it is? Oh, what the fuck? I saved again. Somehow. Mommy Milf Lilith. Who the fuck is that?
Jeepers.
Holy fuck. Diablo 4? I don't want to play Diablo. The only reason why I don't want to play Diablo is just that it just doesn't feel like a game that I would play. There are so many games that, I don't want to play. The only game that I like playing is just Counter-Strike, and I spent 10,000 hours playing Counter-Strike, honestly. Not just the 6K I have alone. I play Counter-Strike every single day, you know. I think Counter-Strike is just something I would stream every single day, but also at the same time, you know, not a lot of people would come in and just watch. You only know popular RPG because people talk about them, and I guess so. In Valorant, I only use Sage and Raze, because Sage is the one that heals, and Raze is the one that uses her grenades, and that's about it. I only use those two. I can't be arsed to use the other characters as well, but I only use those two. When I was starting out playing Valorant, I played Phoenix, but Phoenix was kind of a bit hard. I think I also played Sova, and Sova with their lineups is shit. I don't like that. I don't like using Reyna. I think Reyna has all the buttons that requires me to remember what they are, and I really hate it. Phoenix. You have one that teleports, one that takes the health, and then the other one to do the whole ultimate thing. I don't like how they are, and I will mix up one of either. I would mix up my healing with my teleportation, and I'll mix up my teleportation with my healing. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation for me. It's like me saying oh, the bomb is at B side, B site for Counter-Strike or Valorant when the bomb is at A site. So it's just like the way I function, I guess. I don't know. It's like the way I function. Like, I know what's going on, but like I just don't think before I speak. And if I think before I speak, it's gonna take me a while for me to actually think before I speak. Anyways, stop! Thief! Huh? A thief? Where? Holy shit, he's running super quick. That man, he ran off with a huge pot. Deviant horse. Come back here, you must pay! Someone has to stop him. It's daylight robbery. It would be hilarious to see you try Pathfinder. I don't even know what Pathfinder is. You know what? Let me actually check out what's Pathfinder. I've never heard of Pathfinder before. This is like the first time that I heard about Pathfinder. It might be the first time that I heard about Pathfinder. Hold on. Pathfinder. The fuck? This looks like just Diablo. Yeah, this just looks like Diablo. Or like whatever it is, Dragon's Dogma or something like that. Is that what it is? I don't know. Baldur's Gate, I see. Tabletop RPG. Yeah, I don't really like tabletop RPG. I think D&D is one of those games that I'm a bit interested in, but also at the same time, I know I'm gonna mess up a lot of stuff because people are just gonna be like very angry at me. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are gonna be angry at me if I were to play like our D&D with them. Like, I don't know what the stats is. I don't know how to like upgrade my stuff. I just like sit here and like, yeah, attack them, because I don't know. Because like I really just don't know. Like I have no interest. I have no interest. Like there are games that I have no interest in. I think like the only games that I'm interested in are like puzzle games and FPS. And it feels like the most boring fucking genres out there. FPS games like Counter-Strike, like I play Counter-Strike like every single day, and like it is what it is. And then like puzzle games, I love the Talos Principle, I love the Witness, I love I think that's one game that's called Quern. It's a really cool game. It looks like Myst. Quern is a cool one. I think whatever that new game's called, Entropy Center, was actually pretty cool. It looks like Portal as well. That's what it is. There are a bunch of games like that, like I just, you know, it feels like I have a little bit of interest, but also at the same time I don't know whether or not I would like play them, or even I would spend the time playing them. I bought like, you can totally tell I bought like so many fucking games, as you can tell. Hold on, look at how much games that I have. Look at how much games that I have that I've never played before. I have My Friend Pedro. Never played My Friend Pedro at all, as you can tell. I bought the game, never played it. I have Night Trap. Never played Night Trap at all. I got Neko Power, and I've never played Neko Power before. I got the Naruto game. Never played Naruto at all. You can totally tell how many games that I buy that I never play at all. Life is Strange as well. Like, the Life is Strange games, I never played it. The only reason I have, like, this amount of hours is because, like, I just idle. I used to idle on games just to get, like, the cards that actually give out, you know? But the better advice is just not to play them because you're clearly not interested in this type of game. There are some that I'm interested in. It's just whether or not I can muster the courage to actually play those games to see whether or not it's interesting going forth into like playing it, you know? I think there was one game that I wanted to look at for a while. I do not know how this game is like. Has anyone played Oxenfree before? Is this game actually cool? Like, is this game actually good? That's because stream asked me to read a book on stream. They forced me to read a book on stream when I didn't want to. Anyway, is Oxenfree good? That's what I want to know, because I've been like looking at Oxenfree for a while, and I do not know whether or not I would really want to get Oxenfree. The second game is about to come out pretty soon as well. So, like, there's that. Excuse me. Other than that, like, there's a lot of other games that I have, but I just don't play because, you know, like, I procrastinate and I don't Western RPGs. I mean, like I said, no. It's still the same thing. Like, if I'm interested into like an RPG, I would play it. But that doesn't mean that like I would want to finish it if I don't have the interest in it. Like Final Fantasy VII. Like, I think Final Fantasy VII, like, I don't have the interest in it because like it just doesn't feel like a game that I would want to continue playing. Like, I don't think that kind of game would actually make me want to continue playing. Other games, I don't even know what other like RPG games are there, or like other Western RPG games are there, because I don't really know a lot of Western RPG games. I think like the only kind of Western RPG game that I know is like fucking, you know, Borderlands. Like, Borderlands is the only like RPG, like quote unquote RPG game that I know that is like FPS, and I do play it because I really like it a lot. Other than that, like, yeah, I really don't know what other I don't know what Western RPG games are there. What other Western RPG games are there? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, there's no other Western RPG games that I know of. Well, there's thousands, but I don't know any of them. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you, Ollie boy? No way, we need to go after him. That's the spirit. Proper brave you are, man. No wonder you passed the trials. JRPGs were originally Japanese ripoffs. Western dungeon crawlers. Okay, Undertale is one of them that I actually did play. I think I streamed it, if I'm not mistaken, like a very long time ago. I think I streamed it on like 2017. The only one that I haven't played yet is Deltarune. I have not played Deltarune. I think there was one time. How are you doing, Scarlet, by the way? So, it's called Diablo. Diablo is one of them that I would never play. It looks like a game that like it's cool, but like I just don't play it. So I played Undertale, and the only thing that I did with Undertale is just to complete the game, and that's about it. I was told to do the so I was told to do Genocide and Pacifist, but someone told me to not do Genocide and Pacifist because it's gonna take me a long time just to complete them, and just completing the game would be like fair enough, and that's about it from what I've been told. So I never touched Undertale ever again afterwards. If you think Diablo is complicated, just I heard about Path of Exile. I really don't think that Path of Exile is my game as well. 6 is Blizzard. It is Blizzard, but also at the same time, like, why would I be interested in Diablo? I think Diablo is one of those games that, like, it looks interesting, but it doesn't really appeal to me because, like, you know, it has, like, you know, hell-like art. It's way too overcomplicated and super no new player. Yeah. So, like these days, like, I have no other games to play. Like, the weird thing is that, like, I have no other games to play. I usually play a lot of horror games, but nowadays, like, I don't have a lot of horror games to actually play other than, like, the new releases of horror games. Which, in fact, there are gonna be new releases of horror games in, like, this month. And I will be playing, like, some of them sooner or later. But also at the same time, I don't like Darkest Dungeon. That game just looks like like a weird, like, jumbled up card game. I think. Is it a card game? Or is it like a maze dungeon crawler thing? Is it a dungeon crawler? Is it a dungeon crawler card game? I don't remember. Because, like, I don't really... I've seen the game before. It just looks really shit. To me. Yeah, it just looks really, like, weirdly shit to me. So, as I want to expand my whole plethora of games, there are other games that there are just some games that I just don't really feel like playing. And then, like, here's the thing. Like, this is the shitty thing. Like, because if I don't have any other games to play, my only other game to play is Counter-Strike every day. I will play Counter-Strike every day. Non-stop. Because, like, there's no other games that I want to play other than Counter-Strike. And I don't want to stream Counter-Strike, as you can tell. I'm like a guy where, like, oh yes, I will play Counter-Strike every day, but, like, I don't want to stream it because, one, it's not really good for me. Two, it's not really good for the stream. I heard about Harvest Moon. I think Harvest Moon is one of those games that, like, if there's no ending, I don't know whether or not I would want to, like, play it at all. Or, like, I would play it, but if there's no ending to it, and at some point in the game, I would just get bored, and I will never touch it ever again. Like, Disney Dreamlight Valley. Like, I played Disney Dreamlight Valley, and then I stopped playing it. I stopped playing it for, like, a couple of months now. Let me see how many months have I stopped playing Dreamlight Valley. Because I legitimately uninstalled that game. Last year! The last time that I played the game was last year! See? Like, if there's a game that, like, I would play, like, constantly, and then there's no end result for it, like, what's the big deal, right? So, like, Harvest Moon is, like, one of those games that, like, it just continuously be a game where I could play every day. But it will feel bored. It will feel like, yeah, it will feel bored someday, and I will never touch it ever again, like Dreamlight Valley. Play Cockhead. Cockhead is gonna be like a few hours only, and I'm not gonna be playing Cockhead on stream. I can't play Cockhead on stream. Anyways, that's the spirit. Proper brave you are, man. No wonder you passed them trials. Hee hee, I knew you would say that, Oliver. Let's chase down that criminal. Alright, let's, alright, come on. Holy shit, a go! Hello. Dude, this is Erna's fucking, like, fucking kink. Whatever it is. Pedo bear. Can I jump over that? Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh shit! Hello. Oh my god, that's a lot more! Robinson Island. Where the fuck are we? Hold on. Are we at Robinson Island? This is Castaway Cove. Robinson Island. Shipwreck Shore. Okay, Shipwreck Shore is not really one that I want to go. Excuse me, go for at the moment. Okay, there's 2 errands. I can probably do those 2 errands before I could actually... Why the fuck are you following me? Motherfucker keeps following me. I don't know why. Yo! Big titty lady, what's up? You came from Ding Dong Dell, perhaps? I hear that it's a fine city. A little, if a little dull. Wait, are you the one? Or, no, you're the one. Yes, this is it. This is the future. Gee, ma'am, you sure do seem happy. No doubt I do. I have successfully visualized a swimsuit more elegant than anything that has come before it. For the designer, no joy is comparable. I need only acquire the materials, and my vision shall be realized. Ha! Perhaps you can help? Visualized. She doesn't have eyes. Her eyes are just covered up. Don't worry about it. Us really? Yes. Would you do something for me, perhaps, in the name of the ancients and all that is elegant? My new swimsuit design requires a certain material that is rare, but by no means unattainable. I wonder if you could fetch it for me. Shitty fetch quest. Fuck JRPGs. Oh, thank you. It is rainbow leaves that I require. These are usually carried by florets. What's a floret? Keep up, Ollie boy. They are creatures that roam the shimmering sands. The shimmering sands. Okay. I guess. Wait, cool down? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Do you remember to cool the leaves before picking them up? They will otherwise wilt away to nothing. Wait, what? Have I seen the florets before? Hold on. You. Yeah, have I seen the florets before? Feels like one that I haven't. Oh wait, sorry, my grandma came in. Anyways. Which one is the one? Wait, what's this? Splisher. I feel like I've not seen a splisher before. Hello, grandma cameo during marathon. Yeah, she asked me to do something because she wanted to. She wanted me. Oh, it's you, Floret. Okay. So it just looks like you. Have I seen these before? Oh, I've seen these before. Okay. So I guess I just had to freeze them. Okay. You did well, by the way. Thanks. Even though I went over estimate. What's here? Oh yeah, is this the healing place? Yeah. My grandma called me. I had to stop my run for a bit before I continue on. Oh, there we go. She wanted me to change the TV, so there's that. So I just changed the TV for her. Because usually at that time, she would ask me to change the TV for her, or like if she slips up on something, she would like tell me, "Hey, yo, help me fix the TV." Got flan. This is good. Yeah, so I usually have to stop my runs. Like, even with like the whole, you know, the GDQ thing. I think with the GDQ thing, as you can tell, like, my fucking grandma came in and just do the laundry at a bad time. Because initially I was supposed to be running the game at like 6 PM my time last year. And then it prolonged to like 10 PM. And it was like a very bad time for me because I knew my grandma was going to be around and I had to take care of my grandma anyways, right? So it was gonna be like it was a weird bad time that I was doing my whole run on.
Stay calm now.
Oh wait, what? Hold on. You. Whoa, dude! What the fuck is that? Am I blinded? I'm blind. Oh shit, I am blind. Hold on. Oops. Is it blind? Yeah, blindness. Okay. What the fuck? Why are you gonna make me blind again? The fuck? Okay, sure. Blunt. What is blunt? Blunt for 8. Oh wait, no, that's a shield though. Demotivating technique reduces a single. Nah. I feel like for me, I'm mostly going for like offensive attacks. Like I'm going for offense a lot more than defense. I'm giving Esther a lot of defense, and I'm giving myself a lot of offense, which is kind of weird.
We can do this.
Because normally I really do not know what to do with RPG games other than just attack, attack, attack. Like, you can totally tell, like, if with RPG games, like, oh yeah, I just go with attack a lot of times. And I just want to just grind with the XP just to get more XP. No, just to get more levels. And the more levels I am, the better I am with, like, the combat system and stuff like that. But I don't think that's how you play. I really just don't think that's how you play.
Let's go.
Did I get the rainbow leaf? Okay, cool. I got the rainbow leaf. Cool. Yeah, but I don't know how RPGs are like in terms of like people just leveling up and going with like whatever it is. Ooh, please don't. Does it work like that? If I were to... How dare you make the roach take over? How you doing, Arliss? Hope you're doing well, at least. Other than, you know, your cockroaches taking over your house right now. Sounds pretty fucking bad, honestly.
Here we go. We did it.
Cool. Esther ranked up, which is good. Oh, leveled up. I need to remember it's not ranked up. Level up. I play too much CSGO just to say rank up or rank down. Fuck's wrong with me sometimes. Oops. This one, sorry. Spells to you. Are you serious? There we go. You die. Fucking bitch.
We won.
Okay, that's all of them if I'm not mistaken. Cool. That is all of them for this one. I do need to save as well. Let's save real quick before something happens. Hey, Shy. How you doing, Home Slice? I'm fucking, like, weirdly enough, I actually wanted to cancel stream today because I'm fucking tired lately. I've been streaming for like 8 hours the past like 5 days already. And like I did like marathon runs as well, and I did like a lot of the streams, and I'm like super tired lately. You bought them at Crispy. God damn it, Crispy. But yeah, I'm like super tired lately. That like, because of how tired I am, like my speech at the moment is like super fucking like. As you can tell, I had to think a lot think a lot longer before I speak nowadays because it's like fucking Like, you know. McDonkey. Like, I'm so fucking tired lately. I just want to fucking sleep. I just want to sleep all day, like, soon. Brain rot's finally getting... yeah, probably. I don't know. Bubble bath, splish splash. We'll go with this one. But you know what? Blunt and... Whirligig? That's a whirligig? Interesting. Stop eating shit, Don. I haven't even ate like McDonald's in a while, actually. The only time that I ate McDonald's was because my grandma was hungry and she was asking me what food is still there outside, and I told her like at 3 a.m. in the morning she was asking like, oh yeah, can you buy food for me? I was like, okay, sure. What do you want? What's open? I was like, McDonald's is open. Otherwise, I don't eat McDonald's nowadays. I have like. I don't really have the time to eat McDonald's nowadays, but also at the same time, I really don't know what to buy nowadays to eat at McDonald's. Oh, this Fling Flame. Fling Flame! I do not want to cut out that KFC. I don't think the KFC here is actually good. Rotisserie chicken. If you send me a rotisserie chicken, I will eat it. Roly-poly. Smash hit. I think I'm just gonna change this to that. What are you? Drowsy, Razzle-Dazzle, Healing Tear. I think Healing Tear is good, but like also at the same time I need yeah. Double McSpicy and Milo. Fuck Double McSpicy. I don't like McSpicy. McSpicy is not really that good for me. How you doing, Perp? Hope you're doing well. The only time I went for fast food is in the past 5 years. McDonald's once 2 years ago. McDonald's. Yeah, it's like, no, it's like, it's 24/7 here. So might as well just buy McDonald's for my grandma because like that's nothing I could actually buy other than McDonald's here in Singapore. But also at the same time, like KFC doesn't like there's nothing to buy at KFC nowadays because they took away a lot of the good stuff at KFC in Singapore. We used to have quesadilla. Yeah, Singapore has 24/7 McDonald's. But yeah, we used to have quesadilla and then it's gone. We used to have, I don't know, some breakfast burrito rolls or something like that. Or is it like some kind of burrito? It's gone. A lot of the stuff that I used to like are gone. You know? They're just gone. So, why eat at KFC nowadays? I think the only fast food that I would eat is the expensive one, which is Shake Shack. I think Shake Shack is like the only fast food that I would eat nowadays. Do they still have breakfast rolls? Maybe it's the one that is the flagship burrito or whatever it is for KFC. I don't remember. I don't normally eat at KFC anymore unless my grandma really wants to eat chicken. Otherwise, I won't be eating any kind of chicken. Which one is a moon? This is a moon. Okay. Shake Shack is fucking expensive. Yeah, it is. How are you doing, Asan? Shake Shack is expensive, but I love Shake Shack. It's you can evolve it with one of the candy drops, but I don't have the specific candy drop in the game. I just don't have the specific candy drop at all. Like I really wanna evolve that purple duck. It's just that I don't have a fucking I don't have the what? I don't have the star drop. Yeah, I just don't have the star drop. I can't use the jumbo star drop. Hey, that's the shitty thing. I can't use the jumbo star drop at all. So I have to use a normal star drop, and I don't have a normal star drop unless I fucking, you know, find it. Okay, where are you? Wait, are you walking here? You are. Okay, hold on. But yeah, Shake Shack is expensive, yes, but like also at the same time, like I really do like Shake Shack a lot. I think Shake Shack is like one of my top 3 favorite fast food joints right now. I don't like Five Guys though. I think Five Guys is shit. Five Guys is not worth it. If you were to get Five Guys, I think the only good thing at Five Guys is probably the fries, and that's about it. Other than that, everything else is shit. Defense increase. Hold on. Magic attack. I think I'll use you right now. Local burger place that goes hard but expensive. Yeah. Okay, so I'm full up with that. Magical defense increase. I think I need you to have magical defense as well. But yeah, like I don't know, because like I love food and that's about it, you know? I just love food. I need food, man. I want food. Yeah, food is good. Food and games? Food and games are good. No. I live in fucking Commonwealth. Do you think there's any in Commonwealth? I don't think so. Doxing? Well, I live in Commonwealth, but like you don't know the specific area that I live in. And also at the same time, there's no good like prata place other than like this one place that I usually go to in the past, but like funny story, they unblocked the whole fucking market. Or they tear down the whole fucking market. So there's no fucking like food to eat there anymore. There's nothing to eat anymore. The food court that is near my place is shit. No, it's just the city that I live in. Oh, sorry, is it the city? Not the city. The street that I live in. Sorry. Yes, this is the street that I live. Jesus Christ, sis. Thank you for the 25 subs. Now I have to read them all because I had to read them. Gifting subs to Erdenshire, Zeno, Wonder Greek, Firebud Lover, Phoenix Flower, Marcus, Shy got one finally, Gushef, Toysel, Shido Vendor, Pancake, Emma, Donovan, Dreamer, Suiruken, Seven Sage, Moonshine, Isane, Sinidro, Syrup, Brooklyn Arts, Mycene, Seth, Firework, Fox Deer, and Feolu. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Much appreciated. I'm gonna hear vagina for a while now. How do I even go there? How do I even go there right now? I really need to go there. It's from the bottom. Oh yeah, okay. I know what it is. It's from the bottom. Yeah, even the 25 get the subs once again. Supporting the channel so I can actually stream a lot longer. Or stream a lot more. Streaming more! Oh, who doesn't like a go vagina? True, actually. Totally supporting my gambling needs. Haha ha 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 ha. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, sis. Biography, goddamn the biography, man. Well, are you? Is it you or you? You, it's you. Give me your shit, bitch. Stop gambling. Cope. I need to gamble, man. This is why you're supporting the gamble, the gambling addiction. Nah, it's all cool. Yay, courage. Well, I don't need you. I need you. Is it you? You. What is the affliction I suffer? Okay. Do you? Which one do you need? Courage. Okay, I'll give you the courage, I guess. The man, give the man a lady for the night. True. Ladies are expensive. True. Cope. You remind me of the gambling advert. Give one more try. True. Okay. There we go. Give me your shit, bitch. Thank you. Okay, now we can actually do this thing, I think. Yeah, we can do this thing right here. Damn it! Wait, like, where can you find a lady for less than 1K? The ladies rate in Singapore? I don't know what the ladies rate in Singapore is. I don't even have sex. What are you talking about? Damn it! There's no escape. Get back what you stole. What I stole? What are you on about? Like 200, I think. I don't even know. I don't even know what the rating is. Or the rates. What do you mean? What am I on about? That great big pot, of course. Pot? Oh, this thing. What's wrong with him, Mun? It's like he doesn't even remember stealing it.
What do I want with this piece of rubbish?
Do I have to wait for the vaginas to end so I can hear the dialogue of what's going on with this character right here?
If you want it, it's yours.
Oh no. What the fuck?
Make you very happy. See ya.
I'm very happy. I got my pot back. My pot. Drippy constantly saying vagina in the background. Yes. What? What was that all about? Why would he steal something that then just throw it away like that? Yes, why would he? What was he thinking? I don't reckon he was thinking at all, man. $200 better save up, Jiho. Dude, why pay $200 when I can fuck like someone like Shy for free? Think about it. Why would I want to save up on money when I could fuck someone like Shy or Veye for free? Huh? How do you mean? Well, he ain't bothered what he steals. It's just the stealing he's in it for, ain't it? You mean he enjoys stealing for his own sake? Yeah, that's about the size of it. I'm no expert, mine. If that's really true, he's even more horrible than I thought. Well, never mind that for a minute. Let's get this old pod back to the peddler, shall we? He must be worried sick, poor fella. He must be, huh? Okay, let's take it back to him. I got pot. I got the pot. Oh my god, my dude is gonna get a fucking back pain. My dude's literally gonna get a back pain from that. Like, honest. Holy shit. Talking about carrying the whole team. He's carrying the whole team by breaking his back with his pot right behind him. Excuse me, sir. I think this belongs to you. Oh, indeed. Oh, you recovered it. Yes, we did. The thief got away, unfortunately, but we got your pot back for you. Curses. I mean, is that so? You have my things. Crikey, don't go being too grateful, will you? It's not like it's flipping heavy or anything. Forgive me, it's just that I was rather pleased to have finally rid myself of it. Huh? The man you chase, he is a habitual thief. He does not care what he steals. So, as ever, I call after him, "Stop, thief!" But when I saw what he had taken, I gave thanks to the ancients. You gave thanks for being robbed? In this instance, yes. You see, this pot, no matter how I try, it will not open. Therefore, I cannot use it to store my wares. It is of no use to me. Yes, you must take it for apprehending the thief. It is the least I can do. You're giving it to us just like that? Hold on a second. You just told us it's flipping useless, and now you're pretending you're doing us a favor to giving it to us. What's going on, man? Perhaps you would think of it as a souvenir of your visit to Castaway Cove, Jewel of the Seven Seas. Ahem. A souvenir? The great big pot like this? Yes, a most wondrous souvenir. It is no ordinary pot, after all. If the rumors are to be believed, it was once used by an ancient royal family. It has an illustrious and regal history. But if that's true, we can't accept it. It's too valuable. But you must. I'm so grateful to you. So very grateful for your help. Think of nothing of it. Think nothing of it. Go now. Take it. Go. Be gone. Okay. You said yes. What did you do that for, man? What do you mean, Mr. Drippy? Did I do something wrong? I mean, he looked as if he was going to cry if I didn't take it. He seemed real worried. Dementia? Probably dementia. Indeed, I was worried. Worried that you would think me ungrateful. Yes. That is what I was worried about. Thank you so very much. Something funny is going on here. Come on, tell us. There's something wrong with this pot, isn't there? Wrong? Why? Of course not. It is... Oh, goddammit. It is simply that the lid would not open, and perhaps now and again, spine-chilling clatterings emanate from within. But only every once in a while. It is nothing. So the lid won't open, but strange sounds come from inside it. What could that mean? Aha! So that's it, is it? Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Huh? You know why it won't open, Mr. Drippy? Nah, man, it will open. You just need to know how, ain't it? It's a cauldron, see? Really? This is a cauldron? Wow. You know what that is? Yeah, I never seen one, but my father used to have one. All wizards have a cauldron, you see. They do? That they do, Ollie boy. And the reason it won't open is because it's sealed up tight with powerful magic. But all it needs is for a true wizard to say the magic words written in the Wizard's Companion, and alakazam! The lid will pop off just like that. It will, huh? Oliver, you should try to open it. I should? Right now? Why not, man? There's no time like the present. Go on, give it a go. Okay, so the magic words are in the Wizard's Companion, huh? Let me take a look. Hold on. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't know which one is which one to use it for. Hold on. No. 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 Maybe? No. 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 I guess this one? If not, I don't even know which one is it. Yeah, I have no idea which one is it. Oh. Missing a week of work sucks. Why? So how are you doing, RS25? Hope you're doing well. I don't have anyone. Oh, I had to see the magic. Oh no. Okay, I had to find. Well, really, I had to find out what the magic word is. Wait, hold on. Oh, god damn it! It's reading. Ah! I hate to read. I hate reading. Fuck me. I'm gonna read. Okay, let's read then. I hate having to come back to all the. What do you mean? Did you miss my streams, dumbass? Wait, hold on. They help, but it isn't worth all the stuff I'm gonna catch up. What do you need to catch up on? Fuck my life. Is it alchemy? God damn, I don't even know. Oh no, what are these? Okay, it's not an alchemy. I don't think it's in provisions as well. Hold on. Wait. Where's this Okay, hold on. Cheeseburger recipe? There is a cheeseburger recipe. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. Jesus. Okay, wait. I need to read all of these. Like, really? Seriously? Me reading? Okay. It's somewhere in alchemy. Maybe. Is it somewhere in alchemy? Unless it's in provisions. Why do I feel like I missed? Why do I feel like I missed it? Wait, hold on. In a cauldron, this material may be combined to create. In a cauldron. Wait. Wait. Fuck me. Stop. Those are spells. But there's no list of spells. Yeah, there's no such thing as there's no such thing as a list of spells in this book unless I'm missing something. Oh my god. Oh, Is this where I'm gonna be stuck? And me not knowing what the fuck to do? Because I don't reach it? Oh my god. None of these tell me anything. Hold on. So, what do you have? What kind of shit do you have? You have like a lot of good shit. Alright, have a good one, Shay. I want to look at my fucking companion, but like, what am I supposed to do? I don't want to see your breaststrokes. God damn it. It's in here. I just don't know where is it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's equipments. Hold on. Have I not seen this yet? Oh wait, hold on. Wait, no. Equipments doesn't really say anything. I don't think so. Chapter 2, Alchemy. Is it at Alchemy? I just can't find it in Alchemy. Unless I just... Oh. Oh. See, this is why you don't ask Gio to read shit. See, this is why you don't tell Gio to read shit. I missed the whole thing. There. I missed the whole fucking thing. Alchemy.
You are very small, master.
Why are you masturbating?
Not. Your right to command me will be
Literally fucking scratching his balls.
Huh? Where is it? Ah! Aha! Now to arms!
Are you serious? We're gonna fight him now? We're gonna fight him now? Are you serious? Right now? Wait, you took my fucking shit. Okay, whatever. Come on, dude. What? The fuck? Grimace Cloud? Yo. Happy birthday, Grimace. Happy birthday, Grimace. Huh? been a month? You mean the Grimace birthday thing? What is he doing? What is this attack? What the fuck? Flipping heck, is he really going to try and poke you with that parasol? Now's your chance to give him what for, Ollie boy. Okay. Wow, I only have like one hit on that guy. Okay, that's gonna suck ass. Yeah, that's gonna suck ass. Okay. Oh god. Go, go, go. Take that. There you go. Got that supercharge. Let's go. No, we don't even know what the Grimace birthday is. So there's no Grimace chicken in Singapore. 207? Hell yeah. Wow, that doesn't really do any damage at all. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, did I not defend? Uh-oh. Wow, I didn't realize that. Oh, God! What are you doing? What the fuck is going on? Oh no! Fuck me. God damn it. So, shitty thing as well is that, I don't... Looks like things gone to pot, yeah. Skill issue, it is. So, shitty thing right now is that, I don't even know where my save file is at. I don't even know where I saved. I didn't realize that fucking, who's gonna die? I didn't realize that, Esther's gonna die, and I was like, uh-oh. That's on me right now. Where is this? Holy fuck! Wait, where am I? Uh-oh. Wait, did I get the... Okay, is this the one where I got all three? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Remind me to save before the pot fight. Remind me to save before the pot fight, please. Yeah, but I also save very often, so yeah, there's that. Oh, fuck.
Watch this!
Oh, wait, there. I do save often, but like I don't know that that's a boss fight. Like how would I know that that is a boss fight in the first place? Think about it. I didn't know it was a boss fight until it was a boss fight, you know? It's like, yeah, you can open up this fucking cauldron for me. I opened up the cauldron, sure. Do I realize it was a boss fight? No. Actually, wait, hold on. Now my question is that, do they even mention that that's gonna happen? Hold on. No alchemy can take place without a cauldron. Cauldron can only be opened by wizards and may only be used by every cauldron has its own resident genie, and it is the genie who decides whether or not a wizard is worthy of owning a cauldron. Are you serious? Yeah, I think I should read it from now on. I think I should read. Guys, I think I need to read. Foil by reading again. Foil by reading. I can't believe this. Can I just play Counter-Strike, please? Smile. Play Counter-Strike. Do not read. The only thing you need to know in Counter-Strike is shooting head, and that's about it. There you go. Fish burger. I like me some burger. Okay, while I complete these tasks, what am I gonna do? There you go. Oh shit, courage. Oops. It keeps spinning it around. You spin me right around, baby, right around. Okay. Did I get two? Okay, I got 2 stems, but not really a full thing. I see. Okay, remind me to save. Remind me to save. After this part. After the conversation, I need to save. After the conversation, I need to save. The magic word for your alchemical cauldron will be in the chapter of alchemy. Okay, yeah, sure. Just save? Okay, just save. Wait, no. Do I save it now? I'll save it now. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Cool. It's, open. Wait, can I even type it? Oh shit, I can even type it. Okay. There we go. No, I just have to heal fucking Esther and that's about it. I literally just need to heal Esther. Because I forgot to heal Esther. What the fuck? Alright, let me see about Esther's fucking health. Wow, a lot of sword. Goddamn sword. Give me all the damage, please. Oof. Oh my god. He's going for Esther a lot more. How about a drop? Wait, no. Okay. No, god damn it! Please don't make me do this again. That was the umbrella. Okay. He's gonna be sad. Umbrella sad. Okay. Okay. Use that. Attack. Attack. Ooh, okay. Heal Esther, heal Esther, heal Esther. Provisions. Fish burger to Esther. There we go. She needs to learn how to block, unless, like, I need to give her the block, you know. What the fuck? Stop stealing my orbs, you fucking duck! Piece of shit, fucking penguin looking ass bitch. Stop stealing my blobs or my orbs, dumbass. I need to look at Esther's health again. Oh fuck! Oh no 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 no! No one saw that. No one saw what I did. No one saw what I did, please. Wait. There we go. Ditch, but like, I'm so stupid. Okay, I just need this guy to, like, literally attack me and not Esther. If he please? Why aren't you hitting me instead? Please, what the flying fuck? Hit me. Hit me! You know what, whatever. You're just hitting Esther, what the fuck? Are you serious? Hit me. What the fuck? Okay. Why are you hitting Esther this whole time? Why are you doing that? Hit me! 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 Why are you hitting Esther? I don't want to change to Esther. It's complicated. For me at least. What? Okay, let's go. Let's do this again. I wish I can skip this. Like, I want to skip this one so badly. Like, it's no use of watching this again. Can it not, like, really do anything about that? Oh, she healed herself up. Okay. Wait, do I have any provisions that... Oh, I don't have... Okay, you know what? Remind me to get, like, something that could upgrade my magic coins, because I need that as well. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this one's the one that I do not have to defend. Okay. Yeet. Where's this thing? Here. Give me that shit. Okay, let me actually look at Esther real quick. He's Scottish, that's why. My dude's Scottish. Please, at least let me defend myself and not kill Esther, please. Don't know why the game was like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill Esther. gonna do. Please. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Get you. Are you gonna hit me? Yes. What? Really? On her? Bruh, why on her? Why not on me? Please let it be on me now. On me. On me. I want to be the damage person. Damage me instead, please. Why are you doing this? Can I even attack it? I guess I can. Okay. Oh god, run, run, run. No, 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 no. Run, 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 run. There we go, cool. Is Esther about to die? I hope not, though. Esther's about to die. Wait, what? Did she heal herself? I'm very confused. Did she heal herself or not? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I guess she healed herself. Okay, whatever. There we go. Now he's dead. I didn't realize that Esther's gonna heal herself. I was like, yep, that's it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, everything all leveled up. Is it the same fight still? The same fight? I guess I just finished it. It took me like 3 tries. A few of them were like fuck-ups. Because I accidentally healed myself instead of Esther. I was like, uh-oh. Ha ha! Why would he just attack us like that? Phew. Are you alright, Oliver? Oh, your name is Oliver, Master. I'm sorry? Oh, most illustrious Master Oliver, your prowess in battle is unsurpassed. Grateful, fearsome, yet merciful. Truly, you are a master worthy of alchemy. Genie of the pot. Genie? That's right, Ollie boy. Every cauldron has a genie inside it, see? They do what's known as alchemy for you. But they have to test you first. To see if you're worthy, ain't it? That's why the big red bruiser started on you. Nothing personal, like, if you're after a cauldron, it's the only way. It's traditional, see? Gee, you could have warned me, Mr. Drippy. When first I laid eyes on you, Master, your diminutive size worried me most prodigiously. But you have humbled me. You have reminded me that a book may never be judged by its cover, no matter how unimpressive it may be. I bow to you, Master, now and forevermore. Pleased to meet you too. Master, I must pay you tribute. Please accept these humble gifts. Pixie dew, sour grapes, slumber knot leaves. You must combine these items with the power of alchemy. They will produce a most wondrous and magical results. Fuck me. It seems you are still in need of instructions concerning the use of cauldron. There are 2 ways to alchemize. When you possess the alchemical formula of the item you desire, simply select the follow the formula, and you shall have it in an instant. Welcome to the hardest thing about Platinum Trophy. Hey, Kodalar. Wait. Which is? Alchemy? Like you were to do all the alchemy? Really? Interesting. But you should not possess the formula. You may select mix and match to combine items to your heart's consent or concern. I pray you will produce the most wondrous and magical results, Master. For your first step on the path of the alchemist, I recommend that you follow a formula. Do not run before you can walk, Master. Is it you have to get all the alchemy stuff? Doing all the alchemy recipes takes many hours of grinding it. No, fuck that. No, fuck that. Nope. I'm only gonna play this once and then that's about it. Once I finish the game, I finish the game. That's how it is for me. Like, if I finish this game, I finish this game. And for this, your first alchemical experiment, I present you also with a formula. Behold. Oh no. A new formula. Ah! Spirit Dew. I don't even have any! I don't even have... Oh wait, no, I only need 3. Oh, whatever. Yeah, one. A bottle of Spirit Dew. Sprite Cranberry. I love me some Sprite. It is a success, Master. Truly a work of wonder. Your cauldron is capable of many more such miracles. It can produce weapons, armors, medicines, and treasure of any kind. One of the craftable weapons is just, like Estes' final bow, for instance. Interesting. You must take your wizard's companion in hand and try all that the alchemical arts have to offer. I will, Mr. Genie, sir. Thank you very much. I look forward most humbly to serving you, Master. Ha ha ha. That's useful, eh, Ollie boy? Now we just need to bag ourselves a boat and all will be tidy. Let's go, Mr. Drippy. Jesus. Okay, wait, hold on. Shipwreck Shore. I don't even know. Second gameplay completely different, by the way. Wait, how? Hey, Joy Boy. Hope you're doing well. How different is different? The combat is completely different and you aren't a wizard. Oh, is this? Oh, I thought second gameplay. I was like, second gameplay of this game? I was like, huh? I heard about the second game and there were like mixed reviews about it. Candle cutter. A candle cutter? I need what? Wait, I need what? What do I need? Hello? Flint dagger and emberstone. Fuck my life. How am I gonna find flint dagger and emberstone? Which one drops flint dagger and emberstone? Volcano Mountain and the Ghost and Flint Dagger, Column Master. Okay. At least it's not the dropped ones. Wait. Hold on. No, wait, hold on. Oh, that's a flint spear. Oh shit, okay. Oh. Okay, fuck me. Then again, my defense is shit. If you made a candle cutter now, it would be useful if you want. So I'm gonna try to do, so my plan is to probably do the side missions first and then go on with the main mission. Because that's how I do with games. Or that's how I do with like games that are like RPG heavy. Because I'm actually dumb like that. Okay. I think I will wait for that one, honestly. Because I still do not have a fucking drop or whatever it is. There's a lot of hidden ones through the secret forest. I know about like fucking whatever it is. Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie's accuracy increased. I do not want accuracy increase for this one. You. Perform all the pieces of the heart. Backtracking. There's a lot of backtracking. Yeah, there's a lot of backtracking in this game. That's all I know about this game. It's just a lot of backtracking, and that's about it. Magical attack is... My magical attack is quite high, but I'm just gonna put it up to at least 1, and then that's about it, I guess. Yeah. Hey, Lunakami, hope you're doing well. What is this again? Magical attack. You need more magical attack, I guess. You tend to want to feed familiars with food that increases their highest stat. I just go with everything, man. I'll just do it. I'll just go with everything because I'm a fucking dumbass. Like I don't usually play a lot of RPG games or this. You tore a ligament and tendon in my knees. Fun time. Hey, at least you can stay at home right now. You 100% the game 3 times. Hey, at least you got at least you got the motivation and the oomph to do so, or the triumph to do so, you know? Gotta work? Boo! Stay at home. What the fuck? Like, I'm just a dumbass. Are you a sun drop? But I still can't metamorph. Wait, hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Oh, those are ingredients. Okay. Wait, I can add this as an ingredient? What? What? Okay. That's gonna be weird. Oh, fuck me. Okay, whatever. Interesting. I was with a girl for 2 years, and during that relationship, I backseated her. You backseated? She hated the game by the end. You don't need the recipe to make the items. I think maybe the reason why she hated it is because you probably backseated her too much. And then maybe she wanted to play the game by her own. I'm not too sure about it, but that could be like possibly like one of the reasons. I don't know. I can see your passion in this game. Yeah. I can see the passion in this game that you give. My only worry is that like I probably am I'm a fucking dumbass, you know? Like I'm a dumbass in this game. So there's that. Ooh, okay. I mean, this game is cool. I mean, I've been playing it for about 18 hours now. 19 hours, I think. If I'm not mistaken. How many hours? 15. No, that's in-game time. So I guess like about like 20-ish hours already. So there's that. Iced coffee. I like me some iced coffee. And milk chocolate. I like the milk chocolate. You gotta pay in. Oh yeah. I plan to do that, honestly. I plan to do like an all like in stay because it feels easier for me. Feels good as well. But now what do I need to do? I do not want to sell everything just yet. I just want to buy some stuff. No. No. Oh! wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Do I buy it for every single one of them? It's a 6 increase. Sure. Wait, how about this one? Oh, this is okay. Wait, buy one of this, equip it, and then buy. I guess buy 3 of these because I have monies. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I can sell my shit. In bag. Okay, so this is in bag. This is in bag. Okay, sell these. Sell this. And then sell this because I think I do not need the water. Yeah, do not need the water. This is also in bag, but I still want to use this for some parts of the attack. Save ingredients. I have way too many ingredients, as you can tell. Like, look at the ingredients that I have. Look, I have way too many ingredients and I don't know what to do with them. I've kept it and I never know what to do with them. I'm probably gonna fill them all up, but I never know what to do with them anyways. Until now. Okay, so let me buy armor real quick. I want to see what armor I can actually buy. You. Huh. What is this? Medal of Strength. Sure, I'll get a Medal of Strength. God, I'm so stupid, sorry. Hello back home. How's your work? Sword and the claw can be upgraded. That's what I meant by ingredients. Oh, okay. But I should be having like good shit right now, I would say. Wait, why are you on a Splish Splash? You should be on Bubble Bath. Oh yeah, because I died once. I forgot about that. I died. That's because. Oh fuck! I forgot that I died. If you have a weapon, it is. Oh, okay. My dude's passionate. My dude's like very passionate. Holy fuck. Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm doing this instead. I don't like the other one because the other one didn't really do anything much for me. See sense. What's blunt? Mysterious demotivating technique reduced. Nah, I'll go with this for now. Okay, you're Babble Bath and healing, which is good. Are you the one that's... Oh, you evade. Sharpen his gun. This guy, because he's gonna sharpen and psych out and can go wild. Yeah, but it's also because like I have that for Esther and that's about it. What am I supposed to do again? Oh yeah, fucking, hold on. So your dad and your dad in. I need the person with the food. Actually, the person with the food is like far away. What else does this need? Candle cutter. Okay, what do you need again? To progress. Oh yeah. I know about progress, but I want to do this one real quick. Flint dagger and an ember stone. Okay, flint dagger. Do you have the flint dagger? Okay, so I can go back to Alba Moon. So I'm supposed to go back to Alba Moon in the anyways. Oh fuck me. The one that I do not know afterwards is just Emberstone. Yeah, the only one that I do not know is about is like Emberstone, and that's about it. Because I think Emberstone is the one that I have no idea where it could be. But I also need to go back to the... Hold on. Do I have other foods? I have other food. I need more damage on you, man. You're not doing a lot of damage, but I need more damage on you. Let's get backtrack at least. Yeah. Golden sparkles on the volcano. There's a golden sparkle.
Watch this. Here goes.
I know one of them. I just don't know whether or not it's the one that I'm thinking of. You already have Emberstone? Wait, do I already have Emberstone? Holy shit, wait, what? When the fuck did I have Emberstone? Oh, is this colorful one? Oh, okay. I forgot. I forgot. I was like, wait, do I really have it? Which one is it? I was like, oh yes, the colorful one.
Let's do it. Here goes. Nice flash.
Wait, what are you? I got whetstone. God damn, that stone's wet. I bet someone just fucking put in the fucking pussy or some shit like that. Shame you couldn't catch it. I plan to maybe catch. I plan to maybe catch the ones that I feel like are side missions, and that's about it. I don't know whether or not I would want to keep them as like, you know, like Pokemans, you know, because the ones that I have right now are just okay for me. I like to stick with like the ones that I feel like I'm comfortable with. But then again, you can also like mix and match as well, but like I don't want to. I just feel like I want to stick to the ones that I'm comfortable with at the moment. I'm a person that always like to stick to fucking shit that I'm comfortable with. Like I don't know. You want the golden ones? There's a golden one. You. I'll buy you. You don't have good shit. Let me actually go to here real quick. Hold on. Yeah, let me go to here real quick. Is it you? It should be you, right? Yeah, it should be you. Few of the creatures have golden variant. Oh, okay. I see. I need coffee. I just need to know how to make coffee. Add and add. Candle cutter. Okay. Cool. 2 iced coffee, 1 spring water. Ooh, okay, cool. Motherfucker knows his fucking motherfucker knows his ingredients. My dude's a Google, man. My dude's an actual Google. Oh, but I need 2 iced coffees. Ah, god damn it. Well, I still have to find another iced coffee, I guess. She sells iced coffee? Wait, really? I have spring water, though. Did you sell iced coffee? Oh, yeah, you sell iced coffee. Okay. I know I have I know I have spring water. Do I not have spring water? Yeah, I have spring water. I have a lot of them. My dude's a Google, man. What the fuck? Insane Google. Whetstone. I have a whetstone. Cause I really do want to use that one, like later on in a cheating with chat. No. Some guy's really passionate about this game, anyways. This guy's like the passion of the passion. It's 1 strong, 1 slobberknot, 3 creamy milk. What the fuck? Yo, insane. What the fuck? How many dicks have you sucked today, then? 0. I could have sworn it's 0. How you doing, Panda? Hope you're doing well. What do you mean feels bad, man? I have not sucked any dick yet lately. What do you mean?
Here we go. Here goes.
Oh, fuck you.
We've won.
Oh, white bread. God damn. God damn, they're giving me all the bread. Let's get this bread. You just killed it. You could have tamed it so powerful. I feel like I'm not gonna be. No, I'm not wanting to tame any kind of like enemy so far because like I just feel like very comfortable with the build that I have. Unless like, you know, I just need a lot more like. I feel like if I need a lot more, then sure. But also at the same time, I just want to just level up again and again and again. So I'm already comfortable with what I have. I just do not want to add more. I do not want to add more. Stuff. Use the guide to see which one is the best. I just go with like what's making me comfortable, and this would make me very comfortable anyways.
We did it.
No, I don't think I would pick up any more JRPGs unless like, you know, there's another JRPG game that is very like interesting to me. Cause consider the fact that like I don't play a lot of JRPG games at all. I think this is like one of the only JRPG games that like makes me feel like, oh yeah, this game is actually pretty cool. Nino 2 is better. I heard that Nino 2 is better. I didn't know. So weirdly enough, I didn't know it's like it's not a continuation to 1. I thought it was a continuation to 1. It's not even a continuation at all. I was looking at the cat one because I love cats. Yeah. I'm taking 80 years. I'm gonna take 80 years just to finish this.
We did it!
Is there anything else that I need to do? Cordelar, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Now it's the problem of, do I need to do anything else? You. There we go, cool. You receive some new alchemy formulae. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Candle cutter. Wait, can I use a candle cutter for someone? Hold on. Who can use the candle cutter? Which one of you guys can use the candle cutter? You can use the candle cutter. Oh. Oh, you are tempting. You are very tempting. You know what? Yeah, sure. I'll go with the candle cutter. I gotta go, but good luck. Thanks. Have a good one. Have a good one, Kodalar. No, not the bounty hunts. No, not this one. Marriott. Yeah. Yeah, you. Here we go. Cool. No more Mr. Google here. No more Mr. Google, man. Oh no. My only source of finding out what the fuck to do. It's gone. He's gone. Gone forever. Little did the guy know, I still have my turban guy in here. I still have my turban guy in here. My turban guy is just in here for the whole time. Everyone here is wearing a swimsuit, huh? Yes, no wonder they call it the seaside paradise of the south. Look, they are not dressed correctly. Tut! So very disrespectful. What? Huh? K-word. It's like ding dong dow all over a flipping again. Sorry. Jeepers. Come now, what is this disturbance? Ah, Governor! The very person we need. What do we have here? You are visitors to our town. I take it. You must know that all who enter this place are required by law to wear the appropriate attire. I speak, of course, of the bathing suit. But we ain't planning on moving here, is it? We are just passing through, like. Nonetheless, the law must be obeyed. The dark days of the past cannot be revisited. We once had great trouble here. I'm sorry to hear that. You would never think it to look at the place now. It's so peaceful. It was a time of great sadness. Travelers from all over our world sail to Castaway Cove. Travelers who do not always see eye to eye. The men of the sea are hardy but quick-tempered. Without constant supervision, they would soon fall upon one another in anger. And for this reason, I devised the means of maintaining the peace. I'm sure you have guessed already what it was. Yes, to require all those in the town to wear bathing suits, of course. Huh? What is he? Flipping crackers or something? What difference would that make? A great difference indeed, fairy. For in the bathing suit, one cannot conceal a weapon. Ho ho ho. And no matter where their homelands may be, all who come here must dress in the same manner. Be they from El Mamoon, from Ding Dong Dell, or from the furthest flung islands of the north. Yeah, we didn't need anything inappropriate in the past. Yes, true. You better not have a fucking weapon. Wait, if you're telling me that you're supposed to wear a swimsuit, what the fuck is that then? Huh? How about the old grandma at the back? You're telling me that old grandma is wearing a swimsuit? Is that a swimsuit? Guys, is that a swimsuit right there? Is the grandma with the kid wearing a swimsuit? That's not a swimsuit. You want naked grandma? True, because she needs to wear a swimsuit. You must abide the rules of wearing a swimsuit. Hold on. When they don the bathing suit, they become citizens of Castaway Cove. I'm out. You're not out. You must obey the rules. If you need to wear the swimsuit, you have to wear the swimsuit. You have to show that you're not concealing a weapon by not wearing a swimsuit. Wow, that's interesting, but it's such a strange idea. How do you convince everyone to agree? At first, of course, I met with ridicule from all sides. None would support my scheme. But I did not waver. I remained true to my vision. I put away my resentment and my frustration. And why I was able to show such restraint? Because I had a dream of peace in the place of my birth. Gee, I thought they were dressed like that because it was so hot. True. Hee hee, me too. Oh ho ho, you are not the first to think so. But this only proves how peaceful our town has become. Such a misunderstanding is a happy one. I understand now. We should respect the governor's wishes and dress like everyone else. Let's do it. I want to become a citizen of Castaway Cove. Alright then, if we flipping must. But I ain't got a swimsuit. Have you? Oh, worry not, little one. We have a great wealth of bathing suits prepared for visitors just such as yourselves. Come, you will follow me to my home. Well, yeah, where's the swimsuit? Yeah, the swimsuit.
Look the business in this little number. Huh?
Are you doing awful? Hope you are doing well. Whoa! Whoa! Where's Erna? Erna! Erna, where are you? Erna! Hi, I'm here for the swimsuit, Grandma. True. Sorry I'm late. We must be boys. We ain't entirely ignorant of the more involved nature of feminine dress. I guess. Anyway, we're all citizens of Castaway Cove now. Let's go take a look around. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir. How is that girl? Old enough for Erna, because Erna likes these kind of girls for some reason. Ho ho ho! The bathing suits are yours now. I didn't read the other line. Now, at last I can say to you, welcome to Castaway Cove. Thank you. And now, at last, we can go and look for a flipping boat. Talk about a faff, man. I got a bathing suit. Hello, man who looks like he is from One Piece. Excuse me, sir. Are you the captain of this ship? That I am, lad. Captain and master of all who sail in her. You have a beautiful boat, Captain. You do not need to tell me that she's the most beautiful on the seven seas. There is not a finer and more fearsome ship afloat, and her name is no less fine or fearsome, for she is the legendary Sea Cow. I have something to ask you, Captain. Would you let us ride aboard your ship? Huh? You seek passage aboard the Sea Cow? We need to get to Autumnia. Avast, go. You believe you can merely stroll aboard? Who do you think you are? Well, Captain, Captain, as may I say, what a fine captain you are, the young man standing before you, and I know it seems unlikely, but bear with me. This unassuming scrap of a lad here, Oliver, his name is. He is only on a journey to save our flipping world, and he is only accompanied by none other than myself, Drippy, Lord of the Fairies. Oh, and I'm Esther. You are a fairy? I have traveled the world, but never have I seen one of your kind before. So, lad, you travel to save the world with a fairy for a companion? Ha ha ha. Then surely my ship alone will not suffice. You will need 2 ships. A fleet even. Ha ha ha. Does that mean we can ride with you? But of course, boy. Just as soon as you have shown me a letter of passage from our beloved Khalifa. The Khalifa? The most exalted Lola. We sail, after all, for her glory, for all that of Al-Mamun. Should the Khalifa see fit to grant you permission to come aboard, I will refuse you nothing. Alright, Captain, we'll go get that letter right now. Ha ha ha, fine words, lad, but easier said than done, I fear. Still, if you are truly to save the world, it should be the work of mere moments. Ha ha ha. I don't think he believes us, does he? It doesn't matter, we just have to prove him wrong. If we can bring him the letter of passage, he'll have to believe us. Let's go back to Al-Mamun to get it. Sorry. Khalifa Lola? Eh? I wonder what she's like. Looking forward to this. And I flipping love royalty, me. Okay, so we gotta go to Al-Mamun. Grandma, why aren't you wearing fucking swimsuit? Why aren't you wearing a fucking swimsuit? Grandma's not wearing a fucking swimsuit, man. That's it. If Grandma's not wearing a swimsuit, she's not obeying the law. Okay, she's not obeying the law if she's not wearing a swimsuit. Look at she. She's also wearing a swimsuit. God damn. Look at this. Look at this chick as well. She's wearing a fucking hot swimsuit as well. Look at that. Look at those titties. She got that dang. Yeah, she got that dang. Alright, let's go back to Al-Mamun.
Watch this. Here goes.
Hey, look, I ran back. Get out of here, bitch. Oh shit, you gotta fight Pokemon in this? Yeah, kind of like, yeah, you gotta fight Pokemon and you can actually catch Pokemon in this game as well. But, like, I don't really care. Because I don't really care about how do you even catch Pokemon. You prefer Power World? Maybe Power World is gonna be one of those games that I'm probably gonna be playing sooner or later. Because I'm really interested into Power World, you know? I think Power World is gonna be very interesting. Ooh. So you can catch this like thing right here. You know what? I will catch it. I will catch it.
I'll give it my all. Are you ready?
There. Caught it. So you can catch that. Now that cat's mine now. Alright. Okay, what is pussy in Japanese, by the way? Guys, what is pussy in Japanese? What is pussy? Okay, whatever. I guess, but I wanna be like actual pussy, you know. You know what, Neko? Neko's fine. We're just gonna go with Neko. Neko. You're gonna be deep in Power World, of course. Be deep into that Power World. Honestly. Alright, let's go back to Al-Mamun. Al-Mamun, sorry, Al-Mamun. Also, is this gonna be a cow? Cow queen, whatever it is. So what? Where do we need to go exactly? Once you're listening, cloth ears to where the Khalifa is, ain't it? The palace, man. The palace. It's beyond the main square, Oliver. I'll show you the way.
Huh?
Uh-oh. Thievery. Thievery is back. My dude's thieving. What's wrong, Esther? Nothing. I just had a funny feeling we were being followed for a second. I'm sure it's nothing. Sorry, let's get going, shall we? Sure. By the beards of the mighty, the regal lines, the majestic curves of the nostril, your nose, it is in every respect the same as hers. I'm sorry? Please, you must let me study. Is this Erna? Is this like Erna in a nutshell right now? That guy's a creep. What? Who are you? Ah, forgive me, but I am but a humble artist. I am currently painting the portraits of one to whom you bear a most striking resemblance. I look like the person in your portrait? Indeed. And alas, I'm unable to meet her in the flesh. Will you not allow me to study you a bit? That's literally like Erna in a nutshell. What the fuck? Well, if you must, go ahead. Yes. Oh, so oh god, dude, no way. No way. The line of the jaw is key. Yes, of course. Thank you. I am in your debt. I know just what I must do to finish my masterpiece. You have my eternal gratitude. That's all right. You're very welcome. I must return to my studio right away. Farewell. My dude just ditched. Wow, I wonder who this person is who looks like me. Whoever it is, that artist certainly seems to think she's rather beautiful. Crikey, these arty types are a bit intense, ain't it? Not to mention a bit flipping weird. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Just that you know. Oh god, my controller. Just that you know, he was a bit of a funny one. Do you not think so? Just me? Was it? Righto. I'll shut my big mouth, shall I? So, time to get a new move on, is it? Sure, let's go. Alright, we're going. We are going. Do I even have missions here? Okay, no, at least I do not have any kind of missions here. Because I did most of the errands, or all the errands, I would say. Tidy! This here is the palace. Let's get ourselves inside, shall we? Halt! You may not pass. You think you can just walk into the palace of our most revered Khalifa unannounced? What seems to be the problem here? Master Abul. These miscreants were attempting to enter the palace without permission. Is that so? Wait, you are the Babana merchant's daughter, aren't you not? I am Abul, vizier to our esteemed Khalifa. Your father's effort to supply her magnificence with Babanas are, as ever, most highly appreciated. I had heard that you were unwell. It seems that you are recovered. Yes, I'm much better now, thank you. That is excellent news. Tell me, child, what business have you at the palace? Well, sir, you see, we need a ship, and we can't get one without a letter of passage from the Khalifa. You and your friends wish to journey to the lands across the sea. I sympathize, and I would dearly love to arrange an audience for you. However, is something wrong? I'm afraid the Khalifa is indisposed. Much as it would please her, she is currently unable to hear the request of any of her subjects. Oh, that's too bad. Apologies, but she has requested that she not be disturbed under any circumstances during her afternoon snack. Then I guess we just have to wait until after that. Would that you could, but her afternoon snack is immediately followed by her second lunch. And after that, then comes her late afternoon snack. Is there any time when she's not eating? Alas, her Majesty's miraculous hunger dictates that she dines even during her sleeping hours. God damn it, she's hungry. Motherfucker's hungry as fuck. I can't believe this. Anyways, this is why I'm forced to spend my every waking hour pre-occurring her most beloved food. But I must be going. Her most beloved food? I wonder what that could be. Forgive me, I must make the necessary arrangements before the merchant's supplies are exhausted. I am most terribly sorry that I am not able to grant you an audience. Curses! I must hurry. If I cannot prepare Her Majesty's next meal in good time, she will be most displeased. Master Abul has spoken. Leave this place. It looks like we don't have much choice, Oliver. Come on. We'll come back later. So, the Khalifa has a very special favorite food, is it? Hey, I bet if we find out what it was and took her some of it as a present, we'll be allowed to see her. That's a neat idea, Esther, but we don't know what her favorite food is. Oi, oi, Ollie boy. You know how we could find out, don't you? Come on, slow coach. We go to your world and find her soulmate, ain't it? Of course. If we find her soulmate, we can find out what their favorite food is and give some to the Khalifa. But how do we find out who the Khalifa's soulmate is? I've never seen her before. So we need to find out what the Khalifa looks like, but we can't go and meet her. If we can't meet her, how are we supposed to find out what she looks like? I saw her once in a parade when I was little, but it was so long ago. I can't remember anything about her. So what do we do? Cheapers. We don't know what the Khalifa's favorite food is, and we don't know what she looks like. I have to confess, I'm completely out of ideas too. Bah! All this thinking's making my head hurt, man. Tell you what, let's go down to the cat's cradle and sleep on it, shall we? Well, I guess I'm kinda tired. The cat's cradle is near the entrance to the town. Okay, let's go rest a while. Okay. Sure. Sure doodly do. It could be better if like, you know, could ask the dad. The dad probably knows how, like, the Khalifa looks like because, you know, he's been here longer than everyone else. Well, in the group, I would say. Hello. Do you have anything that I can take? I'm here to steal anything and everything.
Welcome to the Palace of Pampering, the cream of Cat's Cradle establishment. Oh my! I must apologize. Please, you must excuse me. Is it finished? It is really
The paint
finished?
is scarcely dry, but it is completed at last.
Oh,
What the
I
fuck?
had longed to see it. Now, please hang it over here.
Isn't that the artist who...
Yes, it is. I wonder how his picture turned out.
At last, the grand unveiling. Oh, my beloved Khalifa.
Huh?
So the person he thought I looked like was
Hey, Lars.
Khalifa.
Yeah, I'm having a good time with Nino Kuni so far.
Compared to royalty?
It's been a cool one so far.
The divine beauty of her most admired majesty.
Huh? But that's...
That's the aunt. Brr, right? Meow. Oh, it is divine, truly divine. Her matchless beauty takes one's breath away. You are pleased with it? Pleased? Why? It is worth thrice what I promised to pay you for it. By the beards of the mighty, truly? But we shook upon it, did we not? Perhaps next time. I see. Excuse me? Yes? I don't look anything like her. You said I looked like her. You misunderstand, young lady. It is not a picture of you merely. Mr. Drippy. What is it, man? This is just getting interesting. We need to go to Motorville right now. I just realized who we need to see. You did, eh? I'm sure. Miss Layla is the Khalifa's soulmate. I just know she is. Of course she is. That's clever of you, Ollie boy. Thanks, Mr. Drippy. When I saw that picture, I knew right away. Righto, let's get moving then, shall we? I don't feel tired all of a sudden. Me either. Hey, Esther, come on, we have to go. Huh? I look absolutely nothing like her. Do I look that fat to you? I'm not that fat. Huh. You're still kind of angry, huh? What do you mean? I'm not angry in the slightest. Yeah, and I'm 6 foot flipping 6. Look, looks like we best leave her to it. I guess we should, huh? Oops. There we go. Let's get out of here. Can I jump here? Oh, I can jump. Hell yeah. Huh, the door is closed. Oh, hi! Looks like the shop ain't open yet. I'm sure if we wait right here, she'll be along soon. It's time to open up already. Someone's coming. Oh shit! Oh shit! What the fuck? The alternate reality, the ultimate dimensions, it's aligning! Oh, hello, Oliver. Myrtle, hi! How are you? Are you feeling better now? I am, and it's all thanks to you, Oliver. What are you doing here? Do you need something from the store? Wait a moment, I'll just open up for you. Who's this girl? I feel like you know her somehow? Yes, and she looks like me, just like me. It's like she's my long-lost twin or something. She looks much more like me than that Wow. So you're now calling her fat? Excuse me, now you're calling her fat. Can she not see me or something? Perceptive of you. There we go. She can't see you, nor me either. Really? So I'm invisible? What a strange feeling. And Oliver right here is fucking schizophrenic, and he's talking to someone else where you know, Myrtle can't see them. So what? Oh yes, they can't see me. Oh, they can't see them, but I can see them. That sounds like very schizophrenic fucking thing right now. She's fucking schizo. Of course you're invisible. You're from another world, ain't it? Huh? Did you say something, Oliver? No. Yeah, see? He's schizophrenic, dude. Motherfucker schizophrenic. Can't believe this. Anyway, how come you're here at Miss Layla's store, Middle? Hehe, I work here now. Miss Layla and my mom are friends, and when she heard that I was better, she said I should come work for her. Ooh. Fucking working for money working. Gee, that's real nice of her. Say, Myrtle, is Miss Layla around? Sure, she's busy training right now. But I'm sure she'll be back soon. What, Miss Layla? Training? That's right, she started running. Is she on a diet? No, silly. She's exercising so that she can eat even more. Huh? How do you mean? Oh shit, she's here! Haha! Myrtle, I'm back! Why, if it isn't young Oliver. Hello, dearie. Good morning, Miss Layla. Myrtle, I can't wait any longer, would you? Yes, Miss Layla, I'll go get it for you right now. Oh, it's no good. I just can't wait that long. I have seen in the store, dear. You stay out here and clean or something. My, I never saw anybody so crazy about their favorite food. What was that? Did she say favorite food? Oi, oldie boy, I bet it's the same as the Califas. You're right. Let's go find out what it is. Oliver, who are you talking to? Nothing. I'm just talking to myself, Shirley, because I'm totally not schizophrenic and I can see like 2 people who are invisible to you. See you soon, Myrtle. Oh fuck, what is this?
Miss Layla, what is she eating? It's cheese. A whole lot of cheese.
Brr.
That's right, dearie, and it's not for sale. None of it. It's all for little
Wow,
old me.
stingy fucker. I'm not crazy. True.
Golly boy, she'll scoff the whole lot if you're not careful. Hurry up and grab some. Sharpish.
Okay. Please, Miss Layla, could you give me a piece of your cheese?
You know I'd do anything for you, dearie, but not
Please,
that.
just
oh,
one
no,
piece.
no, no. I said no.
Wow.
Mine.
With all your
Have it. I'll never let you
Oliver.
have it. It's mine. Mine, I tell you. All mine.
What the fuck? What? No, what? Are you crazy, bitch? It's kind of a shock, huh? It sure is. I had no idea. I had no idea she was so obsessed. She's obsessed with cheese? Who's obsessed enough for cheese? Hehe, it's better not to go in, it's better not to go near her when she's eating cheese. I know that now. Myrtle, it sounds like she needs my help. I'll better go inside. Goodbye now. Jeepers, so what do we do now? Miss Layla's store is the only place in town that sells cheese. What's wrong? Oh, hi, P. We kinda need cheese. Cheese? That's right, it's the Califa's favorite food. Who's he talking to? Must be his imaginary friend again. Here we flip and go. Huh? We can make it? Make our own cheese? Yes, with your magic. Lots and lots of cheese. But I can't. I don't know how. Yes, you do. Just try. Just try? You think that it is really that easy? Yes. But do I even have a spell that could use to do that? Hey, wait! She's gone. Have fun talking to your imaginary friend, did you, Ollie boy? Better than talking to your real friends. What? Wow. Wow. What? Really? So, like, real people can't see these magic people. These magic people can't see the ghost people. I'm starting to think that Oliver is just schizophrenic. Huh? Imaginary friend? You mean P? P? Who's that? What do you mean? She was right there. I didn't see anyone. Maybe only you can see her, Oliver. Really? But how come? Well, maybe it's just like how Myrtle can't see me, but I can see her. You might be right, you know. I've never seen this P either. Anyway, what does P say to you, Oliver? Oh yeah, she told me to use my magic to make some cheese. What's that? Make it with magic, you say? Well, she may be too shy to let us see her, but she ain't afraid to stick her neck out advice-wise. You mean it won't work? Nah, man, it will work. The whole point of magic is to make the impossible possible, ain't it? But I guess it's difficult to without the right ingredients, huh? But we do have them. We do? Of course we do. Back in Alma Moon, the fountain of milk. So we use magic to turn the milk from the fountains into cheese. Now that we can do, Tidy. Righto, Ollie boy. Let's go back to our world, shall we? Let's go straight to the fountain of milk and try it out. They're in the main square back in Alma Moon. Let's get the fuck out of here. It feels so weird though. It feels so weirdly weird. Welcome. Alright, let's see the fountain of milk. The fountain of, like, the cum. Fountain of cum. Let's go. Let me see the fountain of cum, my dude. The fountain of cum. The fountain of cum. How do I see this fountain of cum? So these are the fountain of cum. Sorry, milk. Gee, is that real milk for real? Hehe. Of course, the freshest, creamiest milk there is. And there's so much of it. You can just keep trying until you get it right. Oh my god, sure. Keep trying? You think I can't do it, huh? Do you know the way to the fountain of the cum? How are you doing, Ramsky? Hope you're doing well. I didn't mean anything by it. Come on, you've got to conjure up some cheese. Focus. Now, do you know how cheese is made? Sure, you heat some milk, and then you add lemon and salt, and you skim the solid part off the top, and then it turns into cheese. Hey, Ingmar. I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing well. I'm a bit tired as well, so there's that. Blimey! A regular cheesemonger you are. This should be cheesy peasy then. All you need is the right spell, ain't it? Sure, let me take a look. Look at that! It's flipping working! It really is. You're so good at magic, Oliver. I bet you could even make sweets if you put your mind to it, and cakes. Oh, I could just eat a... Hey, stop that! I'm trying to concentrate. Yeah, I just want a super clutch that made us win the match. So wait, a super clutch? Like a car? What's that? Congrats, by the way. Oh, CSGO. Oh, hey, yo, that's actually pretty cool. Congrats to you. My aim has been shit lately, so there's that. Cheese and cake and sweets and cheese. You obtain a giant cheese wedge. Look at the flipping size of that, man! And you went and made some sweets and all. That was Esther's fault. Hehe. I bet you wanted some too, though, didn't you? Oliver's getting cheddar at magic. Yes. You shouldn't distract somebody when they're trying to cast a spell. Oh, don't be like that. Now we can go see. Wait, what the fuck?
I will buy your affection. Now we are friends.
Now I will suck your cock. Ravinsky, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Don't be like that. Now we can go and see Califa. Our presence a little on the large side, but I don't suppose it will matter. The bigger the better, I reckon. Let's please her with cheese. Good day to you all. How am I be of service? We bought some cheese to give to the Califa, Mr. Abul, sir. Cheese? Place to be the ancients. I had thought there was none remaining in all the land. The Califa just can't get enough of it, huh? How did you hear of this? It's a secret known only to those within the palace. No matter, you are correct. Her Majesty is indeed a great admirer of cheese in its many forms. She will undoubtedly grant an audience to any who come bearing such a gift. Please, you must follow me quickly. Oh shit, we got the Ghibli the Ghibli animation right now. Ghibli animation.
That's the Khalifa? She probably ended up this way because of...
Shadar, the stinking rot bag.
Oh. What is that divine aroma?
Here, your majesty. Bountiful Khalifa, these humble servants...
Guys, smash or pass. Smash or pass. Ghibli vagina. Ravinsky, thank you for the A-man visa, much appreciated.
Huh? You want me to...
Yeah, Ravinsky, thank you for the A-man visa, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well.
Young man, bring it to us. Hurry!
Give me that cheese, baby. God, the sounds that she's making, holy fuck. I mean, if you like JRPGs, but also you like simple JRPGs, I think this game is cool. And almost another vor story, true.
Delicious cheesy wheeze. Do you have more for us?
Guys, smash or pass.
More! Bring us more!
Magnanimous Khalifa, if you continue to eat so prodigiously, I fear you may burst.
A bull! We are hungry!
Your request is
Pass?
not unheard,
Aw,
Majesty,
man.
but I fear for your bovinity's well-being.
That there is one utterly broken heart.
What? But...
She might not look broken-hearted, but depending on which bit of heart is missing, all manner of weird things can happen. See, what Her Majesty's lacking right now is a drop of restraint.
Restraint?
Restrained.
That's right. And without
I think she would smash me regardless, though. Yeah.
Her right royal face.
No!
We won't be getting any favors out of her until we've sorted this out. You mark my words.
Okay, so we need to find some restraint somewhere, huh?
There's quick of you, Ollie boy. You have been paying attention after all.
Let's go then, shall we?
Please, you must do all you can to help Her Majesty.
Restraint, huh? Can you think of anyone with a lot of restraint? Esther? Let me see. There must be someone. We can use the locket to try and look for someone, but this is a big town, man. Let's try the shopkeepers first, shall we? That's a neat idea, Mr. Drippy. The people who own the shops must know everybody in this town, and they hear all their news too. They do, don't they? Great. Let's ask around all the shops then. Yeah. Oh, is that so? Well, well, well. So they got into the palace, did they? And what did they talk about? Did they now? Okay, keep me posted on what's going on inside. And my payment? Don't worry, you'll get your reward. By the next time we meet, I'll have scored you something decent. I thought you played Parasite Eve 2 before. Well, that's Parasite Eve 1. I've never played Parasite Eve 1 before. I played Parasite Eve 2, but I've never played Parasite Eve 1 before. Do you mean that you will steal something? No, don't be stupid. It's just a figure of speech. Now concentrate on the job at hand. I'm counting on you to be my eyes and ears. Don't let me down. But yeah, I mean, the sub is still there though. Like if you want me to play Parasite Eve 1, I'll play it for 400 subs because I do not want to like fucking, you know, I do not want to like. Ooh, have you tried mixing babanas with milk and yogurt? It's a huge favorite in Alma Moon. I'm sorry to change the subject, ma'am, but could I ask you something? Can you think of anyone here in this town who has a lot of restraint? That's a strange question, but I humor you, dear. Why? All the people of the desert have plenty of restraint. They need it to stay out of the scorching sun. I suppose she's got a point there. Don't help us much though, does it? Let's see if someone else can narrow it down. Okay. I guess we can narrow stuff down. But yeah, like if I were to play Parasite Eve 1, I just want to do it for like 400 subs, you know? I don't want to do it for like very little, I would say. I don't even want to do it for free because I don't know. That game doesn't really interest me, but whatever. Restraint. Oh, he knows the person. Abul, of course. If I had his patience, I'll be crowing about in all over town. Abul? That's right. A little bird once told me quite a story about him. It was a few years ago now. One day, the Khalifa decided out of the blue that she wouldn't be content until she had tasted all the cheeses in the world. Cheese? I guess she really is just like Miss Layla, huh? Without a moment's hesitation, a bull set off to look for them all. Through forests and across oceans he went, battered by blizzards and often surviving on little more than a wing and a prayer. But finally he came home to roost, and when he did, it was with a cart piled high with every cheese under the sun. Call blimey, it must have stank. Now that's what I call restraint. And by goodness does he need it, with Her Majesty crowning on at him all the time. Crikey, that's impressive. He did all that, risk his life and everything, just so Her Moosiveness could have a snack. Tidy. I think we found our man, Ollie boy. Nito, we should go find him right away. Okay, so we go get my dude, I guess. I guess I do not need to go there right now. $15, hell yeah. I would walk outside more if I found free money in a pot. Yeah, true. Holy shit. Holy fuck. That's big. This is big. What the fuck? That's so big. Okay, now we need a gift. Yeah. I need your restraint. Give me your restraint, bitch. Give me your restraint. Motherfucker. Restraint. Power to resist the demon of temptation. Jesus. Alright. Now I will give you the fucking whatever it is. The there. Give you the restraint. Alright, let's see. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Yo. Macro? No, it's not macro. Oh yeah, macro. Macro?
Oh, goodness.
Anyone into macro? Dude, her tits are shaking. What the fuck? Dude, her tits are just fucking jiggly as fuck. What the fuck?
Goodness. We
Cheese powered tits.
marvelous. Whatever can have happened to us?
These humble servants made your Majesty's ailing heart whole again. I pray that our beloved Khalifa's most generous appetite has now abated.
Well, now, we still wish to enjoy the finer things in life, of course. But we have come to feel that a measure of gastronomic restraint may serve to set a good example for our dearest subjects.
Uh-huh.
Your words are music to the ears of your people. Al-Mamun can return to its former magnificence.
Indeed it can, and we are simply itching to return to our labors.
Munificent Khalifa, should these humble servants not be rewarded for their services to Al-Mamun?
Indeed they should. Boy, is there
Boy?
something you desire?
Boy. Was this fucking Kratos all over again? Boy.
Yes, Your Majesty. If it's not too much trouble.
Well, what is it?
We'd like to borrow your ship.
Ship?
Ship? What ship?
Ooh, a little floaty woaty. Yes, of course. But of course you may borrow it. It is a... We will write a letter to the captain, ordering him to help you in any way he can.
Okay. Thank you. We yoink that shit, baby.
You will? Gee.
Gee, thanks. Thank you, miss.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
But why in the world would you do it?
Wait, did I spam through the fucking... Oh god, I spammed through the fucking dialogue. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that if I actually did spam through the dialogue. Whoops, that's my bad. Because I'm here shaking fucking, like, water right here.
Thank you.
So I can make honey water for myself.
Well, we asked you our question, did we not?
Shaky water? I'm just shaking water. I want to get some honey water, man.
Well...
How are you doing, Cabot? Hope you're doing well.
Go on, man.
Okay. We need to find one of the great sages.
Sages.
The great sages? Yes, we are aware of them. Abul, we know of them, do we not?
We know one.
Indeed, most learned Khalifa. But little has been heard of such men since the magical arts fell from favor. Why do you seek the great sages, travelers?
It's because my mom
We need
died.
their help. We need their power to defeat Shadar.
What?
Is something wrong?
You fool!
We are not unamused.
You fool!
But we can see that you speak in earnest. Very well. We will tell you what we know.
You will? I can't wait to hear it.
There were once 4 great sages. We understand that one of them was defeated by Shadar.
Oh.
Mom.
But we know of one who did not perish.
Wait, the one that was defeated by Shadar was like the fucking who? Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Okay.
You do?
Well,
He lives in the land of Hamlin.
Hamlin!
Detestable and warlike realm.
Isn't that the place that we're supposed to go? Hamlin.
But he is a handsome young thing. We even keep a picture of him.
Goddamn, she's horny for that guy. I swear.
Abul!
Motherfucker's horny.
crikey, sounds like she's got a bit of a crush on the poor lad.
True that.
So this is one of the great sages, huh?
Whoa! Femboy alert.
That's a clue and a half, that is, Ollie boy.
Goddamn femboy alert.
Now, before you take your leave, we shall teach you some magic to aid you on your journey.
Magic?
Really? You're a wizard too, Your Majesty.
Well, not a fully fledged wizard, perhaps, but we royals all know a few select spells. King Tom undoubtedly has a trick or two up his own kingly sleeves.
He sure does. He taught me some real neat magic.
How quaint. We hope that you will find our own still neater. Here.
Nature's tongue. Burden. That's my spell. I'm a burden.
Oh yeah, man. That's a cracker, that is. A real classic, like...
It's your lucky day, Oliver.
Yeah.
May it serve you well.
God, with the echo and then cutting off after the echo, it's like, may you serve you well. It just cuts off at the echo. Like, what the fuck?
Do be careful out there now, won't you?
Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty.
It's like they recorded this in like a fucking echoey room. It's like, what? Such a weird, like, such a weird reverb. It's an echoey room. I guess so, but like it just cuts out at the echo. I don't know why. It just really cuts out at the echo, and I'm like, uh-huh. Oh, can I save here? I forgot. I need a save here. There we go. Remind me to save, because I totally forgot to save like multiple fucking times. I'm a dumbass who don't save at all. Wait, hold on. Wait, how's my... Oh. Oh, there's this one guy. There's this one guy that I need to, help. So I can do his errands, I guess. Hello, my person. Do you need the errands? Do you need to do the errand? Oh, wait. Are you in need of... Wait. Agree to look for the boy's pigeon. Okay, sure. We'll look for his pigeon, I guess. Thank you so much. I would gladly search for latecomers myself. I cannot leave here. Okay. All three of my birds have yet to return. They also here. So I have to find his birds here. I'm gonna find his fucking crows here. Dude, this motherfucker is gonna grow up to be Usain Bolt one day. I swear. Look at how tired he is right now. He's gonna be like Usain Bolt one day. Hungers. Alright, where's these crows? Hello. This bird, is it? Look at that, man. This pigeon ain't scared of people at all. Tame as anything he is. Hey, look at his little face. Do you think he's trying to tell us something? Yeah, it's kind of looking like that way. Okay, Jesus. Nature's tongue. Cool! I don't want to fly home yet. I want to play here a little longer. But there are messages that need delivering. You have to go back, little bird. Squawk! You scare me, silly. How can you understand me? Who are you? Never mind that. I just go on home. It's like, never mind that. Just go on home. Your master is real worried about you. He is? Cool. But I had to fly so far away to deliver his messages. Sure you do, but people need those messages. They're counting on you. Cool. I suppose so. Sorry, Jiho, what was your opinion again? You had to tell me what the CS roster again. Or you had to tell me the teams again. So there's that. Cool. I suppose they are. They always seem so happy to receive them. All right, I'll go back home. Thank you for coming to find me. Cool. One down, two to go. Yeah, you have to tell me which teams, and I'll just be specific about it. Wouldn't the other pigeon would be around here? Navi with Alexi B. I think I guess the reason why for that kind of I think the reason for why for that kind of like international team was because you know, the whole Ukraine the Russia-Ukraine incident, you know? That's why yeah, the war. That's why they had to take out both of the both of the Russians, and then gets replaced with like the international squad. But they took away, I think they took away NPL. I don't know if NPL is gonna be going back to the academy team though. Blade and NPL left, and then Electronic and Electronic and Perfecto went to Cloud9. I think Cloud9 is gonna be a cool team to actually watch because it looks like a cool team to watch. And also they are mostly like a Russian-based team as well. Na'Vi is more of a Ukrainian team, so that's why they kept Simple and Bit. But I also do not know if like SDY was also Ukrainian in the first place. And then after that, I think bringing in JL and Bit. Sorry, not JL. Ima JL. I think Ima is really good. Ima is a really good aimer, while JL is a really good like anchor. He knows how to anchor that well. I've seen games of Apex. I really do want to support Apex. Apex is a really cool team, but right now with the roster change, I'm not too sure. Na'Vi is gonna be pretty cool with this lineup. I don't know how Alexi B is gonna be like with this whole lineup, especially when he got kicked out of fucking G2 and NIP for 6 months. Like, what the fuck? Just bring back Boomich. Isn't Boomich from Russia? Yeah, isn't Boomich from Russia? Or is he Ukrainian? It's why like they don't want to have like a Russian in their squad at the moment. So there's that. Yeah, if Boomich from Russia, yeah, you can totally tell like there's a little bit of conflict with you know, with Na'Vi and the Russians. Stinky streamer. God damn. How you doing, troll? Hope you are doing well. So, Na'Vi with an international roster makes more sense. Like, it makes total sense. But I'm very excited to see how the lineup is gonna be like, because you have JL, who's a really good anchor, and then you got Ima, who's a really good like star player, I would say. Simple is gonna be on the op, that's for sure. I think Bit is also gonna be like the support, and then LXB is gonna be there for the in-game leading. I don't know how LXB is gonna be like. He has a lot of good in-game leading for when I watched him with Nip, because I like Nip a lot, you know. The studying, okay, that's a good one. Coexisted through with that. But since Na'Vi is doing high profile, since Na'Vi CSGO is high profile, sorry. Where are the other birds? Where can I find other birds? Hello? Why can't I find other birds? But like I said, I think Na'Vi's roster seems to be a really good roster so far. I think the roster is gonna be a really cool roster to see. And I can't wait to actually, like, you know, I can't wait to see a lot more. Maybe it's in one of those shops. It could be. I mentioned about Fasher. Fasher is like is a downgrade. Like Fasher's is like stature from moving to from Fnatic to OG is a downgrade, like a massive fucking downgrade. Keto is also a downgrade as well. I don't know about Regali a lot. I think Regali, if I'm not mistaken, Regali was from... Oh fuck, where was Regali from? I heard about that name before. I just can't remember where Regali is from. Oops, sorry. There we go. I need to... Wait, where's Regali from, by the way? Like, which team did Regali played for? Before joining OG? Because I think that's more of an upgrade than a downgrade for Regali. But for Fasher and Keto, it's more of a downgrade. Nexa coming back to in-game lead is gonna be really weird, considering the fact that I think Nico was actually better. A bit better than Nexa. Like really for me, I think like I think that Nico was a better in-game leader than Nexa. Priest Damien Fnatic was, but mostly yeah he did Fnatic once. I remember Fnatic, but the tier 2ness I don't remember what it is anymore. That's why. Okay. So I need to actually do the bounties as well. Oh, Copenhagen Flames. Oh yeah, they went bankrupt. I forgot about that. Yeah, Copenhagen Flames went bankrupt. So rip them. No, they actually made they actually gave like a few good players like Yabi, Hooksy, Roy. They had like all these like really good names. Nikodos. And then there's like one more as well. Danish though? It is Danish. It is through the Danish blood. That's why. Okay, hold on. Okay. I guess we can go back. Or I can grind it up to level 5. Hotbed for CSGO players. Yeah.
Stay calm now.
Like, I legitimately think that the lineup right now is actually a really good... Wait, no. Sorry. For OG, it's kind of a weird lineup, to say the least. Because we have, like, the tier 1... You have, like, the tier 1... You have the tier 1 players playing in a tier 2 team. With Nexa, who was not on the roster for a very long time, to be back. Plus, I do not know how I do not know how the in-game leading is gonna be like, but I'm gonna hope that the in-game leading for them is gonna be okay. They kept Fiku. Yeah, they kept Fiku, but I'm not too sure why. Yeah, Neofrag is definitely better. I mean, Dexter and Neofrag are actually just better aimers than, you know, Fiku. And, you know, I'm very surprised that, Flames actually went to, Vitality instead. That was, like, one of the big shocks that I wouldn't be expecting, but it was a really good opportunity for Flames. Because Flames actually... I mean, to be fair though, Dupree is old. He doesn't want to stop CS, that's for sure. I know about it, but like, he's old. I think Flames has potential.
Let's do it.
If you replace old blood with new blood, I think Flames has potential. And I'm very excited to see Flames because I think Flames has a really good, like, opportunity. I legitimately love to see Flames. And I've seen Flames on, like, OG, Endpoint. He's a really good player. Like, he's not the type of player that you would think of. He's really, really good. It's just that he needed a team where, like, fundamentally and... Yeah, I guess fundamentally work. OG wasn't really the fundamental team that, that Flames needed. I think Flames needed a better opportunity, and Vitality actually took that opportunity. Or, no, he took Vitality's, wager, I think. Which is a really good thing. I'm just really happy that, like, you know, Flames is gonna get a better opportunity now, because I really look at Flames. And then afterwards, it just became like a shit show with, OG. I mean, they were doing okay, but also at the same time, they're like kind of like a tier 2 team. Flame potential is like really is just there. It's just, you know, it's not really put into use. Unlike, you know, right now, I think right now with Vitality's is like with Vitality's fucking, you know, guide, I think Flames is gonna be a very good player. I think he will crack top 10 this year. If he, yeah, if he actually sticks to what he's doing in Vitality, I think he's gonna be he's gonna be like a top 10 player, like legit. What do I need to do? War cry. Let me see your war face. Show me, give me your war face. No, let me see your war face. But yeah, I honestly would think that like Flames would actually have a chance. Who else? Actually, I think with I think I'm really wanting to see hold on. I mean, SDY is probably gonna stay in Monte for a while, right?
We did it!
Yeah, yeah, I think like SDY is gonna stay in Monte for a while. Unless like, you know, he's not really gonna stay in Monte for a while. Hey, am I? Oh, I don't have any clothing for him. Whoops. I hope you're doing well, am I? Were the tier 2 that did well in Paladins already rated by the big teams? I mean, you can totally tell with JL and Ima being recruited to Navi for the international team, so yeah. They did.
We did it!
Sing it. Vagina.
Bitch! Oh man.
Vagina. Vagina. Vagina.
Amai, thank you for the 3-year resub. Holy shit, 3 years. It's been that long? 3 years? Jesus. Thank you for the 3-year resub, much appreciated. It's hard though, I guess, since these lineups will probably be competing in New Game. Well, New Game soon, but we don't know when's the New Game gonna come out, you know? It's gonna be probably in, like, July or August. Because they said summer, so when is summer?
Here we go!
Cancel that one of these? Sure. Smile. It's summer somewhere, true. You know, I could have just named that cat Amai. God damn it. I could have just named that cat Amai, because he looks like Amai. What the fuck?
We're under attack! Here we won!
Okay. I just need to level the cat up for a little bit more. Ray of Light. What is this Ray of Light? Oh, Jesus, that's a big one. Okay. Have you got an invite? No, one of my friends got an invite. And my only reason is because like I have not played CS:GO on my account for a while. I've been playing CS:GO on other accounts, but I have not played CS:GO on my account for quite a while. I've been playing CS:GO on my Smurf lately.
We did it!
This is what you get for smurfing. God damn it. But then again, I'm also doing like the only way that I'm gonna play CS:GO on my account is that like I play with friends. Because I really want to play with friends on CSGO. The problem is that, like, my friends aren't really playing at the moment, I would say. So there's that. Nice flex. What do you mean, my nice flex? I have friends who are like global elite, and I want to play with them, because I'm close to like global elite anyways. So I only play with like a team in my account. Righty-ho, first things first. Let's go and let that captain know we're back, shall we? If he lets us straight onto the boat, we won't have to change into our bathing suits, huh? Really? That's a shame. I was starting to like mine. I can't wait to go over there, hand over the letter of passage, and show Captain Smugpants who's boss. I'm higher skill MMR than what I usually play with. I see. Let's do it. We probably then I guess, you know, Kylo, we probably have to play a game. You know, we probably have to play a game to see like how good you are and I am. What do you mean no? What rank are you? Don't tell me you're like fucking what, silver 1. If you're silver 1 though, I wanna play silver 1 games, honestly. You're gonna carry me? Sure. Let's do it. We have the clue to help us find the next great sage. We're all set. It's funny though, isn't it? That someone so young could be a sage. I mean, he is so much younger than my father. And a darn sight more handsome and all. Huh. We need to get to Hamelin right away. Come on, let's go see the captain. Oh, it's him again. Heh, I'll have that. Thank you very much. Oh no. What the fuck? Him again? No, the picture is gone. What? And the letter of passage too. He stole them both. Crikey, he's a pain in the neck. That one. Come on then. We'll best get after him, ain't it? I'm gonna get a monitor that has higher. Just get a 144 hertz monitor. I mean, 144 hertz monitor would also work the same. I have a 144 hertz monitor, and I've been using this one for about almost 10 years now, actually. Yeah, my monitor is almost 10 years. I just realized this. But I still have to buy another monitor sooner or later as well, because, you know, I'll see if, like, someone has another monitor. Is this guy needing courage? Kindness. Okay, hold on. There we go. Monitors are kind of cheap in Singapore though, right? I don't know if they're kind of cheap, honestly. Maybe it's $100, $200, I think. I don't think it's over $400 unless it's like the curved ones. Yeah, unless it's the curved ones, I don't think it's like over $400. Yeah. Actually, like, LG and Samsung monitors are kind of like cheaper now. Look, it's him! This is Fiendish! Hey, wait a minute, I know you. I know you. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I think you're from, like, Ecdysis. Yeah, that's where I know the name from. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I told you to get this boat moving! The letter of passage does not belong to you. I know you, thief. You stole it from whom? Who cares? Just shut up and let me on board, will you? I've got the letter. That means I get to ride on the ship. I know my rights. Now, are you going to take me to Altonia or not? Well? Oh, fuck. Happy birthday, Amai! I forgot about Amai's birthday! Ah, man. Happy birthday, Amai! How are you doing? How are you doing, Mrs. Fiendish? Hope you are doing well, by the way. Happy birthday, Amai! Hope your birthday is going well today. I need someone to, like, tell me about it. Like, I'm forgetting about shit. Reminders. Belay that. Belay there, friend. There is no need to be so agitated. What is so urgent that it may not wait for a favorable wind? I need to find him. I need to tell him. Him? Who's that? Who's this him? Listen, I'll just have to go there and see someone, okay? He's doing it all wrong. So I have to go and show him how to do it right. Come on, take me there! You're known in this town. Why would I let one such as you aboard my precious ship? Grr. Listen, I have to get there, alright? If anything happens to him because you won't take me, you won't forget in a hurry. You won't forget it in a hurry. Whatever. Save your empty threats and tell me instead of whom you speak. Why would you have me take you to him? Ah, none of your business. Now shut up and get this boat moving. Stop! Give us back our things! Damn it, not you again. You have returned, lad. Well met. Wait, the letter of passage. Is it yours? Yes, Captain. He stole it from us. Just as I thought, the Khalifa would never grant such a privilege to a common criminal. Be gone! Hey, Lex. Hope you're doing well. So does that mean you're not going to take me? But, can't you see? Can't you see? It's all for him. I'll have to get to the Empire. Ugh! What is this? Careful, Ollie boy. Something's not right here. The Black Mist is another nightmare. A nightmare? Oliver, what does that mean? All for him. Be careful, Esther. It's going to attack. What? Oh no! Oh fuck. I did not save! I did not save! I did not save! How dare me not save? God damn it. Oh. Death soon. This boss one-shots? Ah, I see, yes. Of course. What? Oh shit, everyone's asleep. Oh fuck, oh no. Oh my god. Okay, everyone's asleep. How is that one not asleep? Wait, hold on. Oh, come on. Frostbite on you. Fireball on you. Okay. I get my provisions with my strong coffee. You missed on him? Interesting. Use you. Give you a bubble bath. Ooh, 90 damage. Holy fuck, that's a lot of damage. What the flying fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. Oliver's still asleep? What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. I'm cursed! I am cursed! Okay, hold on. Oliver to the provisions on the curse on you. What the fuck? What happened? Wait, he died! What? What? I didn't do anything. What? Got lucky? I got lucky. I didn't know. I was like wanting to lift the curse, and then the monkey was like, "Yep, I'm just gonna kill it." Monkey did monkey. Thank you, monkey. Oh, hang on. Where am I? You got taken over by a nightmare, man. Think it might have made you a bit of a funny turn. Like, can we have our picture back now? Shut up, all of you. Get away from me. If you come one step closer, I'll tear your precious picture into tiny pieces. Fuck me. Hold on. Jeepers, what should we do, Mr. Drippy? I think he's still heartbroken. What's he missing though, I wonder? Ah, I get it. Same as the Khalifa. He got no restraint. And I'm bleeding on my foot. So he can't help himself. He just runs around pinching things willy-nilly. Willy-nilly. There we go. So we need to find some more restraint, don't we? Do we? Sorry. But where do we look? A bull already shared his with us. This is where your locket comes in handy, ain't it, Ollie boy? Castaway Cove ain't too big. We'll find someone restrained in no time. Start looking then, shall we? I don't care what you do. Just do it somewhere far away from me. Go on, get lost. Okay, bye. Oh, yeah, save. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot about saving. Holy fuck. You can talk? You can talk, my dude? Wait, hold on. Tiki Mahala or sandwich? I'm gonna give you the sandwich. There we go. There you go. Shove it in the water and let him die? No, you can't do that. Wow, why am I... wait, hold on. My leg is bleeding because I scratched a fucking blister. Rip me. What am I going to do? Jeepers, you seem pretty shook up. What's the matter? Wow, you can't understand what I'm saying? What a stroke of luck. I was hoping someone like you would scuttle along. Would you mind helping me out with something? What kind of something? It's my friend. He was asleep. He was swept away by a huge wave a few days ago. Please, you have to find him. I'll look for him myself, but I'm too shell-shocked. Okay, bye. Wait, where's the person again? Kai will carry into the east. The east. The east, as in like which east? This east? Brr. Brr. I don't even know, man. Okay, which one of you guys have the... Okay, someone has a restraint there, I think. If I'm not mistaken, someone has a restraint there. Alright, restraint. Here? What? Am I seeing this wrong? Okay, who has the restraint? Brr. Bro, no one has the restraint here. Oh, it's inside here. Okay. I'll just get the restraint real quick then. Hey, Narukami. Flamin' wiping out all life this magic realm? Sure. Sure, I can do that. So, the governor, huh? Is the governor, huh? He's the one with restraint to spare, is it? Of course he is, man. Makes sense, ain't it? Think how patient he had to be to get them all to come round to his bathing suit idea. Is something troubling you, friends? Oh, I see that you're not wearing your bathing suits. Did you tire of them so soon? No, sir, it's nothing like that. We were just about to board the ship and leave town, that's all. Oh, a ship, you say? So you are just for trouble, I see. But our letter of passage was stolen, and now we need to ask you a favor, Mr. Governor, sir. I am sorry to hear of your misfortune. What do you require me? If it is within my power, I would do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir. We need you to help us save somebody. Coming to the aid of one in need, a very worthy goal. But to help him, we need your strength, sir. My strength? Yes, sir. We need to. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Just give me your fucking shit. Give me a restraint. I don't care. Just give me a restraint. I know what I'm here for. I'm just here for your restraint. I'm gonna suck that penis out of you, suck that cum out of you, and give me that restraint. Oh! There we go. Restraint. Joe, what do you get for me for your birthday? A Jewor stream. That's what it is. Yeah, it's my birthday today. Dude, if I were to live in America, I would have just like gift you a game. Or gift you a few games, I would say. I can't do that. I would be like, yeah, I'm just gonna look at your wish list and just gift you games. Cope. I can't do that. Buy a key from, I'm not gonna buy a key from G2A, please no. So I guess I have to go that way then, since the waves are from the east. Yeah, it looks like the waves from the east. Is it? Or can I just go from here? Can I go from here? Castaway Cove asks you to look, hit east and look for the... Oh, east. Okay, so I guess, yeah, I had to go for the boat. Mine wants to suck, not the game duo. What? No. I can't do that, man. I can't do that. But then again, you know, my Cabot lives closer to you. Cabot lives closer to you, so why not? why not? Why not? The suck goes to her instead. I can't do that. I'm far away. I just realized, you know, like, so I think it was yesterday that I watched like Am I a gay fox? Everyone knows all foxes are gay. True. Oh fuck, man. That's kind of true. On not gonna lie, I kind of noticed like yesterday because I looked at the fucking. How you doing, Wonder Greek? I noticed on an American map that Georgia is actually on top of Florida. I didn't know that. I thought Georgia was like literally on the fucking like on the west side. Like near the west, but in the middle of America. Like in the bottom middle of America. I didn't know it was on the east. Sorry, my grandma came in. But yeah, it's okay. Most Americans don't know where most states are. I guess, but also at the same time, like, I don't know, like, most... I know Texas. Texas state is, like, really big. I mean, that's the biggest state in... Is it the biggest state? Is California the biggest state, or Texas the biggest state? Yeah, like Texas is, like, the biggest one that I know of. California is always on the west coast, and then you got Washington on the top right. And then somewhere like Ohio is near. whatever, like circling around fucking Texas, like Oklahoma, Ohio, Wyoming, whatever that square, fucking Mississippi, whatever. I don't even know, man. Canada, biggest U.S. state. I see. Oh, Alaska. Yeah, okay, Alaska. Yeah. I forgot about Alaska. You know, Alaska is like one of those like U.S. states that is like not from like not in the U.S. but it's like on top of Canada. You know, so it's like, whoops. Biggest by what measure? It's just biggest by land. And then you got like Hawaii. Hawaii is like so all the way far. You know. Yeah, it hangs out with Canada, but it's like an American state. That's why I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about Alaska because Alaska is like it's a U.S. state, but it's not part of like the group of the states in the United States. Same goes with like Hawaii. It's just like so weird. So I was like, huh? I went, huh? Yeah, Hawaii's in the middle of the fucking ocean. That's about it. Hmm? What did you just do to me? Florida's America's dick. Okay, what state is the boot? Is it Kentucky? When are you guys gonna take more territory? Well, I don't know, man. Come on, US, get a 51st state, please. Smile. Get a 51st state. But yeah, like, isn't the boot in the US Kentucky? Or is it a hat? I know that was like a hat and a boot, like a hat body boot. One of them is gonna be like fucking Kentucky, anyways. Oh, what did you just do to me? A Louisiana.
Hey,
true.
Give that back.
What's the matter? It's just a portrait of some pretty boy. No need to get your knickers in a twist.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. How many people are gonna say that word? First we got the fucking drippy dude. Now we got this dude saying it as well.
It's important. It must be. Why would you steal it if it wasn't?
Let's just say I can't have it doing the rounds. Tell you what, I'll buy it off you. That's fair, right?
No, it's not for sale. We need it.
Oh yeah? Need it for what? Go on, this should be good.
If I tell you, will you give it back?
I might.
It's a picture of one of the great sages. We need to find him. He's gonna help us defeat Shadar.
You what? What did you just say?
We're going to defeat Shadar, all of us, together.
And we reckon this great sage might have some proper powerful magic in it. Ollie boy here's gonna need it.
Okay, we told you why we need it. Now give it back.
You lot think you can take down Shadar? And you want to drag Pretty Boy here into it too?
We sure do. And he'll help us.
Yo, femboy. We're gonna drag a
You must
femboy.
be even more gullible than you look. That or you're just plain stupid. You realize nobody stands up to Shadar and survives, don't you? Nobody.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, you don't stand a chance.
Just say your mom died, you fucker.
Eh?
Oliver made my father, Rashad, believe again. And he saved me too.
Rashad? What? The great sage? Rashad?
The very same. And he's itching to take Shadar down now.
You're joking. If Rashad is...
We're not joking.
Fine. I give up. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you lot have got me half convinced. Alright, I'll take you. I'll show you where to find him.
Hey?
What? You know him?
Yeah, a bit.
Neato. Thanks so much.
Oh, he knows Pretty Boy. I bet he
I'm
fucks
sweating.
him in the ass every time.
Good to meet you, kiddo.
I'm not a kid. I'm Oliver.
I bet he fucks him in the ass a lot of times, man. Look at how pretty he looks.
I'm Esther.
Zippy, Lord High Lord of the Fairies.
So, I guess we should set sail, huh?
This is so exciting, Oliver.
Oh, while we're doing the introductions, out you come, boy. What? What the fuck? Meet my familiar. What? You have a familiar? You didn't steal it, did you? No, I did not. Thank you very much. He's my familiar, fair and square. And he packs a punch and a half, I can tell you. Wow, this fucking thief is coming with us now. Brr. There's something I don't quite trust about this Swain character. He's hiding something. No adults came out. But it sure will be neat to have another friend on our journey, especially one with a familiar. Hey, I'm not just some idiot with a familiar, you know. How about I show you what else I can do, since you don't seem to think I'm up to much. And just what we need. That chest will do perfectly. Oliver, move round so you're closer to that chest over there, will you? Give me a shout when you got a good clear view of it. I'm going to show you something that will knock your socks off. Prepare to be impressed, boys and girls.
Here goes.
What the fuck? Grappling hook. Now listen here, you see how far I am? Okay. Pickpocket pistol, god damn it. Wouldn't that, and you wouldn't think I'll have hope of reaching it, would you? Okay, so I guess, R and an X. Okay. A fucking gun. We have a fucking, like, weird gun right here now. Fling, oh shit. Not bad, eh? I don't get my hands dirty walking up and fiddling around with locks up chest. Oh, sorry. Bleh, I can't even speak. I don't get my hands dirty walking up and fiddling around with locks up close. The real professionals just take aim from a comfortable distance and pocket the plunder with a pull of a trigger. Professional what exactly? Oh, shut it with the goofy goody stuff, will you? It'll be probably useful to have on site. This one. Friends, we soon set sail. All aboard. Aye, aye, Captain. Come on, everybody. Let's go. All right. You lot don't hang about, don't do you? Fair enough. Let's get moving. Tidy. Time to see the sea. At last. Time to not see the sea. Time for me to actually do more objectives because I'm fucking stupid as fuck. I'm gonna do more objectives real quick. One objective. One objective I can't really go because I had to go to the east. The other one is just going for chests right now, so I really want to go for chests. So I'm gonna go for chests, and hopefully I could do something with the chests. Because I know there are a few chests out there that require me to use the greens. I hope I remember. Are you the one? Yeah, you are. Wait. Is there strain? Oh, okay, I have to restrain. That's good enough. I have to restrain. Give her all the restraint, man. Thank you. Okay, cool. Now what can I do with the... Oh shit, I can actually upgrade you. You have shit all. Wait, I can buy shit from you. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, sorry, not fuck you. Hello. I can give you this. I can give the cat this. I can give... Oh, okay, cool. Buy this to equip you. Buy this to equip... Oh, fuck. Oh, you're level 19. Holy fuck. You're jacked as fuck. Okay. I need to buy armor. Rubber robe. Sure, I'll use a rubber robe on you then. Okay. Alright. Now the save, and then I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I need to go to the bathroom right now. I'm back. Alright. Oh my god, I have him now. God damn, look at that. I have my motherfucking dude, Sweeney. I wonder who's Sweeney in like the real world.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Yeah, I wonder who's Sweeney in the real world though.
We did it!
I think Sweeney can also take the two I'm gonna give Sweeney the two fucking familiars that I kept in the long while because I didn't even use it at all. Like lol.
Come on!
We'll see how it goes as well, you know. Yeah, fuck your evil embrace, my dude. Okay. But where do I get all the other chests?
No slacking, you lot.
Oh wait, oops. There we go.
We did it!
Ooh, look at them all together, like poggers. God damn. Now we have like a full squad now, like an actual squad. Like what the fuck? How many characters do you even take in this game? Like holy shit. If I'm gonna take like 3 more characters, like holy fuck, this team is gonna get stacked up. Oh my god, look how Sweeney fucking runs. Why does Sweeney run like that? Sweeney runs like a weird fucking person. Also, can we establish that like jumping is actually faster in this game? For some reason, jumping is actually faster. Look at the jumping. Hold on. Look at how it is. Okay, we run. It's like, yeah, the distance between us and them are not really that far. As soon as I jump, Global Reset Music with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. Hope your stream actually went well. Hello guys, my name is Juoju Horse. I am a horse streamer. I speedrun games, but I'm not speedrunning games for the time being. I just want to play some games at the moment. I'm playing Ni no Kuni. The first Ni no Kuni actually. So yeah. Hey Biko. Oh Baiko. Hope you're doing well. That was a stream, Global Reset Music. Hope your stream went well. Oh, he's dead. Jesus. What do you mean stream actually went well? Implying his streams go bad? Yeah, probably. Maybe his streams actually go bad, honestly. Resident Evil 4! Okay, his stream actually went bad. Nope, nope. Hope your stream actually went bad with Resident Evil 4. Fuck that. Fuck that. Stream was awesome. Brian, that's cool. Get that shit out of the way. Fuck off. On hardcore? That's cool. What the fuck? Why do you hate RE4 Remake? I do not hate RE4 Remake. I just think that the game is just way too long for me. I mean, as you can tell, the game is like over...
Fancy your chances, do you?
Like, I guess it's like over like 24 hours for me, and like, I can't. Well, it's not really over 24 hours, sorry. It's over like 16, 17 hours, I think, for me. And I just think that like, that kind of Resident Evil is just taking way too long. I just really didn't like it at all. So I like to stick with like games like, well, I like to stick like the shorter Resident Evil games like 7 or 2.
Come on, you guys.
I like the shorter Resident Evil games rather than like, you know, it being that long like Resident Evil 4. I don't mind the game though. I think that game is actually pretty cool. I think Resident Evil 4 is actually a really cool game. Just it's way too long. It takes way too long. So what you're saying is I'm not a hater! I don't mind the game. I like the game. Do you want to see Ashley's ass? I want to see Ashley's ass. It's just too long. I just kind of think that the game is just way too long for me. We woo hater alert. Okay, fine. Hey, at least I'm not a hater. Like, no. At least I don't like the game like 5 or 6. You know, sizes and everything. You wanna see Ashley's RE4 remake? What the fuck? You get more of the magical attack. Ooh, getting a lot of them right now. My attack is actually really big though. Gunter look like the school bully. Yeah, he is a school bully right here. Gunter. Too long, eh? Too long, eh? As he plays that game, wait. A game that is 44 hours. I mean, a JRPG is supposed to be that long. But like, for... Ooh. For like Resident Evil, I just think that, I think like 12 hours is kind of enough, you know? I think 12 hours is enough for Resident Evil. Like, it's a very, like, you know, it's a good amount of time for Resident Evil. Not a hater! How dare you get your money's worth for a game? True. Gala? Hi, Gala. Gala with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Hope your stream went well. Hi, guys. My name is Jojo Horse. I'm playing Ni no Kuni. This is not the normal stream that you actually watched from me. Oh, how's the Divas going for Blood Hotel, by the way? Hope your Divas actually went well. As I'm like slowly ranking up my my characters real quick. Good. Hey, that's cool. You are unable to digest that gem. You are also unable to digest. Do you know Flame? Do you want to know Flame? Do you want to know Flame? Do you want to know Flang? None of them want to know Flang. Go fuck yourselves. Sorry. Hey, Canaries. Canaries. Sorry. Want a comfortable and relaxing raid alert? Yeah. Yeah. Because the FBI always tries to find me every time. It may be your birthday, am I? But I stole the joy of shut up. Oh, I'm gonna time out Biko. Okay. Any last words, Biko, before you got time out for 10 minutes? Mutz, do your job, Mutz. While I actually go around and do shit. Ass and titties, ass and titties. There we go. That's the final words for Biko. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Cannabis. Okana. I'm just gonna call you Kana. I forgot it. I forgot. Didn't you mention like a while ago that you wanted to be named Kana or something like that? I literally guys spamming sound left for the last 10 minutes of the game. Seems mean, but I don't make the rules. Yeah, true, man. Okay, you take this. My dude, I need you to take these two. My dude, I need you to take these two. Now I have more familiars with me, you know. That someone didn't want to take it! Alright. Don't really mind? Alright. I hope you're doing well, Kana. I just made tea for my, me and my brother is so wonderful. Tea's good. Tea's good. Okay. We got one leveling up. Hope you're doing well, Xeon. Wait, were you here just now? Actually, no, you weren't here just now. Hope you're doing well, Xeon. Oops.
No slacking, you lot.
But yeah, we're playing like Ni no Kuni because for once I kind of wanted to play something that is not like my kind of stream, I would say. I've been wanting to play this game for a very long time. Yeah, I've been wanting to play this game for a very long time. My problem is that if I were to try to play the game, I'm probably not gonna finish it. That's why I'm playing the game right now. And I really want to play it on stream, because if I were to play it off stream, I don't think I could finish this game at all. I legitimately would think that I'm not gonna finish this game, and also at the same time I think, like, you know, I feel like people around me would actually be like, you know,
Let's do it.
people around me would actually like talk about the game. I have like a little bit of interaction with like people who also like this game a lot as well, so I think it's actually a better kind of thing for me to stream this game rather than just to play this game offline, and I feel like it is what it is. You're seriously making me want to play through this game. I originally played it when I moved down here and lived with my mom. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is all about, right? Like, yeah, I really want to play this game. My problem with playing the game is I'm probably not gonna finish it if I were to play this game off stream. I mean, there are some games that I would play off stream, but like it would only take me like 1-2 hours, and then afterwards I'm done. I had to laugh at the main character because wow! Wow! How dare you? Maybe his mom's gonna come alive later on, huh? How about that? His mom's later gonna come alive, and then you can't love it. You can't love at the main character again because his mom is alive now. How do you feel about that, huh? What if your mom dies, huh? What if your mom dies and your mom can't be revived anymore? Thank God the bitches. God damn it. God damn it to Cabot. Cabot's mean. Cabot's a mean person. That's all. Go up. Ding dong, that horror is dead. Jesus. Alright, we have to go back to Ding Dong Dell for a bit. Okay, how lethal are my hits right now? I think my hits are gonna be very lethal, as you can tell. Boom, he's dead. Boom, you're dead. Wow. One hit, they're dead.
Better luck next time.
I can't believe in one hit they're dead. And I got 6 experience from that. Wow, 6 XP. I can't believe this. Okay, I need to hopefully avoid these like creatures, honestly. These fuckers needs to be avoided right now. Because they don't really give a lot of XP. Wait, can any one of these characters actually... You already know that trick. How about you? You're unable to digest. Wow. Fuck. I'm in a pickle right now. I wonder if, like, in the speedrun they actually use jump. Because, it seems that using jump in this game is actually faster for some reason. If you are in a pickle, are you in Ding Dong Dill? Oh shit, probably.
Ready?
A slice of see-through pie? The fuck? I'm having a small break from cleaning to do food prep for my dinner later. Hey. This reminds me that I need to get dinner soon. Oh, dinner as in like food. I just need to get food soon. Yeah, I need to get food soon. I need to sell stuff. I'll keep the sword for now because I really do want to actually use that sword later on. I guess. See-through pie reminds me of those dessert making YouTube videos. You can see through my pie. It's cream pie. See-through cream pie. X-ray that cream pie up. It's more of see-through pie. Horse pie? Goddamn. Goddamn true, my boy. There's another green chest, like, all the way, like, up in the volcano, so I need to go there as well. I forgot about the volcano part of the game. This way. But open the door, bitch. Bitch, open the door, bitch. I'm cutting up some meat in order to make it usable for beef stroganoff. Bruh. Why are you gonna make me hungry? I'm hungry now. God damn, I'm hungry.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here
Time for McDonald's. Time for McDonald's, man. I have waffle and peanut butter. God damn it! How many people are just gonna say food stuff now? I forgot to say I would crush and dice them. Oh my god. I think one of my favorite spices is actually just garlic. Well, is garlic a spice? No, garlic's not a spice. One of my favorite, wait, is garlic actually a spice? Garlic is a spice, right? Or is it an herb? I think it's an herb more than a spice, though. Yeah, it can be a spice, but it can also be an herb, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's an herb, but it also can be a spice. But it's a spice that can also be an herb. So, Garlic is a vegetable.
Come on, you guys.
Like thyme is an herb, but is mainly used as a spice. Yeah. Is it herb? Herb. You want me to say it in the Singaporean way? Herb. Do you like the herb? I want the herb. I want the herbal tea. Egg rice and ketchup. God damn. Egg rice and ketchup seems really good, honestly. Herb. Yeah, like in Singapore, I think we just pronounce herb as herb. Herb, yeah. Because we're Singaporean. Somehow. I need to be reminded to actually eat food as well, because I need to eat food. I don't want to be hungry forever. I just need to get food soon.
Stand back! Take that!
Yeah, but that locked chest can't be opened because I don't have a pub. Like, I don't know how to open purple chests so far. Remember to save before eating food. Oh yeah, sure. I need to save before eating my food. Can I go back from here? I can. Okay. Oh fuck. I gotta go wipe down my cutting board and get this slicing and dicing food. That's cool. I don't know if you're in my Discord server. I really like food. If you were to post your food on the Discord server, that would be cool. I really like food a lot, that's why. Yeah, I have a good one, Wonder Greek, by the way. Yeah. I don't remember if I saw a green, yeah, I don't remember if I actually saw a green chest in the forest. I don't think I've seen a green chest in the forest, right?
We can do this.
Oh, Jessica's, and I posted a picture of my cooking, and now Jessica just jealous of when I mentioned about food. Yeah.
Is that it?
I'm already hungry about the food. Look at how far, like, these people are compared to me, because I'm hopping a lot. You know, hopping in this game is actually faster. Weirdly enough. Hopping is faster. Okay, that's a red chest. Yeah, have I ever seen a green chest in the garden? Oh, no, in the forest. I feel like I have, but I gotta like double check or something, you know. You run faster with a knife? Ah, yes. The total CS:GO way of playing like the game. No. No. Oh, fuck off, dude.
Let's do it. Here goes. We won.
Yeah, there's no chest here, right? Yeah, I don't think there's a chest here. Okay. I posted a couple on this coin now. Ooh, okay, let me actually see. I'm very interested. Holy shit! Oh man, nah, okay, yeah, I'm fucking hungry now. God damn it. Me hungry now. God damn.
Here we go.
That's really good food though. Like honestly, that's really good food. I like it. I want to go this way real quick. I want to see about this tree again. But also at the same time, I need to see whether there's anything around here. There's nothing around here. Okay. Whoop. I think I might have to go eat sooner or later as well because you know I'm a bit hungry. We'll see. Unless I just go buy my food right now. I'd buy my food right now just to go and eat. And I still stream, you know?
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
I'm totally not ditching for CSGO, am I right? You know what? Give me a sec. I can order food right now. I'll just order food right now. But at least it's not like KFC. I swear to God, it's not KFC. I'm not gonna buy anything KFC like. There we go. Alright. I did place an order for food. My dude knows Rice and Shine. What the fuck is Rice and Shine? Rise and Shine. Oh, is this? Oh. Oh. Sure, I guess. What do you have? Stalagmite. Oh, God. Oh, shit. That one. Make yourself a sandwich. I don't have bread here. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that I don't have bread. I have to go buy bread. Hello. Bye-bye.
Come on, you guys!
Can I try with this one real quick? Ooh. It's an okay character, I guess. But then again, it needs more upgrade. My dude needs to be upgraded sooner or later.
Stay calm now.
Now, how about this one? How's the attack for this one then? 19? Okay. I guess 20-ish is okay.
We did it.
But then again, I also need to upgrade a lot more though. I think you need an upgrade for your... evasion, accuracy, magical defense. I think you need more magical defense. Cool. A little bit. Accuracy increased though. Which one has like the shitty accuracy? These guys have the shitty accuracies. I'm gonna give you the accuracy, I guess. And then I'll give you the Whatever this one is. The evasion. You gotta tax evade, man. More evasion means more of my taxes getting evade. Oh god, it's a really long way to actually go back to the ship again. Then also at the same time I do need to go back to the what is it again? I need to go back to the volcano. You know what, is there ever a teleport in this game? There's no teleport in this game, huh? So everything when I'm doing my backtracking is just literally just me running towards the fucking place while encountering fucking enemies like these. That is really harsh, I would say. Yeah, especially like if you don't have a game where like you can't. Well, yeah, you have a game where it doesn't teleport you anywhere and it sucks ass. I think one thing that I do not really like about the game is just the backtracking of it. I think like if you were to teleport from different places to different places, I think I would like it a little bit more. But like, you know, as much as I like this game, I think the one bad thing about it so far is just the fucking, like, you know, the backtracking. And don't tell me like, oh yeah, JRPGs are like this. Yes, I know JRPGs are like that, but I just really like the teleporting tool in games because I like teleporting, and it helps a lot.
We did it!
Most have some sort of teleport feature. Yeah, but they don't have like a teleport to different walls, do they? Do they have it? I would be surprised to learn that Ni no Kuni doesn't. Well, Ni no Kuni only has like a teleportation to like the start of like the area where a boss fight is at. So like during the like in the sewers or something like that, like there was a boss fight in the sewers, and then there's a teleportation place where you teleport outside of the boss area. This one as well with the whole volcano. If you go all the way up to the volcano, there's a teleportation place that you can teleport down or back down to the bottom of the volcano. That's what that teleportation is. They don't have like a world teleportation thing. And I wish there was a world teleportation thing, like an area teleportation, rather than like a boss teleportation, or like a boss area teleportation. It just doesn't feel nice at all. It's weird that I can't even like morph. Or like, yeah, I can't evolve one of my oh wait, hold on. I can't evolve one of my familiars at the moment because my familiar do not have that that candy at all, which is kind of weird. Alright, how much damage do I even give to this balloon? I want to know.
No slacking, you lot.
Alright, let's go. 29. It's okay. Doesn't really matter to me that much. At least I'm just leveling up the other new familiars right now because it's gonna help out a lot. Is this the volcano part of the? Is this the volcano part? Wait, no. This is not the volcano part. Is this the volcano part? This might be the volcano part, and then for me to go all the way down. I just had to backtrack. This is not the place. Fuck.
Here we go.
Here goes!
We did it.
Holy shit, Swaney got leveled up. I didn't know Swaney's gonna level up, honestly. Here we go. What do you mean, here we go? It's hot.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, does that guy have a fucking laser? Well, he has a laser.
What can I say?
One of these guys have a laser. What the fuck? Okay. Oops.
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes!
Is that it?
Is that it? Actually, wait, hold on. What is my tactic for Swaney? I just realized this. Hold on. Let me actually check. What is my tactic for Swaney?
Here we go.
Dude, this game is not gonna be beat until like 40 hours in. Do what you like, give it your all.
Better luck next time.
I think this game is still a bit longer than it is. I mean, I barely scratched the surface with this game. I haven't beat it yet. Where's this fucking thing? Yeah, where's the volcano part of this? Did I miss it? I don't think I would miss it. Unless it's like really near the bottom of it, then I don't know. Thought here. Maybe it's up ahead. Oh, it's here. Okay. So after I fight this balloon and the fucking bird. Bird and balloon. You're gonna die, bird and balloon.
Better luck next time.
Oh my god. More encounters.
Stay calm now.
Here goes!
How the fuck do you have laser? 5 health lost. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. Okay, cool.
Nice work.
Magical defense. Need you to have more magical defense, my dude. There we go. You're the one.
Stand back.
Pixie Dew. I still don't know what the fuck Pixie Dew is. Hold on. What is Pixie Dew? Okay. Okay. So I guess it's just for a safety thing later on.
Here goes nothing.
Is it weird to say that I didn't touch that tiger and it just shocked me like that? Like, what the fuck?
Is that it?
When can I evolve this cat? I want to evolve this cat like right now. Right now, right now.
Here we go!
Here goes!
We did it!
Okay. Meow. Oh fuck, I'm going the wrong way. Fuck off, man. It steals my Pokemon. I don't think it will steal my Pokemon. This ain't like the Team Rocket shit. Team Rocket, we're gonna steal all them Pokemons. But it's taking a bit long, as you can tell. For me to get all the way down to where I need to go at the moment, so. Esther leveled up. Okay, cool. So that's good that Esther is leveling up. I think she's gonna be in good health right now. Yep. I have no idea why are they wasting more MP. They should just fight and that's about it though. Unless like give it their all, it's just also wasting their MP as well.
We can do
I
this.
hope not.
Here goes!
What do you think give it their all means? Give it their all means like, I don't know, the best strength. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think it is what it is. Oh shit, hold on. I have this, so I can feed you this. Okay. What attacks do you have again? You got Rise and Shine and Fling Flame. Hot Huff, Plasma Ball. Wow! Wow, okay, yeah, I guess giving it his all later on in the game is gonna be fucking jacked. I hope. I hope it's gonna be fucking jacked. Also, you should know this by now. I don't fucking read. I don't fucking know shit. What are even words sometimes? Wait, where am I going? This way. I am what you call an ignorant motherfucker who doesn't really know what to do. Reading is for nerds. Well, Dad, but also I'm ignorant as well. Jesus, that block right there was just so quick. I don't know how the fuck did I block that so quickly. Okay. So how many hours am I in at the moment? 18 hours. Jesus. Jesus! 18 hours into a game like this? God damn. I know I play a bunch of games for over 24 hours, but yeah. I'm feeling the RPG-ness, you know? I'm feeling the RPG-ness. As a guy who doesn't really play RPG and mostly plays like FPS games. Drink the lava. God damn. God damn, you know I'm gonna drink that lava. Cause I'm an ignorant motherfucker who would drink lava anytime. Holy shit. Motherfucker just got whacked. Got knocked the fuck out. He's got knocked the fuck out. Can lead a horse to lava, but only his ignorance can make him drink it. Yes. I think that's about it for now. My long journey of going places has come to this moment where I had to board a ship now. Unless...
Watch this! Here goes!
You miss a fucking hit from me? Brr.
We did it!
I can't wait for the turban guy to like literally like level up until he has like more slots and more attacks so I could actually use those attacks. I want to see those attacks, honestly. Those attacks seem so fucking like interesting.
We're under attack! Here goes!
Wait, but then again, right? Aren't they using like... Yeah, everyone's just using their like main characters. I just realized that. That means I'm just gonna be switching these two around then. God damn it. Okay. You have been using the monkey for the longest of times. I forgot about like the fucking... I forgot about the fucking penguin on her.
Come on!
See how the penguin works. Bubble left. Wow, 129, 161? Jesus. That's insane attacks. Holy shit. Which one is... Can this morph? No, this one... I still need to find a fucking, like, star drop. I can't find... I can't use the jumbo star drop for fuck all.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes!
Sea stars. What is sea stars again? Hold on. Sea stars is confusion. Nah. Alright, let's go back to the ship real quick. Then we can continue our voyage. Or start our voyage, actually. Voyagi. We're gonna start on Alvoyagi. Hold on. No. I forgot about stuff. You have it equipped. Okay, wait. Wait, who can't use it? Okay. I feel like I need to buy stuff from Elma Moore. But also at Elma Moon, but also at the same time we're going to like a new place later on as well. I'm just gonna like ignore this for a while and then yeah, I guess we can do the oh no wait I almost hit yes. I didn't want to quit the game. Oh my god, if I quit the game right there, I'm fucked. I had to come back here all over again. I'd be like all the cope in the world, man. Hang on a minute, man. You're hopping on board right now. I mean, are you sure you're ready? Going to seas not something to be taken lightly, you know. Just ask my Uncle Dai. What do you mean? Well, it's blinking dangerous in it. You better make sure you're in tip-top condition and fully stocked up before we set sail on Altonia. Gee, I guess you're right. I'm okay, right? I saved already. I saved. I swear I saved.
There you are.
Sorry, sir. We got a little sidetracked.
The preparations are complete. We sail immediately.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Weigh anchor. Anchors away. Another voyage lies before us. My heart sings for the seas. Set sail!
Wow.
We're moving.
It's proper exciting.
This is gonna be fun.
Then the seven seas await. Unfurl the sails!
So when do we time skip to adult arc? Go hunting for sun honeys? Never. I don't think you would do that.
Shadar, are you straddling?
Huh. And he spoke so highly of himself.
Fool, did he really think the Guardian of the Volcano could defeat the pure-hearted one?
I fear that Executor may be a trifle toothless.
Perhaps he forgot his orders. Well, Shadar, what next?
This time, I shall leave nothing to chance. This time, he will suffer by my own hand.
So, it has come to this at last.
And not before time.
Your Grace's silence, please.
Very well, Shadar. I will grant you a new power. The power to summon the storm.
You honor me, your radiance. This time, he will be destroyed.
Sure.
Fail me, Executor.
Sure. Very well, Shatar. What? We sail the seas now? Oh my god. The scent of the sea stirs my soul. Now, friends, do you know how to steer a ship? Ha! Fear not. There is no mystery to it. Navigate with, okay. Wait. Then you wish to take the high seas once more. Approach the ship and put. Okay. Okay, we have to go to Hamelin. Okay. The world map? This is the whole white world. This is really the world? I swear to God, this ain't the world. This ain't the whole world. I fucking swear to God, this ain't the whole world, man. What the fuck is this? Holy shit, wait. Touch it. Touch it. I want to know what this is. What the fuck? What? So sea creatures can be on my ship? God damn. God damn, sea creatures can be on my ship now. Monkey. But then again, I also have to go to, is it the east side? I think. Potty.
Here we go.
Let's attack Potty real quick. Potty. I want to boink, boink, boink. They don't really do a lot of damage, huh? Do they? Maybe it's just not strong enough. Maybe it's just not strong enough, I don't even know. Hot Huff. Okay, wait, what's Hot Huff? Hot Huff. Oh, it's a better one, okay. Use? I don't really care about you, honestly. Unless you can actually... Can you even level up? That's the thing. Why the fuck does it feel like you can't really evolve? My dude can't fucking evolve or something.
We can do this!
We can do this! Yeah, like, what the fuck? Hold on. I need to see about something real quick. Okay. What is Cut Loose for me? Like, how much damage do I give to Cut Loose? By using Cut Loose? Okay, that's not really that much though. I think they don't really... They go with fire a lot. Okay, let's see. That means I just have to change... Okay, I see. This is literally gonna be like Pokemon. Okay, wait. Replace you with you. I'm gonna replace... You know what? I'm gonna replace you with you. I wanna see how this is gonna be like. Yeah, I'm gonna see how this is gonna be like. It's gonna be a bad idea, but whatever. Bad idea is a bad idea anyways. Like that, that's gonna be a bad idea because the enemy has an upper hand now. I have to run away right now. Get out of here. Okay. Go. Holy shit, I realized that I'm about to die. But both me and yeah, you take the Tikka Mahala. There you go. Take the Tikka Mahala. Did you take the Tikka Mahala? You did. Okay, so I'm gonna eat the fish burger then. There we go. I ate food. Am I at the east? Southeast. I'm still at southeast. There's a place at the east that I need to go to, so I need to go to like the east later on. Or like, I guess now I can go to the east. Are you fucking serious? How do I turn away from that?
Let's do it!
Oh shit, what the fuck is Rockabye Baby? Uh-oh, everyone's asleep now. Oh no.
Leave it to me.
Monkey. Dude, the monkey isn't doing anything good at all. What the flying fuck? Okay. Going back to Esther. Ooh. I could probably use this, I guess. What the fuck? He died! Bruh! Bro died? Are you serious? Oh man. Bro died, goddamn. How do I turn about from that? Monkey's just sitting in a corner playing himself. I'll give you the sandwich. And a few of the, here we go. Wait, hold on. All my errands are complete. Okay, this one. Head east and look for the crab's missing friend. In Castaway Cove. Oh wait, no. Okay. Esther's our main bitch. Esther's not our main... I don't think Esther's our main bitch this whole time. I think Esther's just like a partner. I don't think it's like a main bitch. If it's a main bitch, it's more of like... Yes, I will listen to what you say, but I don't think it's like I will listen to what you say. It's more of like I want to help you, and I will do the stuff with you because I want to help you. It's not like, oh yes, I will do it because you told me to. I don't think that's what it is. At least I don't think it is. Wait. We're not getting on her, like, we're not getting on the right path with her. I don't think so. God damn it! These things are too fast.
We're under attack.
Oh no, more Rockabye Baby. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. We're gonna be fucked. Okay, wait, hold on. Can I attack with... Wait, hold on. You. Oof, okay. Imagine dying to, like... Imagine dying to, like, fucking... normal characters, like Cope. Okay, back again. Heal you. Heal you. Yeah. Okay, let's touch you real quick. And I think I had the upper hand anyway, so where's that?
No slacking, you lot.
Because I have the upper hand, I can totally like fucking hit you guys real quick. Smash it on you. Cool. And a little bit of a cut loose as well. Ooh. One of them is about to die anyways. You're dead. Volcano? What the fuck? Holy shit! He just killed one guy for 265 and that's about it! Jesus! Jesus with one volcano attack! The fuck did I... the fuck did I just look at? What the fuck? Anyways, we're also getting like more XP as well. What the fuck? This is a stingray that's called Hip Hooray. What? That hit me for 69? Are you? Oh no! Fuck! Oh! Oh! Fuck! Oh fuck! Oh no! What do I do? 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 Oh no! Oh no! Does it work that way? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, no! Ah! You know what, whatever. You know what, whatever. Where am I at? Where am I at? If I were to continue this, where am I at? Where am I at? Okay, we're still at the east. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna continue from here then. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue from here then.
Here we go. Here
Wait, you're asleep. Oh fuck, okay. What the fuck? What are you doing? Bruh. Need to kill the healer first. Fuck the healer. Get out of here, healer. Wait, Sweeney's dead. Uh-oh. I just realized Sweeney's dead. Oh. Jesus. Okay, I need a save right now. I need a save right now. If not, I'm fucked. Oh my god, Jesus. Okay, need to heal. Oh fuck, I didn't heal.
No slacking, you lot.
Thanks for reminding me as well that I need to heal my dude. I need to heal my dude. Oh, fuck.
We're under attack.
Oh no, you fucking rockabye bitch, baby. Rockabye bitch, baby. On the treetop. Oh fuck, you are gonna attack me until I die. This is gonna be really bad. Hold on. I died already. What the? What? Really? Yeah, they just wrecked my ass like that hard. I didn't even realize that they're gonna wreck my ass. Yeah, they're just wrecking my ass that hard. I think the next best thing right now is just to avoid them. I don't even know. Hey Danny, hope you're doing well. I'll just kill the beams, I guess. Like, focus on the beams. It missed me, which is good. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Danny. Fuck off, dude. She died already? Oh my god, I didn't realize she died already. Oh my god. I just died. I just died. Okay. Guess the sea is I guess the sea was dangerous. If you could be a Power Ranger, what color would you be and why would you be forced to fuck? Sorry, I won't be forced to fuck. Forced to be the yellow. Can I not be the black Power Ranger? Oh shit, everyone missed. Okay. All missed. I get you. I need to get you. Get out of here. Fucking hell! Stop doing that, you stupid fuckers! That means I just have to. Okay, you know what? I mean, I don't lose my money. I don't lose my money, that's all. Because if I die, I lose 10% of my money, and I've already lost 10% of my money. This is the first time that I actually am going on with 10% less of my money. Can it stop doing that? Like, legit? Why is it just appearing out of nowhere? I just need to kill this fucking dude. This one right here. If I could kill this thing, I think it would be better because he that thing's the healer. Like, fuck that one. There you go, cool. Jesus. Give a lot of XP though, like what the fuck? That's a lot of XP given. No, no, no! Hip horn. It's hip hooray, not hip horny. Isn't cut out for sea travel. Well, to be fair though. I got a strat now. I got a strat now. This is my strat. Kill this dude, and then they can't heal anymore. They can't do their healing anymore. Oh fuck. What the fuck? I just got hit like so hard. Uh-oh. Esther's dead. Oh fuck. Okay. Learn basics 101. Kill the healer first. I mean, I think this is I guess like quite basic. Okay, please do not have some black blob that's coming out on the fucking seas right now. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Jesus. Right, port. So where am I right now? I'm in... Wait. Oh, really? Really? I think I might have gone the wrong way. This whole fucking time I went the wrong way.
We can do this. Here
goes. Yeah, because there is a... I'll talk about it like later. Really? What the fuck? Why are you going here? I go the wrong way in games all the time. I guess, but also at the same time, it told me to go east. And I went east. And the place that I went east was another place. No, don't! Don't you fucking dare do that! Oh my god, hi. Please don't. No! Yeah, there you go. Get out. Get out of the way. Not hard stuck. I don't think I'm hard stuck. I don't think I'm dead hard stuck. There, I'm not hard stuck. Get out. I made like a bunch of saves. Okay, we're turning back. And I'm gonna hope that the east wherever the east is the east that I'm thinking of. Which I think they meant the southeast and not east-east. Are you serious? Because they said east, and I was like, okay, I'll go to the east then. East of the whole fucking island. Or east of the continent. No, no, that's the star marker. That's the main mission marker. I'm talking about the side mission. The side mission doesn't have a marker at all. This is the part where I'm talking about. Yeah, this is the part where I was talking about. It's this shitty area right here. So supposedly there's a crab here. Yeah, there. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, crap there. I didn't even know about it until now.
There's nothing.
Wait, why am I... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is where I'm unmatched, man. This is why you don't let me play RPG games. I don't know what to do afterwards. I guess, yes, we need to still level up, but like, honestly, like, I don't know at this point. I feel like I would know the levels of like any one of the characters because like, you know, sometimes you have those like, if I'm not mistaken, don't you ever see like the levels of like the enemies as well? Like games like this. You double rockabye baby? Bruh. Oh fuck! Whatever. I could have just used that fucking thing. Whatever. Could have just like yelled to Pokeball that person. No, don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare!
Fancy your chances, do you?
Oh my god. Wait. How are you? I was about to say, how are you not dead until now? Oh my god. Please miss. One didn't miss. How goes your racist Pokemon game? Very bad so far because I don't have the levels. And I'm not cut for this game at the moment. It doesn't feel like I'm cut for at the moment. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Firebutt Lover. Cause I was like, yeah, I'm probably like super high leveled right now in order for me to like go through with a lot of the areas right now, and then I go to the sea area and like I'm getting wrecked. I'm getting like super wrecked, and I'm like, I'm getting super wrecked.
No slacking, you lot.
What the fuck? Look how super wrecked I am. Oh my god. Wait, no. Oh god, everyone's dead. No way, everyone's dead. I thought I was okay with the grind, and then afterwards, like, this happens, and I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, this is bad. This is bad. This is really bad. I'm dead. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, I can't do this. I can't do this. I think the only way that I can do something right now is just to go to fucking Autumnia, whatever it is. But I do not want to set sail as well, because if I set sail, you got these blob monsters, and I'm gonna get fucked by the blob monsters. Now the question is that should I grind? Should I now grind for? Take on the column. Oh yeah, you're the column. Oh fuck. You're my... Okay. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm barely doing any damage to them. I'm barely doing any damage to him. What the fuck? Yeah, I might have to grind then. Oh god, there's no effect on that. Yeah, I'm not doing any kind of damage on this guy. That means I still have to grind then. This is gonna be really fucking horrible. Okay. Now I do not know. Now I absolutely do not know if I'm like capable of playing these kind of games, you know? Because I feel like I'm more of a defeat. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, because, like, I don't know what the strat is right now. I don't know what to do. More defeat. More of defeat. Can I not go into Castaway Cove like this? Do I really have to go to Castaway Cove like this? I guess so. Okay. Let me see what else I can do. Can I still like attack these like monsters with like the amount I have? Yeah, I still can. Okay. I have to think of what to do. Do I just grind my points? Yeah, do I just grind my points until level 30? Or... Nighty attack doesn't even feel anything at all. Wait, this is a water gem. Water bomb. You know this trick? How about you? No. How about you? You? I know you can do this, but... I don't think there's anything good at Castaway Cove. Hold on, there's nothing good at Castaway Cove. So that means the only place that I could think of that is kind of good with like resources is just fucking Alma Moon. And Alma Moon doesn't really feel like a good place as well.
Come on, you guys! Here we go! We did it!
Yeah, my only thinking right now is just that yeah, the only thing I could think of right now is just to actually like level up until like every single one of the characters that I could think of is in a higher level, but not just a higher level, but also like, you know, you can probably like fucking evolve. I don't know. Or I can just go to Optimia. Hey, Ginge. Do it. I don't know. I can't think. I can't think of what to do because like I feel like if someone who like plays a lot of JRPGs, they probably would know what to do. At that point, I just don't know. The only thing I can think of as like someone who doesn't really plays a lot of JRPGs and just thinks of like what to do in like these kind of games is just level up and that's about it. Like that's the only way I can think of is just to level up or just go to the main objective. It's either just go to the main objective or just level up and then you can just I guess see whether or not I can actually kill what Okay. I'm gonna lay down my options again. I do the main mission. I level up to level 30. Is that it? That seems about it. Like, it's either level 30 or I just go for the main mission right now. I just buy stuff as well. What swords do I even have? That's the question. I don't have swords for them. Okay. Bravado? Okay, wait. No. Prevents knockback while when HP is high. A badge that provides a swell of self-confidence so necessary for successful spellcasting. I guess I'll buy this one. Like, only one, but I'll use it on you. Hold on. What stuff do I have for you? I need to buy stuff for you. I feel I need to take that away from you. Oh wait, no, I don't have to because I already have a fire seal. Unless I put another fire seal. So that's 6 resistance. Or 6, like 6 block with fire resistance. I guess I'll put like 2 bravado. Or I'll just do this then. And then what is this? Accuracy and evasion. Accuracy and evasion. I'm just gonna give this to you first and just switch over for this one. I'm probably doing all these wrong, honestly. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing everything wrong. Hey Panda. Hey Pizza Cat. Oh, speaking of dinner, I had to go get my food real quick. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I got my food. And now I just think about what to do right now. Because I do not know what to do right now. I'm drinking my magic potion that I call beer. That's cool. Can I get the battleless badge to like... Okay, wait. Can I remove you? You have the bravado badge. I'm just gonna give you instead. And then I'll give you the bravado badge. I don't have fangs. Really? Yeah, little fangs. I just don't know. It looks like I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what I don't know what I'm doing. I just feel like I don't know what I'm doing. maybe I'm supposed to do this then. Wait. Maybe. Hey Koho, what are we struggling with? My fucking leveling. Yeah, my leveling in this game, because my leveling in this game is kind of fucking bad so far. I need more damage and I need more defense. And my offense and defense is fucking shit so far. And I have no idea what to do. I have no fucking clue what to do. I still have to wait for Whirligig. I think if I... okay. I think if I get Whirligig, I think that would be good. 25? Really? Low level challenges in the second game is difficult because bosses do a set amount of damage regardless of defense or health. So if you don't meet the threshold, you die. Yeah, like I had like a few enemies just now that fucked me up, and I'm like, should I grind or should I just go for the main mission? Because those are my two choices at the moment. It's like either I grind so that I could get like, so I would level up my characters, or I just go for the main mission. And I don't know if I should actually go for the main mission anyways. The grind? Yeah, that's my other thinking. And I'm just thinking of what to do right now so that I could like see whether or not like it would be good for me to grind right now. The other thing is that like I need to like metamorphose. Evolve! I had to evolve this thing. And this thing as well. Because, like, I want to evolve for better, like, attacks. Right? And I can't do that because I don't have the fucking... I don't have the candy drop that I need. Like, the candy drop that I need is a fucking... whatever it is a star drop. And I don't have a star drop at all. I have no clue how grind heavy or not this game is. I thought it was not gonna be grind heavy. I legitimately thought it was not gonna be grind heavy. But it's making it feel like it's grind heavy right now. I might head to the bathroom real quick and then I'm just gonna think about more stuff. I'm back. Big horns in the volcano drop star. Really? Is that the only one? That means I had to grind it out again. Okay, sure. Okay. Big horns. Is it only big horns? Or are there other characters? Wait, hold on. Are there other characters that could... No way, it's just only big horns. Is it creatures and familiars? Hey, Blazer. I mean, I love it. I love it so far. I mean, I've been playing this game for about almost 24 hours now. My problem is I don't know what to do afterwards because I'm at the place where you have to do the ship thing. Hold on. Fuck me. Is it really here? And now I need to like see whether or not I had to like, okay, bighorn. What do you drop? You drop. Wait, is it like bighorn or little bighorn? Starch. Are these from the volcanoes? Really? Ugh. That makes me feel like I need to go get another character then. Or another familiar. What do you get for dinner? A lot of meat. Because I like to eat meat, I guess. If I could actually like I haven't even opened up my fucking food yet. Cause I'm gonna be here for a while, I guess. A what? Meat. I just get meat. Cause I eat meat. It's basically just meat. I don't know what sadistic shitstain didn't like people doing lower level challenges in their games because what I just said now about bosses doing set amount of damage. Yeah. You like meat too? I like meat. Just don't work. Oh my god. Deep fry stealing. Wait, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. I shouldn't be buying it. What do you mean by deep fry stealing?
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Is that it?
My sound just cut off for a bit. Wow. I hope that everything's alright. My sound just cut off for a bit. Because, I think my wiring just got knocked. Deep Fry is an enemy as Old Smoky. You can steal with Swainy. Oh! Okay, okay. You can steal... Okay, so it's... Wait, how do I do that then? Oh fuck. I'm gonna okay. I think here's my plan so far. One, I'm gonna try to level up to 25 for one of the enemies.
We're under attack.
I'm gonna try to level up 25 for the monkey guy. Sorry, one of the familiars. I'm gonna level up to 25 for one of the familiars, and then we'll see about getting an attack that I would think is actually possible for it. The other one is just what you said, deep fry stealing. Which, if I can find a deep fry. If, I think that's a deep fry if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, just boogly boo. Boogly boogly boo.
What can I say? It's...
I feel like you guys can hear me chew my fucking food. And I'm sorry because I'm hungry. I'm just hungry. Okay, you're a small fry. Wait! Small fry or deep fry? Must it be deep fry or can it be small fry? Now wait for the meat to be done. That's cool. I'm just eating food at the moment, so there's that. While playing the game, I guess. So I kind of got food for myself. You're not a fry. You are also not a fry, but can you give me a fry? No.
Let's go.
Deep fry, not small fry. Okay, not small fry. Wait, I need to see how.
What can I say?
I need to see how a deep fry is like. Hold on. Okay, how's a deep fry like? No. It's not here. Is it here? What? Am I not on the right page? Oh, not on the right area? What the fuck? The babies with more hair. Yeah, I know, but I really wanna see how it looks like though. Are they near the sunshine? They're not here. No. 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 Wait, what was I talking about? Fry. There's a girlfriend? Oh, girlfiend. Oh. Oh, I was like, wait. Ex-girlfiend? Bruh. What are these? What are these fucking characters, man? What are these familiar enemies, man? What the fuck? Girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend? God damn. Ah, here we go, here we go. Small fry. Deep fry, okay. Okay, so it has a fire. Is that Old Smoky? Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm just gonna go around Old Smoky then. That's the only thing I can do. Is to go around Old Smoky. So I can only steal from fucking enemies, huh? In order for me to get the job. Then again, I have to touch all the enemies then. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Now you're for it.
Okay, let's see about this thing real quick. So I'm guessing I can mug this. Are you serious? What am I eating? I'm eating a lot of meat.
Is that it?
They killed us so quick. I didn't have time to mug the person. I'm just eating meat and that's about it. Third party passive? I guess so.
Stay calm now.
Allow me. Ready? Get a load of this.
What? He failed to Motherfucker failed to steal something. I can't believe this. Okay, cool. Got one at least. Okay, tactics. Wait, can I steal a lot more? Can I steal more than one? Hold on, can I steal more than just one? Oh, okay, so I only can steal one only. Ah, I see, okay. Wait, you know what? Do this. Do that. Okay. Wait, so I have one now. I have one now. Finally, after that long. Oh my god. He's white. He's white. I can't believe this. There's Yoo-Hoo, Pulse, Purifying Pulse, and Tricky Nixie. Really? Really? None of these doesn't make sense at all. Gentrified neighborhoods, Jesus.
Let's do it!
Here goes!
You know what? I need a gift.
Nice work.
Hold on. I need to exchange something then. Exchange this Can I not exchange? Oh wait, I'm in the wrong one. Exchange with this. Like that. Yeah, let's hope. Let me hope.
Come on, you guys! Swing! I'll give it swing!
Allow me!
Yeah. For now. White bread! Boo! God damn it. White bread. Motherfucker only has white bread. Can't believe this. White fucking bread. Fine. I'll take that white bread for now. Hey, wait, there's two of them. I'm so just lunch.
We're under attack.
Well, here's the thing. I stole his bread and I killed him. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Oh my god, I got his bread again. Bro, you're menace to society. I'm stealing shit. But as I'm stealing shit, it's not really working out right now. Fuck both of them, honestly. Get out of here, bitches. I could have sworn there was another one. I'm playing my modes in public, what the fuck?
Let's do it! Swing!
Now you're for it!
What the fuck? Jesus. Oh, come on. No! Fuck! Fuck me. I shot the dude. It's like, yo, he's low. Don't worry about it. I accidentally shot him. Okay. I'm basically back to where I came from.
No slacking, you lot!
Here
Motherfucker stole a sundae? He just stole a sundae. I just saw that. He stole a sundae. A fucking ice cream from one of the fucking enemies. How? How would you do that? Dude was hungry and it was hot as fuck. How do you even fucking... Okay, how do you even, like, get ice cream in a place like this? It's hot as fuck, yes, but like, dude, in, like, ice cream? In a fucking volcano? Huh? Huh? Don't do that. A freezer. Freezer in a fucking volcano. Of course it'll work.
Stay calm now. Swing.
Allow me.
What? Yes! Okay, I got another one. I got the other one. What? What the fuck? I just... What? I missed my shot on that, and it costed me. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is on the right side of it? Oh what? Wait. Go you, and you. There we go. Now we can actually do all this. Belly Buster, Rolling Stone. Okay. Yes, slingshot. Oh god. Level 25 is where I can actually do stuff. We have just one shot? No.
Fancy your chances, do you? Here
I think fucking Sweeney needs to stop stealing now. My dude needs to stop stealing right the fuck now. That's a long dog. Very long dog. I just realized that that fucking lion thing has lasers. Like, what the fuck? Lasers? I definitely need to heal up pretty soon as well, so I'm probably gonna go up and then heal? Yeah, I guess so.
Here we go.
Here go.
Better luck next time.
Level 25. Jesus, okay. Is there anything for me for level 25, or is that 28? Petrifying poke. That's 28. So I had to. Okay. So the more it's more leveling ups. I guess level 30 is the next evolution. I would say. I don't even know. Maybe level 30 is the next evolution.
What can I say? It's a
can I do stuff? Defense. Sure. I'll give you both of them, I guess. I guess I need more. After this is gonna be a fucking grind. Yeah. I don't even remember what level is it's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't remember what level is it supposed to be for the first evolution. Because there's like a first evolution afterwards.
Fancy your chances, do you? Here goes!
Boom. Boom. He's dead. My dude's still trying to muck. My dude's still trying to muck after it died. Yeah, I think the other thing I need to do is just to rank. Do I really want to rank Oliver up to 30? I think ranking Oliver up to 30 would be good. Other than that, I don't know. I just have to go around here and just level him up to 30, huh? We'll see, I guess. Because at the end of the day, like, I still need more levels and more damage. And I'm, like, stupid enough to know what to do. Yeah, I'm just...
Stay calm now.
You know, I shouldn't be using you at all. I should be using, like, someone like you. Actually, no, I should be using the cat. The cat's the one. Hey, Chisen. Chisen. You're doing well. Where am I supposed to be going? This way. Is it this way? No, that's back. Fun. I hope you're doing well.
Goes nothing.
Okay, how about this cat? So are you enjoying this game? I mean, I am right now. But my problem right now is that I'm very low. I'm very low in well, not really low. I guess low. I'm a bit low in defense, no, offense. Like, I'm low in damage, so what I'm doing right now is just I'm grinding levels right now so I could get levels before I venture out into the sea, because when I ventured out into the sea, it kind of was very difficult for me to do any kind of thing at all. Like, it was like super fucking difficult. But overall, I think this game is actually pretty cool. I like the game. I like how simple it is. I just am really bad at JRPG games, and I have no idea what to do other than my thinking of, yeah, I'm supposed to grind levels in order for me to get more damage, but I guess the level that I'm at the moment is not enough. I mean, I can buy chocolate, but it's gonna take a long time, I think. It is really gonna take a long time for the chocolate. Like Star Ocean. Are you trying to bring me into Star Ocean? Are you trying to bring me into Star Ocean?
We can do this. Esther,
Oops.
I'll do my best.
Is Star Ocean-y? I heard about Star Ocean, but like I have no idea how the gameplay is like actually. Like I heard about Star Ocean and Star Ocean and Star Ocean, but isn't it on the Switch? Yeah, the one on the Switch is coming up pretty soon as well. From what I remembered. I don't know. I plan to not really play a lot more like RPG games, but like ow, really? Okay, what is Ray of Light? Let me see Ray of Light real quick. Wow. Okay. I guess Ray of Light didn't even work out that well for me.
You did it!
Kyo like Star Ocean. Kyo. I mean, Kyo's a fucking like RPG person as well, so you know. Well, that's because I've never played Parasite Eve 1 before. See, I've never played Parasite Eve 1 before. I played Parasite Eve 2 because I was forced to play Parasite Eve 2. I was forced to play it for monies. And I'm gonna force myself to play Parasite Eve 1 for monies again, you know?
What can I say?
Parasite Eve is not friendly. I heard it's like... I heard it's good. But that's only through like a few people who speedrun the game. And then I only heard like bad things about 2, but also like good things about 2. And I played 2. It was okay, but not really a game for me. Because I really don't think it's a cool game for me. I didn't really use a lot of the magic as well. Because I didn't know what to do with the magic, honestly, with the game. Like, I really didn't know what to do with the magic. So, I was like, okay, I've finished Parasite Eve 2. Maybe I would try Parasite Eve 1, like, if I reach this goal and stuff like that. So yeah, there's that. A cutscene in Parasite Eve? Really? You can die in a cutscene?
Come on! Here goes!
Is that it?
I know one of them can be metamorphable. You. Oh. Wait. Okay. Incoming going into play Ni no Kuni 2. I don't know. So I'm eating at the moment. I bought Ni no Kuni 2, but I heard mixed stuff about Ni no Kuni 2. I heard a lot of people like it, but also a lot of people do not like it as well. But also at the same time, I do not know. Are you metamorphable? You are metamorphable, so I can just upgrade you. But I also heard like the combat system for 2 is different. And I also heard, like, because I didn't know about it, it's a standalone game as well. So I didn't know it was a standalone. I thought it was gonna be like a continuation of 1. I need to get a drink. I'm like far away, that's why. But yeah, there we go. I didn't know that it was not a continuation and a standalone game for Ni no Kuni 2. And I heard that the combat system is quite different from this one. That's all I know. Other than that, I do not know anything about Ni no Kuni 2. Can you learn this? You can't. That means I still have to level you up. Wait, how many more? 1,600 more? Okay, Jesus. I guess I will grind. Okay, you know what? Let's get up to 30 and 25, and then I'll be doing this. Hopefully. No, you play Harvestella already. I watched you play Harvestella. I'm not gonna play Harvestella. Okay, let me actually try. Oh wait, no, you are low. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You don't like farming? No, Harvestella has farming. This one has farming for XP. Okay, wait. Is the farming in Harvestella also for XP? Hello, little crappies. The story for Harvestella was so, like, weird as well. The healing and money, I see.
We did it!
Hey, wait! Plasma ball? Plasma ball? Hold on. Are you plasma ball? No, you're Yoo-hoo. Actually, you know what? I'll put you Body Blast and Demon Fury. Yeah, sure, whatever. No. Your plasma ball. Your ball of plasma. Sure. Sure. I'll see how this goes. Endgame weapons upgrades about 5 8 levels worth. Come back here!
Here we go! Here
Go fight some metal slimes? No, not now. I don't want to do it now. I want to do it like once I reach level 30 for Oliver and level 25 for Monkey. I need them to be in a good level right now. In order for me to feel like I've done something big. And then we'll see about the whole, my music streamer doesn't know. I don't know. Cacophony? What the fuck? You can learn Cacophony. Wait. Cacophony. Oh, is it for... Is it for songs? No, that's not a song, right? Is that a song? Is Cacophony a song? Huh? Atelier Rise. I've never heard of that before. Hold on. Atelier Riza. Atelier Riza. What the fuck? Oh, first thing I see is tits. Nice. First thing I see about the game is tits. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Atelier Ryza. Oh, they got a lot of them. Holy fuck. Thanks, Koi Tecmo. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Jesus. Holy shit. Oh, I don't know. Cacophony makes loud noises, roughly. Yeah. Probably the longest RPG series of all time. I honestly am like, no. It doesn't look like a game that I would play. Like, weirdly enough. It looks like a game that I won't play. Solely for the fact that because, like, it just looks very weird. I don't know. I feel like it looks like the combat system just looks so fucking weird right now. Is it the same as this? It looks kind of like the same as this, though. Hold on. Let me actually look at it in a bigger picture real quick. Like, look at this. Is this the same as what I'm playing at the moment? It just looks like a jumbled piece of mess. For me at least, because I'm not very used to like these kind of RPG games, and I anytime when I see this, it's just a turn off. Like, it's just weird for me. Like, it's just a weird turn off. This level up system as well. It's like, huh? If we mean time, it's existed. I think it belongs to GDQ. Oh. Atelier games are usually relatively traditional RPG elements with an extremely in-depth craft. Yeah, I don't think it would be a game for me. Yeah. I don't know. It just doesn't look like a game that I would play. A lot of the games that I see is just not like a game that I would play. I mean, let's see what JRPG games are there. Ah, yes. The JRPG game that I want to play is Yomawari, and that's about it. I forgot that I actually wanted to play Yomawari, and I played the first two games. Yeah, oh yeah, JRPG Yomawari. Anyways, Persona series is not really a game that I would want to play. Nier Automata, I guess Nier Automata was one of them that I feel like I want to try to play, but I'm not too sure about it. Hopefully there's no hentai games out here, because I actually turn on hentai games right here. I hope. Octopath, I've seen Octopath before. It looks cool, but also at the same time, I think it's turn-based, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it's like easy turn-based, if I'm not mistaken, but like I also don't really have the feeling for that game. Nier Automata. I think I want to play Nier Automata sooner or later, but also at the same time, I've never bought it, as you can tell. Like, I've never like bought this game before. Yeah. Octopath is turn-based. I don't have a feeling for Final Fantasy games. I think Final Fantasy games are like I feel like they're not really in my interest. They're not there. Persona 5 is that. DQ is like that. FF what's that? 12? 12. FF12 is a turn-based, more MMO. I heard like the first isn't the first Final Fantasy game that went MMO was 11? I think that's what it is. Right? I don't know. If you got a good GPU, there's mods. for Nier Automata that makes it looks better. I mean, I'm gonna get a new PC sooner or later as well. I think my new PC will come in this month. Yeah, my new PC will come in this month. What the fuck is this? Jesus. Yeah, yeah, a lot of them are just the games that I've seen, and it doesn't really interest me that much, I would say. As you can tell, I think Nier Automata is the like one of them that I'm a bit interested in, but I'm also at the same time like I don't know whether I would really want to play it though. Not too sure. Yeah, there's a lot of these games that I have no idea like whether or not I would like get into. I think Code Vein was one of them that someone told me that it was a good game because it's Dark Souls but weep Dark Souls or something like that. Yeah, I think yes, JRPG right here. Code Vein is weep Dark Souls. Yeah. It's weep Dark Souls, and I'm not too sure if I could ever play it like a Dark Souls, you know. I heard about this game, Fear and Hunger 2, or Fear and Hunger. Fear and Hunger was like if I'm not mistaken, Fear and Hunger is like a RPG Maker game, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure. From what I've heard, it's an RPG Maker game. If I could actually click on the game. Hello? Whatever. It's an RPG Maker game. If I could actually, like, fucking... There we go. That game is special. But Fear and Hunger. A lot of people ask me to play Fear and Hunger. And I'm like, what? Really? And then I looked at it. I was like, it doesn't look like my style of games to play. Like, as you can tell. Like, look. It doesn't look like my style of game. It's there, but like I just don't think that it's like a game that I would play. PN Hunger, adult only. This game is marked as adult only. Oh yeah, because there's penises and vaginas in that game. I remember watching it because I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there were penises and vaginas in that game. I think Larksa was the one who was playing it at the time. Larksa played it like a lot at the time, so there's that. I'm not gonna play it because I don't think that's a game for me. My games are usually just like fucking FPS or. Okay, what other? Yeah. Did I mention about this like a while ago? What other RPG games are there other than Bioshock? Borderlands that are first person. What? Yeah. Your game is gambling on schemes for imaginary. Yes. Prey. I did play Prey. And I don't remember if I finished it. That's the thing. Cyberpunk for me, just I don't feel like I want to play it at all. Wizardry. Let me actually check it out real quick. Fallout is a very good one, but also at the same time, I've never finished it. Wizardry. The 5 ordeals? Oh god. Oh, it's a dungeon crawler. Dishonored. Okay, Stalker is the one that I also played. Stalker was cool, but I don't know if I really liked it or not. You know? Hold on. Let me see. Skyrim, I do not want to play that. Starfield, if I get a key, sure. I would try to play that. Dishonored, I don't like Dishonored. Stalker, it was cool, but afterwards, like, I just didn't really like it at all. I felt like the grind wasn't worth it. Skyrim have horses, yeah, but, like, I don't I don't know. I just don't like Skyrim. Skyrim, I mean, it's like Fallout, right? But with magic. And I don't know. I just don't like it for some reason. I think it's also at the same time my ex was playing it as well. And when I watched my ex play it, it was like, yeah, it just didn't... It didn't felt like a good game for me to play. That's all I could say. My ex was weird at the time as well. Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds was... Wait. Outer Wilds. Hold on. Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds? Oh, Outer World. I know about Outer Wilds. Hold on. Outer World. Was Outer World a Bethesda game? Is this the Bethesda game? No, this is the Obsidian game. Oh. Oh. Huh. You're a Bethesda game? No, I'm not a Bethesda game. I don't know, it just looks like a Bethesda game. That's all I could say. I thought it was a Bethesda game at first, but because, like, you know, when I was looking at this, it just looked like a Bethesda game. I think I'm alright with this game. My only problem is that would I really want to buy it? I mean, surely I would buy it, honestly, but like... I don't know. Like, I don't like Destiny. I played Destiny 2, and my friends and I wanted to grind a game, and then we just left. We just left. Deus Ex. I think Deus Ex was one of those games that I, like, it's one of those games that it looks into my genre, but I just don't think it's interesting at all. Do I have the Deus Ex games? Yeah, it just looks, it looks interesting, but I don't think it just lines up with my games that I play. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't line up with the games that I would play, you know?
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Deus Ex. Oh, other than that, I think like I think the only game that I could think of that is probably Knights of the Old Republic. I need to remember what Knights of the Old Republic is, honestly. Let's play Pokemon. Pokemon is gonna be like in my realm. I like Pokemon a lot. Also, that's because like I played that before. Payday 3, I hope to get a key for Payday 3 because, you know, I have a friend who, you know, could get keys for Payday 3. Smile. I heard about Mass Effect. I saw the story for Mass Effect and I was like, no, I'm just too bored of Mass Effect. I'm probably gonna sleep during, like, most parts of Mass Effect. That's why I was like, nah, I don't want to play Mass Effect. Payday 3 is coming up pretty soon, and I hope I just hope to get a key. That's one. Counter-Strike 2 is coming out like maybe this month or next month, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know they mentioned saying that it's in the summer, either that or September. Is September still summer? I don't think September is still summer though. Yeah, September's not summer, so... Well, no. The first 2 weeks of September is probably summer, right? It's summer in some European... I mean, of course, yeah, but like... You know, with Valve, I think Valve's September will be like... No, Valve's summer will be probably around September, you know?
We can do this!
Doing that dumb shit where the deluxe edition gets the game 3 days early. Jesus. Oh, Elden Ring! Okay, Elden Ring is gonna be one of those games that I would play. My problem is I'm bad at Soulsborne games. I'm just bad. I just don't want to humiliate myself, I would say. I don't know why. Like, I would really want to play Dark Souls. I just, one, I do not want to be humiliated. Two, I just fucking, like, I don't want to be, like, I don't want to be, like, scolded, like, a lot, you know? Because, like, people keep scolding me the last time that I played Dark Souls. And I was like, okay. Sorry. I mean, I got scolded. Yeah. So, I got scolded all because I took a wrong path. I went from the castle to Blighttown, right? And I killed, Keylak from there. And then someone scolded me all because I said I didn't do the tutorial. And I was like, what tutorial? I don't know what tutorial you're talking about. I was like, oh, it's the tutorial where you go to the town and kill the wolf. I'm like, huh? There's a wolf in a town? And then I don't know what happened afterwards. But the guy afterwards said like, oh, you're the worst Dark Souls player ever because I didn't follow like the pathway. It was so, like, weird at the time. I was like, huh? I don't know.
Watch this.
Just send them furry porn. True, I should have just sent them furry porn. But it was, like, so weird. And I played for, like, 1 week, right? I played for, like, 1 week of Dark Souls. And in that 1 week, I was so annoyed by the backseaters, I was like, yep, I'm quitting. I don't know what to do. I really just don't want to play Dark Souls anymore. Like, one, I do not want to play Dark Souls off stream, because if I play Dark Souls off stream, you know what I'm gonna be doing. Not play it ever again. The other one is that, like, I don't mind streaming it. The problem afterwards is just like the backseaters and stuff like that, and people be like, oh, you're just so bad. What are you doing? Don't go for this build. I mean, I don't know, man. Sorry, I'm going in blind. I don't think Undertale has a toxic community. I think MOBAs have a little bit of a toxic community, but then again, I still feel that Dark Souls has the worst community ever. Why are you putting points on the wrong attributes? Yeah, I put points, dude. Look at what I'm doing with my own fucking like fucking points right here. Look at this. It's all like jumbled up. That's because I wanted to just make it like equal-ish. Look how jumbled my fucking stats are. Someone's gonna complain about those jumbled up stats and be like, excuse me, dude. When you have, like, +3 and +4 magic attack and evasion, but, like, you don't have, like, anything over your defense. And I'm like, I don't know. Sorry. That was a guy who came in just now who has, like, a fucking... He's like a Wikipedia of this game, or whatever it is. I was like, what the fuck? Have fun making your glass cannon, yeah. How do you get into an argument about the lore with Zelda? I think Nintendo themselves don't know it.
Watch this.
I just let people have fun and play in their own way. I know I was scolded because I was going for a wrong build and during like during Dark Souls as well, and people were like, I think Heishe was like, so Heishe was like super fucking like pissed off at me just not going for a build because I didn't know what to do. I legitimately went for something that I thought it was like just cool, you know? And then people were asking like, hey, why do you go for this? Why do you do that? Why do you go for this? I'm like, I don't know, I just feel it was cool. And then Heishe came in and be like, dude, he DM'd me, Heishe DM'd me saying like, dude, I want you to go for this build, okay? Read this fucking wiki page right now and go for this build. Whenever you want to reset the game, you reset the game and go for this build. I'm like, okay. And then I just didn't. And then for like 2 days, like 2 days later, I just like quit the game. When is Heisei not pissed off at you? I don't know. Sorry, I'm drinking water. Or beer. Beer? Water. Water and beer. Oh, fuck off, dude. I accidentally... Oh. You should have just put Heisei in the title saying it's his build you're trying and then ignore it. True.
We're under attack. Here
But yeah, people were pissed off when I was playing Dark Souls.
We did it.
I don't know why. People were just pissed off at me playing Dark Souls, and then also at the same time they were telling me, oh, you should play Dark Souls 3 because Dark Souls 3 is good, but you shouldn't play Dark Souls 2 because Dark Souls 2 is the shittiest Dark Souls ever. What makes Heisei think he has the right to tell you what to do? Because he knows the game, and I don't. And then he thinks that he knows everything in the whole wide world, you know? Which, like, I don't really care, I don't really mind it, but like, just know, okay? If you were to tell me something, 1 ear in, 1 ear in, 1 ear out, okay? I usually would do that. If you fucking talk to me, and like, I don't really care, just know I'm a 1 ear in, 1 ear out kind of person. It doesn't even go into, yeah. Because I'm ignorant, and that's about it. I would have said no. I mean, I'm ignorant. I just say yes and then I just ignore because I'm, like, I don't want people to be like, oh yeah, sorry, I ignore you. I have a lot of evasion? What the fuck? How do I have tons of evasion? What the flying fuck? You're a broke bitch. I know I'm a broke bitch. I know what I did. Italian Senator Tifa. That's why I encourage you all to get angry at Jiro for not paying attention to your words. And not tactic backfire and avoiding confrontation. Okay, sometimes I read words wrongly, okay? That's my fault. That is my fault for reading words wrongly, and I know about that. Or the fact that I just read it in simple sentences and I'll be like, yeah.
Here we go.
Little Freudian slip, yeah. No, I'm gonna play how I play out. How am I sniffing butts? I don't sniff butts. Why am I stuck? There we go. Butt sniffer? I ain't no butt sniffer. I'm a ass eater. That's what it is. Ass eater.
Let's go.
I am no butt sniffer, but I am an ass eater. Ew! What do you mean, ew?
You did it.
You don't smell your food before eating it? No, that's only for ass eating.
We're under attack.
By day 2, chapter 3. Is it out already? Is it out or is it not out?
Easy.
No? Okay. I thought it was out. I was like, wait a minute, is it out? I won't judge if you enjoy sniffing shards. Oh god, no. No. I don't That just also sounds like you're a pussy sniffer as well. If you're an ass sniffer, you're a pussy sniffer as well. Just, like, But which one would you sift more? That would be the other thing. Can I go down? I go down. Okay. Yeah. Only if the ass has a pussy in front of it. So a chick. So an actual chick. So an actual chick, huh?
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes.
He did it!
Rot shot. Rot shot? What the fuck is a rot shot? A shot which poisons in Singapore. Oh! Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. What do I need to do? Oh yeah. 30 and 25. 30 and 25, 30 and 25, 30 and 25. I think I'm almost close.
Let's go!
Yeah, I'm kind of almost close.
Here goes.
I kind of think that I'm almost close to what I need at the moment. 25 is coming up pretty soon, and then the 30. God, I don't know how to even grind to 30 unless I have to really grind it right now. I really have to grind it right now. Grind it out.
Come on!
Okay, what if I use my cat? Hunt down metal slime. Stop saying metal slimes!
Nice work!
Wow. I didn't realize the bird's attack was 37. It was so low. Would you prefer we say... Fine! Fine! Metal slimes it is.
No slacking.
I'm gonna be traumatized by the word.
What can I say? It's
So this is what people do for RPG.
Stay calm now!
I don't know what they are in Ni no Kuni, but metal slimes are ex pinatas basically, so you don't get your Belly Buster. Oh wait, I'll put Yoo-hoo right here. Belly Buster. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh wait, let's take you away and put it on a blunt. Belly Buster. A Belly Buster. Wait, I need you to be... Okay, wait. I need you to go here then. Wait. That means you get the... Yeah. Sure. Do have some score equivalent though, like grinding, or you mean the metal slimes?
Stay calm now!
I'm guessing it's the metal slimes, but yeah, sure. Yes.
Good luck next time.
can do this.
What reference is that then? Metal slimes. I've never heard of metal slimes before. Sounds like a fucking Final Fantasy reference or something like that. So like I said, I'm not really well versed into like RPG games. Alright, Whirligig. So I'm gonna use you as Whirligig. Wait. You. Yeah. Yeah, you make sense. It makes sense. 37 for slice and dice? What the fuck? Jesus. That's a lot. Dragon Quest FF is, oh, okay. I think I don't know if there's a like a metal slime in Ni no Kuni though, because they give like very shitty XP right now. But the only thing that I had to do is just to grind it out, and that's about it. Like I just don't think that there's any kind of some sort of metal slime in this game so far. Other than that, I'm just grinding it out. None of these enemies give like a lot of XP as well. They just give like the how do you say this? They give like the same amount of XP. Like mostly the same amount, unless you like fucking fight a boss or something. It's mostly like the same. Unless I'm thinking of it wrongly. Are there enemies that would give more XP than others? I don't think so. Evasion. You need more evasion, my dude. How the fuck do you have like 23? There we go. I need to get more food as well. Well, not food for myself, because I've already finished my food. What's Toko Tokos? Am I stupid to not know what Toko Tokos are? Mukbang avoided once more. You're not gonna watch me fucking mukbang. Excuse me. High experience enemies, but is it for this game? What I'm asking for is this game in particular. Because I feel like every single enemy in this game are kind of like equal amounts, or like around the same amount of XP that they give. But because I've never seen Toko Tokos before. I've never like come across one before. That's why I was like, is it on this game? I just don't know. Okay. I think I should be okay. I wouldn't know, but I'll take their word for it. Well, yeah, I had to take their word for it because I was talking about the enemies in this one. I have never come across any of them before. So, like, I don't know. I don't know, I thought you would be talking about another game. I was like, huh? I've never seen the. I've never heard about the enemy before. I've never heard about the enemy in other games before. So I guess it's more or less to double check. Okay. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. And I'm gonna hope. Because it's a 29 and 25. Okay, let's see if the damage wise on this one will be good. If I ever play a Pokemon, I will put a lot of EVs. Just for you. I'll put more EVs just for you. Okay. Oi! Now that's what it's all about, man. All the damage. Holy shit! Look at that. Tokos and Toko cold. Metal slimes or cat. Okay. Well, if I ever come across them, then sure. One Piece. We found the One Piece. Can we get much higher? Where are they?
Let's do it.
Where are they from? Where are they in? Well, unless I had to look at the book. I guess I had to look at the book. Yeah, I guess sooner or later I have to look at the book, I guess. You have to attack them from behind and or abuse. That's a text glitch? You're telling me wait. You're telling me text glitch for this game? What the fuck? Interesting. Okay, wait. It's not really a glitch, I guess. I don't know. I've never heard of that. This game doesn't have glitches. I don't know. I've never seen the fucking speedrun of this before. I don't even know if there's glitches in this game. That's why. There's like games that has no glitches. Like fucking I don't know. If you use slowest text speed and perform actions in combat, enemies are Okay, cool. Holy shit. Oh, here, Toko. Where are you? You are in islands north of the Summerlands and oh wait, no. Okay. So it's in the north. Yeah, I guess it's just in the north. Huh. But that they do spawn in the north anyways, right? It's a basic character, but like the whole group spawns in the north. Because I don't think there are... Is it this one? Oh. Oh. Okay. So it's a different place then. Oh. Wherever Billy Goat's Bluff is. But I'm still gonna think that it's still the north. Shut up! We're talking about in the game, not in real life. Okay, hopefully I can kill them right now. I'm still at a 15? Oh man, dude, that's no good. I'm at 55 then for such. How much is my health even? 'Cause it feels like my health is not really that good at the moment. Oh, it is good. What? Okay, sure.
Let's do it.
Wow, it does shit all damage. Okay, that's one down. They did a lot less damage to you though. I guess a lot less damage right now because I just leveled up. But I'm still dealing like less damage. Hold on. Now I want to know how much damage can I deal with this dude. Hold on. Yeah, I want to know how much damage can I deal with this dude. Cause I wasn't even dealing any damage at all with this dude. Alright, Mr. Column.
Fancy your chances, do you?
It's not really that good at all. Ooh. It's not even that good at all with the damage. Look at that, 10. Damn, I deal like 30 damage on you? Really? Interesting. Okay, hold on. Need to get more provisions though. On the strong coffee on you. Okay. Let's see about the ray of light again. Holy shit, I'm about to die again. How much is the ray of light again? 18. Oi! I got blocked by... stop blocking me, please. Okay. Guess it just doesn't really do that much damage, honestly. Oi! Jesus. Wait! Did I stunlock him? Fuck! I thought I was gonna stunlock him, man! Boo! It would have been good if I actually stunlock him, though. No, what the f- are you serious? Are you serious? Doko Toko? I saw that one, yeah. Oh wait, I don't have enough. Oh shit. Shit. I didn't mean to do that, but sure.
Ready? Ready?
No effect. Uh-oh.
I'll do my best.
Okay, cool. That took like a while.
What can I say? It's
How the fuck did the monkey survive? That's the thing. The monkey kept surviving. I was like, huh? Monkey survive? Oh, healing rain. Oh shit, healing rain. Hold on, hold on. Healing rain. I think I need that. Healing rain. Go to bubble bath. There you go. Save. I forgot. Save. There we go. So what is this place? Look at all the fucking ruins right here. Holy shit. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get fucked. I'm gonna get fucked.
fancy your chances, do you?
Look at the fucking... Oh my... Oi. What the fuck? Jesus, that was insane. Oh, it's healing me. Oh, Pog. Okay. That's weird. Okay. Got small child killed. Yeah, man. Small child killed, man.
Looks like the end of the line.
Look at that. That was just... Holy fuck. I guess I don't have enough XP. Oh, I don't have enough levels for that. Jesus, I thought I had enough. I really have enough to kill a fucking boss from the bounty, but I don't have enough to kill a fucking kill fucking like 3 common enemies. Oh fuck. Oh my god, please don't. Am I asleep? I am asleep. Wait, no, I am not asleep. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh wait, I can go back! Oh my god, I didn't realize you were gonna heal me, Esther. Esther, I didn't realize you were gonna heal me. I've won. Time to use all my coffee. I spent like $4,000 on. Spending $4,000 on coffee, goddamn. Can't believe this, and I wasted it all. Imagine wasting $4,000 on coffee! Death by banana penetration? Yeah, man. What is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, I wanna see what this fucking island is. Lagoon Nayad. And 2 owls. 2 woos. 2 whoos? 2 whoos? Omega lol who? Omega lol? The fuck are you doing? Do I take you? Guess I'll take you. Wait, no, he died! He died! He died! He just committed suicide, what the fuck? Slumber not leaves.
No slacking, you lot.
No XP for the kid. No, it's not no XP for the kid. I just really wanted to get the fucking I just wanted to get the familiar because it's like Pokemon. Like with the Pokeball, you know? I wanted to take the Pokemon. It's like nope.
What can I say?
What the fuck was that? What the flying fuck was that? It was like Pokemon or something. I was like, yep, couldn't take it at all.
Here goes nothing. Here goes. Ready?
We won!
What is this? Nothing. Most of these stuff are nothing. Okay, Friday Island. Why are there 3 pointers down there? Like 3 pointers there. LOL? I cut. Sure. Yeah, that means I have to be on my boat in order for me to interact with the black blobs on the floor. Sure. Can I not go on this island at all? Is there a way that I can go into this island? That side, maybe? Yeah, it is that side. Okay. What are you? Oh, are you the oh yeah, you're the oh yeah. Fuck you, pussy and booty. Haha, pussy and booty.
No slacking, you lot. Here goes.
Why is motherfucking pussy and booty in here? God damn. Oh wow, the damage is not really that good at all. Oh, okay. Now the damage is okay. Cause we're pussy fighting against pussy. That's what it is right now. We're pussy fighting pussy right now. There you go. Dead.
Better luck next time.
Okay, my bounty is done. So how many bounties do I even have on here? I got one that is far away there, and then another one just on the top. Oh god, okay. Sure. I guess I'll do all my bounties and then I guess go back to the island. I can just do all my bounties, go back to the island, and then afterwards.
Let's go.
Do I really want to sail to Autumnia? Autumnia? Whatever it is. Hamlet. have a good night. Have a good one, Firefly. Thank you for the good night. Cause it's like super fucking late right now. Forgot how late it is right now. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh fuck. You have another item that I can use. Ray of light is good. Smoke bomb. Gives me a good night. No. Not now. It's weird that everyone has like drowsy drops and I just don't know about drowsy drops, honestly. Oh, you know what? We'll do this. We'll do this for now. I don't know anything else other than like, you know. Alright. All the creatures in this world are ready for a date and a good time. Sure. Oi! That's a lot of damage. What the fuck?
We did it!
The drowsy drops. Some really dark joke. Uh-huh. Angulus. Angulus? Angulus. Okay. Where is this fucking thing? Is that the crab? Wait, is this the crab? That's the crab! Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. This one. I only have like 7 MP left. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Cause, that's not what I thought the first time I washed up here. When I first washed up here, I was convinced I was going to end up living like a hermit. But this place is so much more relaxing than Castaway Cove. I really come out of my shell, you know? And I'm never going back. So you used to live in Castaway Cove, huh? Were you friends with another blue crab who lives there? What? Pinch me if I'm dreaming, but can you really understand what I'm saying? And how do you know about my friend, the one who lives in Castaway Cove? Your friend asked us to look for you, mister. He was real worried, see? And wanted to know you were okay. He was worried, he was really worried? I see. Hey, could you give him a message for me? Something like, I'm having a great time out here. There's loads of food and the weather's cracking. Scuttle over and join me soon. Alright, I'll tell him. He sure will be happy when he hears you're okay. Thank you, young man. I'll shake you by the claw if I was a little taller. Thank you, bye-bye. Is that it? What the fuck is that on the water? Yeah, what the fuck is that on the water? Hold on. How's my health right now? That's the thing. Okay. I was like wondering if I'm okay with like wait. God damn it. I feel like I'm not okay with my MPs though. My MPs are like losing out slowly. Holy shit, it's a whale. Is this my bounty? That's my bounty? Uh-oh. Holy shit, that's my bounty.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Why is my defense so fucking slow though? That's so weird. My defense is like super fucking slow right now. Ooh. Okay. That was cool. That was cool. So far. Purifying. Wait, hold on. Purifying pulse. You know what? I have a lot of fucking healers. I'm not gonna go for more healing right now. Because I really do not want to go for more healing.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Whatever. Quite slow.
Nice work!
Yogurt? I got a yogurt? Is this the first time that I got yogurt? It is the first time I got yogurt. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I got yogurt. Magical attack. I guess I'll give you more magical attack then. There we go. A little bit more. Should I go for... I don't wanna, oh wait, no, you know what? I'll go back to Castaway Cove. And then I will, hopefully go to fucking Autumnia? Autumnia? Because I still have to, talk to someone in this place. And then take my bounty and shit. Okay. Okay, so I sell... No, sorry. So, no. What am I doing? I'm fucking stupid. Here's the one that I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. Monies. Okay, here's the one that I'm talking about. Okay. Claim bounties. Claim that one. Whales. Okay. Yes, okay. Wait, how about my merit awards? Oh! What's this? Hasten your ship's progress. Hasten? What? Am I thinking of the word wrongly? Hastens your... Oh, faster ship. Okay. I thought it was stronger ship. I was like, wait a minute. Ship stronger? Holy fuck. Oh, what the f... Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, let's go and help the crab real quick. How much money do I even have right now? 4,000. Okay, I got 4,000 monies. I could definitely go into the inn to... Should I go into the inn to... to up my MP? Really, did you bring him back? Well, you see, Blah 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 blah. So he washed up on a desert island, did he? Still, it sounds like he's having a cracking time. Well, why don't you go pay him a visit? A visit? Yes, perhaps I will. He did invite me after all. Listen, thank you ever so much for finding him. Please, take this. It's the least you deserve after going to all that trouble. Oh my god, he gives me the fucking coffee as well. this motherfucker gives me the coffee. But I'm gonna be a bit safe right here. I'll go to the inn. I'll go to the inn right here and then just like restock my fucking MP. Sleepy time. Alright, let's see the progress as well. Oh my god, how many? Jesus. I saved a lot. Jesus. Look at how many saves I have. Jesus. Will this ever fill up to 200 or 300 saves? Who knows? Wait, where the fuck is my ship? I forgot. My ship is not here. My ship is like somewhere else. Jesus. I'm going like backwards for fuck all. I guess my job right now... I guess my objective right now is to go to Autumn. Yeah, we'll try to go there right now. Now as in... Should I really just do it right now? Where is Autumnia? There. Okay. You know what? Whatever. We can go. We can go there right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go there. Well, it's the only good option so far. So, who's that? With you.
Here we go.
Oof. Sooner or later I need to get a water one, you know. Is that the place? I don't think that's the place. Is that the place? That is like very short coming. That is the place. What the fuck? That's actually a really short journey. What the fuck? I took a long journey towards the east and there's a short journey towards here? That's another continent! That place is another— how is that another continent? How is that place another continent? Are you fucking sure? Autumnia!
Be long till we meet the next great sage, huh?
I fear not, though you have come a long way.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Show me your power.
I didn't save again. I come on ya. I come on ya. Wait, Shadar, you have to wait! Shadar, don't do this to me right now, Shadar! How you doing, some bizzle, by the way? Hold on. Give me a sec while I do something real quick. I didn't realize Shadar is gonna be coming in right now. Jesus. I hope you're doing well, Zombizzle. Thank God I actually like how you say. Wow, holy fuck. Just chilling, messing with the GB Studio. What's GB Studio? 200 damage? Jesus. Where's the other one then? Oh, I couldn't defend myself. Program for making game. You making Game Boy games? Hell yeah, man. What the fuck? No effect! Oh man. Ooh. That's kind of weird that I have no effect, honestly. I'm trying to. But still, it's cool. Oh my god, dude. Oh shit, Esther's dead. Okay. Oh wow, I don't even have... Am I supposed to die? Wait, I'm supposed to die.
So, this is the extent of your power.
Shadar! Where is she? Where's Alicia?
Alicia?
Huh, so I'm supposed to die, okay, sure. Huh?
May be fated to avert
Huh?
this world's doom. But first, you will have to save yourself.
Alright, thanks, my dude. Shadar! Jesus.
What the flippin' heck is that big eye?
It's looking this way.
The fuck?
It is the eye of the storm.
Eye of the storm?
Summoned by sorcery. Curses, we will not escape these waters.
This must be Shadar's doing.
Oh, you reckon you? Hold on tightly. If the eye looks this way, we are doomed.
The damn thing already is.
You died. Game over.
Huh? I'm back in.
Oliver! Oliver!
It's her.
This way! Come this way! Come on, Oliver!
Okay. Jeepers!
Wow, what the fuck? Almost a car accident.
Look both ways!
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was somewhere else.
Yeah, you dumb fuck!
Right now,
You almost got hit by a car!
the big bad eye. It's gone now.
The big bad eye? Of course! The eye of the storm! What am I doing here? But Shadar, my friends.
Your friends? They're already there, Oliver.
Huh? What do you mean?
This way, Oliver.
But RS25, how about Idaho potatoes, man?
Hurry up.
You wanna see them Idaho potatoes? God damn. I wanna see them Idaho potatoes. Oliver? Oliver! Esther? Oliver, thank goodness! Idaho, not Idaho. No, Idaho. Everyone's here, but where's P? P? She's not here. What's he on about? Oi! Are you alive or what? Oh, you're back with us at last. Captain. Hey, looks like it will take more than a gust of wind to keep you down. Anyway, enough with the soppy stuff. Captain, is the ship a fit state to sail? Alas, she is not. The storm took a heavy toll on my beloved sea cow. Even with all hands on double shifts, repairs will take at least 1 week. What? But that's ages. Gah. We must be the unluckiest people alive. Do not say such things. We are alive, and all makes us luckier than any who have faced the eye of the storm before. He's right. We were extremely lucky to survive. I bet it was because we had Oliver on our side. Me? But I didn't do anything. Do you think it was P? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I couldn't beat Shadar. I couldn't save Alicia. You speak of things unknown to me, but is it not enough that you are alive and well? He's right, Oliver. Come on, cheer up. I'll try. Thanks. Good. Now, Captain, what can we do to help? Ho ho! I appreciate your fire, young lady, but you must leave the work to we men of the sea. Sexist. God, excuse me, woman. I know you want to help, but it's a man's job, okay? Yeah, we have sausages in the game just now. Then it looks like we are on holiday. I suppose a few days of sunbathing wouldn't hurt. It's typical. Huh? Has anyone seen Mr. Drippy? Now that you mention it, no. You don't think he's been washed away, do you? Oh no, look! Motherfucker depressed, man. He's depressed and alone. Mr. Drippy, are you okay? What? What's that? What do you mean? Huh? I'm fine. Of course I am. Did you hit your head when we washed ashore or something? You're acting like a right weirdo. What are you on about, man? Is the boat fixed? Tell me it's fixed. Come on, let's get off this smelly old rock. It's nowhere near fixed, and you know it. Come on, we need to keep ourselves occupied. Shall we have a look around the island? No. I mean, why would you want to do that? Boring it is. Deserted, I shouldn't wonder, and dangerous too. Perilous even. Let's just stay by here and enjoy the view, shall we? Ah, that's beautiful. Yeah, nice. Of course, friends. Friends, we will soon run short of provisions. Perhaps you could go in search of sustenance for ourselves and our shipmates. Of course, Captain. It's the least we could do. Great. Come on, everyone. Let's go. No, man. Wait, man. You can't, man. Did you hear me? It's dangerous. You'll be eaten a flipping life. Look, Fairy. I'm not mad keen myself, but we don't have much choice. We'll just have to grin and bear it, okay? Knickers! God damn you, game! Sir? This is TOS. Come on, Oliver, let's have a look around the island. So that was Shadar, huh? And we couldn't beat him. Beat him? We never stood a chance. Well, we'll have to do a damn sight better than the next time. What do you name your first Pokemon? Oh no. Oh no. In fact, we're going to have to go all out. All out? Yeah, going all out is a good way to change your tactics when you spot an opportunity or get into trouble during a fight. Press triangle all attack and square to switch all out defense. Wait, what? What? Of course I do. The old man was pretty strict teach. Right, let's go. I'm telling you, bud, this ain't a good idea. Okay. I mean Tahiti? I mean fucking Africa now? How the fuck did I go from fucking whatever this fucking middle place is to Africa? Wait, okay, never mind. I thought Jesus Christ, we're not even there at all. Jesus, okay. Anyways. That's it for me today. I've been streaming for quite a while, and we are already, like, at this place anyway, so, I can actually just stop right here. I'm also very good at the levels right now, so, I think it's a very good place for me to actually stop right here. Boo, go for 12. I'm not gonna go for 12 hours because I got something very important in the next couple of hours, that's why. But, yeah. That's all for me for now. I want to thank you guys for actually sticking by. Thank you for all the raise. Thank you for all the... Oh god, my OBS is lagging. There you go. My OBS was like super laggy all of a sudden. Thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys tomorrow with more Ni no Kuni. A more 8-hour stream of Ni no Kuni because I'm gonna be fucking going out 8 hours a day for streams right now. So there's that. Thanks for stream. Glad to be back or some shit. God damn it. Glad to see you back after a week. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys. I'm gonna host it off to... You know what? I'm gonna host it up to fucking Trimto. If I could actually fucking, you know. If I could find you now and things will get better. Let me raid this guy. Trimto. I'm gonna raid it out to Trimto. He's a Scottish furry. Also part of the Clock Tower team that I'm part of as well. He's playing Diablo 4. Hopefully he's also addicted to Diablo 4, I guess. He's gotta be addicted to Diablo 4 anyways. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you tomorrow for more Ni no Kuni. Bye.